Remember again, we had this in yesterday's halacha. According to Persian law, at least the Persian law, like Persian law allowed the creditor to go after the guarantor first. So the Gemara says, even if you're koshish, that maybe the borrower prepaid the creditor, let's give him a bundle of money, that's only with the Jewish creditor. But by a non-Jewish creditor, where that creditor anyway has the ability to go after the guarantor first, we're not koshish that the borrower depositing money with the therefore, the automatic assumption with a non-Jewish creditor is that the money has not been repaid.
I completely made up awful joke. That John's attempted absurdity. All fish matter. Wheels slinging. So, Henry Flippin's killer whale.
Sorry, mate. When I'm borrowing money from a non-Jewish lender, because it's known, so even after the borrower has some statute. Right? If he doesn't have a statute, why would someone want to guarantee that loan?
All the dinosaurs are slow, but he respects killer whales a little bit because they're savage and they're different than
go ahead and see
find them in giants.
What is fascinating to know,
We
is
really
that halacha l'maisa, in these cases where the guarantor seems to be doing something nice, not seems to be doing something that will come down to all these cases. The guarantor is trying to proactively pay off the debt of the son. So let's say, but what comes out of it when he does it? Because then what he does is he's entitled to repayment. So he's not able to get that repayment until he is summoned from a bank. The only exception to that rule is when this halacha l'maisa in case where you pay back the lender, and the lender wrote in the document this about you. I received repayment from my debt. In that case, halacha l'maisa, he can go ahead and get repayment from the estate. But absent that, you're going to have to reach these incredible. I wasn't feeling right. Says the Gemara. The thing I heard about artsy. Arba Duksuvasa the Kalka. Moshe Ba'artzi, that's his name. Moshe Ba'artzi was the guarantor for his daughter-in-law. So Moshe Ba'artzi had a son, by the way. Moshe Ba'artzi's son was Rabbi. So Moshe Ba'artzi's son went ahead. So Moshe Ba'artzi guaranteed Shiva for his son. Right for his daughter. Okay, so what happened? So Puna breaks up Rabbi. It's only myself. So Puna is Moshe Ba'artzi's son. And it's fallen on some difficult financial issues. So Rabbi research Rabbi. Wake up the names of the What's the answer? The guy split this. Great idea. He
old movies go into his head. He's like, oh, that happened to me.
Right?
What's another example? Like the shop
Don't
in the
divorce
next
your wife.
episode.
Don't divorce your wife. Remember again.
The phone was like really frozen, so I put my tongue
have no
on
money.
it, and then my
The
tongue
things of
got
the
stuck.
things right? And what's going to happen? When you divorce your wife, you have no money. What's going to happen? Your father is the guarantor of the your father's going to have to pay out the of your wife. But how can I actually? Let me marry her. It's fantastic, right? Just go ahead and do that. Go ahead and do that. And the nice again, that's a good answer. I'm really Rabbi. But how do you do that? Listen, one second. You can't do that. Right? You can't do something like that. So listen, but the nice again, you can't do it. The Mishnah says, remember again, when a man divorces his wife, he's going to activate the guarantee what he has to do. The husband has to make a negative that his wife can't get any of that from him, and therefore can't remarry. That's the only thing. Tremendous mental hospital. Sometimes, you don't know the family. But it is fascinating to see the life of people to avoid having
love to see it happen to Shaw.
It's much easier to eat so.
This guy, this idiot in town, made fun of me by deleting this better. What is this one? Brendan Shaw lying about Pete Davidson? Oh yeah, this is the one.
Again, we don't know the dynamics of the year. We don't know the circumstances of the year. So what's it? It's just crazy as it sounds. It's nice in the photo. But people do tremendous work around instead of having that. Sometimes we're so scared of someone. And we're so scared to say things that may be difficult that will do anything and everything but have the conversation.
It doesn't matter what you're talking about. Anything that anyone says to Shop, he thinks he has to be like really funny or something like that, or like have the right answer. Maybe he's just traumatized for one day.
It could have been avoided had you just had the courage to have the conversation. I'm leaving you get here, starting your mid story. You have to do it tomorrow.
Do you know him really well? Yeah, I know him really well. Is he related to you?
Kevin's have a great day, everyone.
Yeah. He's my dad. He's my dad.
Be cool, this Alex. Well, New York is on Saturday Night Live, but he comes out here too. Is he still on us now? Oh, yeah. He's great, man.
Sorry.
I've always been a fan of him.
Is Callan trying to catch him in Hawaii too?
I feel like it.
Sorry.
So he's like doing an investigation.
I love his bass right here. He started the big thing together. Mario Grande started with him. He just does look like he might have a big dick. I don't know why. He just does. Linky, you know, Linky. Yeah, that's how it goes. Just go to the big dick energy comes. This is Linky. Fuckboy falls in though, dude.
Callan seems like he wants to kill himself. He's like, I can't take any more of this. Shab is my meal ticket now, but I can't take another second of Shab. I'm just saying, like popular phrases and not knowing what's going on. Oh no, 10 minutes already.
No. We got 2 more clips. Just 2 more.
All right, we'll watch 2 more clips. Yeah, we'll break it.
Whore Winter. Looking forward to that.
Whore Winter.
Pete Davidson is making his fans sign an NDA prior to showing up to his show, and if they're in breach of this NDA, they can face up to $1 million in a settlement agreement.
That's ridiculous. They'll spoil that he's worried they're going to leak his jokes online.
So what you have to do is, prior to the day of the show, you have to sign the NDA.
Does he like make jokes about people being gay and stuff too?
Are there any jokes about SeaWorld in it?
Has he watched blackfish?
Because I thought of it too, like it's not the same joke.
Or you get a full refund.
It's very weird. That is, do you see him around New York, Dan? I've known Pete since he was fucking 15 years old. I like these two. He's a sweetheart. I don't see him a lot anymore because I think he's in like a different stratosphere of like where fame is, where I think he like jetpacks places and then can leave.
Shab said there he interrupts everyone. He even interrupted Dan Soder. He was like, "Oh, I know him too, and I know he has to like." But he did it at like more, like less aggressive this time. I don't know. Let's go to the next one. This one's over? Yeah, I don't think anything else funny happens in that one. Let's see here. Nobody acknowledges Scoops. Who's Scoops? I don't know who Scoops is. That's not, I don't know. Who's BGL? Oh, really? Do you know? BGL? I feel like I should know because I see that on the subreddit a bunch. I have no clue. Alright, well, you too. You can make fun of me and call me an idiot, but at least tell me who it is. Yeah, please, one more clip.
What do you keep coming back to this fucking topic? I don't know what you want to talk about it. And then, here's my thing about Michael Jordan saying, there you go. There we go. And then Eric gotta go. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Well, Joe and Dick go. It's a win to bring a gun on stage, right? This is the point. The fans turn it into this point. You can't decide. It's not your thing with it.
Why is it weird to bring a goat on stage, Shab? It's almost a point where you can't respond to it. Well, Shab, the goat, which I think you know because you just said it's the greatest of all time, so you're bringing a goat on.
I like how he asked the question and then he defines what a goat is after.
Right. Andy would have said BGL.
That you have multiple people with the same name, perhaps and then one person, you know, you didn't get Yaakov and you get the Yaakov, not the star. I believe in the Yaakov, you get the
That's gotta be a shop you can name it, right?
is that
I don't even know. Alright, well, I guess we'll find out in the comments section this week. Thanks for tuning in. Enjoy the rest of your week. We'll be back next week with more 10 minutes. But one last shout out to Walsh for giving Gerardo a shirt. Brendan Walsh gave me a Corona shirt, and it filled me with joy. You know what I'm saying? Gerardo's going through a tough time in his life, and this is very helpful. We appreciate it. Anything Walsh or anyone else can do that.
Hey,
sweetie, this is your father.
Someone's going to drop a sky and someone else is going to pick it up and find it. But Hashkafa L'Naisa, we're always Choshishim in the Nefila. But he always has to be concerned about Nefila, about falling down, about failing. A person has to be constantly spiritually on guard. You know, sometimes we become a little bit, let's say I have this situation like this where a person, maybe, you know, I dealt with a particular Avera that I've been struggling with. And then what happens? So then I go ahead and finally I feel like I've mastered it. I feel like I've conquered it. And then what happens? Ultimately you fall off the wagon with the same Avera. And you wonder to yourself, how could this have occurred? And I'm just like, I worked on this so hard. I dealt with this for so long. And yet now, again, I'm right back exactly where I was before. Why? Because in the realm of Ruchnius, there's no such thing as complete security. In the realm of Ruchnius, even if a person is able to manage a certain Yitzhara, Chashinam in the field.
All right, welcome back to 10 Minutes of Shop.
Your life that I never
A very popular segment that we pulled out of our ass. When you pull something out of your ass, it's not always the best, you know, like the best produced thing, but we heard your concern and thank you for letting us know about the audio. We fixed the audio in the video from last week. You couldn't hear Shop talk, which is the way it should be with Shop. It should not be heard. But you can't really get the jokes and everything if it's just like, hey, it's just static or whatever. So sorry about that. Thanks for tuning in again, giving us another chance. I don't know if you noticed, I got the Thick Boy Squad t-shirt on. Shout out to Brendan Walsh, a big comedian in Los Angeles that me and Jordan looked up to when we moved out here. So it's very cool to know that he watches this. And check out Brendan's podcast, World Record Podcast. We'll put a link in the YouTube description. So thanks, Brendan. Great shirt. I mean, so I can pick anything I want. I think I made the right choice. What do you got the one with 3 seasons. That's all I care about. I like the tie-dye. I would wear this out to like places if it wasn't, you know, kind of embarrassing. It doesn't. Like Aeropostale anymore. I kind of, yeah, if you look at the older episodes, I see me in Aeropostale. You know, some people don't like that brand of clothing, but I'm very going to get used to start to click them. I think this one's the main comments. Yeah. Cheese. Lovely. You know, I'm not gonna barbecue cheese. She's up there. They only caption Shop. They don't caption Talent and Shop. It's like broken English these weeks. You're not the hoarders. This is like, why would you do this? Your reputation is so bad. I talked over, I've seen the clip before. It makes a stupid joke about Sports Illustrated because of the whole, you know, they put Jordan Peterson at the freak out about it. So, of course, Shop has to agree with that. It's like, what did Jordan Peterson say? He was like, she's not attractive and no way of presenting her as such will give me It's like, why do you guys care about this at all? I thought she was not bad looking. I'm not trying to be woke. I would, get with her husband. She's not bad looking. But, you know, Shab is, he only dates women from, women that will walk to his car with him. What's wrong with that? Talking about Sports Illustrated, talking about, keep that. Let's see your show.
the blood saw the thing also looking to see that, but the color of the blood
David's not
also automatically allow us to assume that you are actually the only one. You like to learn about the world, so you fascinating idea. So these people are point out, even though again, in this case, the name of the site is my name, right? No one's going to do the knuckle, the knuckle. It's the mountain, the Lord is the wonder. So a nice subject, even though it's the right name, but we have to be coaching strong.
Just another, to them, it's just another chick seeing fuck, just another chick to fuck.
That's the owner. Kind of the Bryce says,
Alright, this next one's out. When girl lays self-love is homeless as fuck.
Everyone holds
This
down
is a good one. Just from the title, which I'll explain after.
When I was in the UFC, I went to like an expo thing in Vegas, and I waited 2 hours to meet Manderley Silva. I met him, and he signed the picture, and I was like, oh, my name's Brendan. He was cool. He wrote Brandon, and that's like triggered.
So that focus is
You guys have one of those names that look outside
do you feel like
it's not at all. My name, if you're watching this and you don't know, it's also exactly the same. It's Brendan, spelled the same way. I don't care. Most of the time, I don't even hear it. Brendan, it's like, it's kind of goes in here, one out the other. But what I wanted to, I picked this clip because it's just so funny. The homeless is like the same Wanderlei Silva is homeless as fuck. Because the homeless cats are the people that don't like shop. So anybody that even like super homeless, and it's just, it cracks me up every time. I love it. We're homeless in the house. You know, you're homeless in the eyes of the subreddit. Yeah, the cats.
But Brandon, and I go, oh, no, damn, I'm so sorry. I went 2 hours. Can you just fix it? And Brandon,
For you, what even people in Brazil know is tell Shop to shut his goddamn mouth. I'll write your name right if you stop doing stand-up. When I was walking to my truck, guys, we reached another victim of the truck walk. Okay, what's this one about? I don't remember. It was getting warm. That's what they wanted, so I don't really fear that they are. I was actually, someone rented me when I was a UFC fighter. Someone rented me for 2 8-year-olds' birthday party. It was an Indian reservation. You know what's funny? It's like he's crossing his arms as if he's like, don't say anything, Brandon. People are making fun of you. He's like, he just can't help himself. Anything he can do to be made fun of, even if it's like ordering from Fashion Nova for men, this gigantic bubblegum t-shirt, he'll do it. And the story is so absurd. They put it down on the subreddit as clearly fake. And it's, I heard the last thing I forgot. He's saying that he was invited to perform on a Native American reservation or something like that. Haven't they been through enough? Do they need this? A shop going up there and being like, ooh, fucking dicey. He's like, the fucking blankets, right, dude? Dicey. I guarantee you said that. Smallpox, dicey. 100%. I kid now, it's coming out of me.
You took it without permission, right?
So
if you went ahead and
not deserved.
They drive up to 3 hours in the sticks on some Native American houses, right? I walk in, it's like a scene out of a train. There's all these Native Americans in wife beaters, tattoos from head to toe, playing cards. There's a giant fish tank. There's a giant
Pause for a second. What would it be like to see the world the way Shop does all day, and then you put on Shop sunglasses? Everybody is a stereotype or gay. They're all some sort of movie reference. This is like Training Day. Big house. The two things are completely different. They don't make. They're very rich, but they're on a reservation, and then they're Latino gangbangers. Like it's just not. It clearly is not what's going on. Okay, we can still have some time.
I go outside, and the mom's like, "Oh, so glad you came. You know, my husband's a big fan of gives me $10,000 cash. She's like, do we just need you here for an hour? And she goes, it's a UFC theme party. My kid's 11. I go, how are your kids? She goes, 8. They're twins. I was like, okay. The cake comes out. It's made of like Opticon, has little fibers on it. And the kid, she gets them down and they start fighting. The kids and them start fighting. Trying to fight UFC style. I'm like, oh my god, what the fuck? And she's like, where is this? This was, wait, where is the light tables? No, this is California. It was, but I'm talking about judges. I did like a show.
Yeah, dude, that didn't happen. And he talks like somebody where he's like, no, fight. If you say something 4 times, he's like trying to make a joke, kind of, or just possibly just lying. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell the show.
How much more time? We have like a lot more clips.
Yeah, we might not get through all of it. We have like 2 minutes and 30 seconds, but it's all good. More for the next 10 minutes, you know. Joke luck.
How many of you guys want just one movie? Okay, that's not really, dude. Mike Tyson thinks he's going to die really soon. We all do. Mike Tyson believes at all times this fate is imminent on this podcast. Top boxer Mike Tyson, the former heavyweight boxing champ, and therapist Sean McFarland, who specializes in trauma and addiction. On his guest told him he feels he's inching closer to death. About Mike Tyson dying, Forrest Tyson said, when I look in the mirror, this job's possible for suicide. That means my expiration date is coming close. Williams is like bananas.
Job has to say something. He can't go, more than a minute or 30 seconds without being like, all right, it's on me. I'm the best comedian in the room. I'm the smartest guy. I have to say something. We're like bananas.
It's so funny to me. He said that and he just looked down and he's like, what the fuck did I do?
What did the CTE make me do?
He's also on shrooms every day, so like, as you were saying, he's also lived a rough life. Yeah, I much like bananas.
Sean's like talking about how bad Mike Tyson's life was before it. And that's why he's thinking about suicide. When Sean should be thinking about suicide all the time. His life's good.
That, I think all big guys die are fine as well. But
He keeps talking about Sean worried about dying. Job is worried. Job, you cannot die. This saying that will go away. No, we need more clips. We have to watch more podcasts if you come on, Chan. It's up to you, Chan, to keep Job alive. And whoever that awful voice is that's talking. Shut up. I've not heard that before. Nice to hear. Take your time, Job.
What'd you say? What a fucking... How Joe Rogan has changed the podcast game. It's like,
think about Joe Rogan, Just think about it. The idea that Joe Rogan, and it's about to end, but the idea that Joe Rogan has made it so that you can have a therapist on your podcast is so stupid. He's not the first. He didn't make it. It's like, I don't even, does he have a lot of therapists on or something? I have no clue. I guess I'm sure I would know better than us, but it really is when it takes it back to, like, if you think about it, Joe Rogan, yeah, he's the first guy to do it. He had some other clip that we'll play where he's like, I don't know any ball guys are slinging dick. That's not Joe Rogan. Dad White's like, what? What are you talking about? How do you know? Joe Rogan's married. Yeah, Dan White's my married too, slinging a dick out. It makes no sense. Like, the only person slinging dick was James Bigelow. There you go. Firm charge on himself. That was my British joke. It was a little bit. That's okay. Still way better than it. All right, we'll finish the clip. Break the rules.
Just to if Rogan didn't kind of set that platform for these interesting conversations, he's such a leader downstream. So I want to enjoy the conversation later. Therapist, because it seems like
we had a long conversation before. Whether written off camera or on camera, I just had never happened before. All the guys that talk about classic life. All right, Big Boy Squad. I would recommend you get the t-shirt yourself, but I got it. It's very comfortable. It might have been the only thing that President Trump has done wrong. So shout out one more time to Robert the podcast with that wall. Thank you. Shout out to sponsors. If you want to sponsor the show, all you gotta do is DM me. You gotta send me a webcam in.
Right? So now let's just bring this out. Because Reuben and Yaakov goes ahead, right? Reuben and Yaakov goes ahead and shows up at the sofa. And what does he say?
Wait to say Chevrolet of LA.
Right? They got each other in the copy. And now they're doing this crowd where this is there. Run with me. Come to the start up. We've got me and the major three ways. So come to me. Come in. Right? So what happens? So down for people. As the look at the city goes up. And you start savings on tracks. I'm buying $1,000 from my friend.
Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Now the sofa goes ahead.
All right, Bob, but you know what time it is, don't you? 10 minutes of shop. 10 minutes of shop. Get the clips ready. Another episode about to drop right now. All right. All right, we got a clip here. Obviously starting. Shout out to the Reddit TFK. We got all the clips from the TFK Reddit. Most of them, right? Yeah.
There we go. This is right for me to document that I am going to have and follow from my friend Yosef Benjamin. So he has a
I so want to know what he's talking about. Just the casualness, and some people do. It's gotta be, I hope it's something like talking about Uvalde. He's like, these cops have a hard job. Just kidding, sorry. So what he's talking about now, right? I've been saying it, and he is.
So again, if you go ahead now,
I'm super blessed, but I didn't wear masks when we have to. I got all three variants here. Yeah, I mean, at home,
He's like, oh no, I just got home. There's like fear in his eyes. He's like, do I have to say something back now, or is this just, he's my friend, I think, but for whatever reason, Shop really does not care about the pandemic. He's constantly talking about how people are like overusing masks and like too worried about safety and all this stuff. It's like, and why would he think that? Why would this guy with the shirt that says big with 3 C's on it and a donut dripping think that he knows better than like doctors and other people that have common sense?
Speaking of a thick with 3 donuts, we got this clip here. I'm consistent. YouTuber, who's a small-time YouTuber. I thought you see sales cancel culture. I don't make sense.
At this point, it feels like, just like, but there's this conviction in his voice, I guess, but that just the closeness of, like, the being hypocritical there. Like, the first thing he says is, like, I have a lawsuit against this YouTuber, and then he goes, but I'm not, like, for that whole cancel culture thing. Like, you're canceling. That is definitely canceling.
But that was also edited, so they probably put that part from the second part.
Yeah, you're right. Still, I mean, they edited it to make it look like that, but at the same time, both things are just right. So, on the one hand, he's suing some guy. Could be us, could be us, anybody making fun of Shop, because everybody is now, or, fucking, I just lost my train of thought because Shop got in my brain. I just pulled the Shop myself.
Okay, well, also Brian Callen showed up on your TV screen, so that's what.
Yeah, I got a little bit.
So this is the top clip of today on Reddit.
On the Fighter and the Kid.
So for 60 days, they have to go into jail. Jail.
There's a lender,
Nasty jail.
and the lender has,
Until they, before they go in, like the sheriff, that's the document of the wording, tell them, like, you gotta get your story straight. You're the guy in there. They're asking you, they're pointing at Brian Henry, fucking, a plan? It's trouble.
I want to point out, by the way, everybody can see.
You start rubbing your neck, we're going to get you out of the problem.
Because if they all operate based on one simple constraint and put on value right,
There's one guy in there that clearly has some issues with his married, he got a kid.
When he was talking in the beginning, Callen's face, his eyes looked like he was scared that Shop was going to say something so stupid that it could, like, crater the show or whatever.
And there's a moment of realization, like, why do I work?
Callen's probably going to be always on his toes with Shop, just, like, waiting, like, okay, all right, what is he saying now?
I find
Make sure he doesn't
essentially
like
amongst my
promote the
paperwork.
show on
And the
himself
receipt says,
with his horrible words.
that
I
the
didn't
loan
understand any
of
of that
Yosef
again.
and Shimon Jimmy gave,
I think it's
I
about
lent
jail
to
and
both
plants.
Yosef
I
and
mean, like,
Shimon.
it's so
Then
weird
Yosef,
for them
you
to be
play this
talking
out.
about that.
I shot
Yeah, I don't
Yosef
know
and
why they
Shimon.
would.
I say, can't
Maybe just watch
that.
episode of Lockup or something like that. Shab's the kind of guy that watches things on TV and then doesn't understand it and then tells you like what he comprehended, you know? Yeah. Like a 10-minute thing, like the last 10 minutes thing, you talking about dinosaurs, as we learned about whether dinosaurs are fast or not. He assumes that people are too afraid of velociraptors or something like that.
The reason ultimately
I love the zoom in thing.
is because I found this receipt. If you look at the Rashban, Rashban says, no, sorry.
There you go.
One second, but I don't see how this is happening. The Mishnah said that if you have two Yosef and Shimons who live in a city, you're not allowed to lend either of them money, because of the transactional confusion that could ensue. To which the Gemara says, sorry. Oh, no. We'll say, remember again. If you have two Yosef and Shimons who live in the same city, you can lend them money. How do you lend them money? We'll say, how do you lend them money? If you attack on another third generation. In other words, the assumption is that even if you have two guys named Yosef and Shimon, the pashtus what? They're not going to have the same zeba. Like the name of the same zeba. That's what we're assuming. So again, you put in the third generation. So you are so if that's the case, let's look on the receipt. Let's look on the receipt, right? Because one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak, and one is Yosef ben Shimon ben Abraham. So that's how you're able to lend the money. Let's see whose name is on the receipt. To which the Gemara says, okay. So let's say, so the nights where they put in the third generation on the loan document, that enabled the loan of money, but they did not put a third generation, on the receipt. Okay. So the Gemara says as follows. Rabbi says, and Shimon alai parua. Rabbi says like this. It's actually the following case. If the borrower found amongst his shtaros that the shtar Yosef and Shimon is paid, ultimately again, both documents are considered to be paid. We'll say if you look at the Rashban says over here, sorry. So Rashban says Abai Amar, first white line, Abai Amar, Masnisin Kishini Suba Base Lovamari. So Abai says, no. The Mishnah is talking about a case where the documents are found not with the lender, but the documents are found with the borrower. So the Gemara says, V'halikatan, this is what it means to say, Nimsa Lalova Echad Bein Shtaros of Shover, Shashtar Shahayano Sheba Yosef ben Shimon Paruahu, V'ayu Shne Yosef and Shimon no Shimbo. So we'll say it's the reverse case. The reverse case is if the document wasn't down with the lender, the document was found with the borrower. The borrower had borrowed money from two Yosef ben Shimons. So he has amongst his documents a receipt that says, I paid back Yosef ben Shimon. Only one problem, which is what? It doesn't say which one. So we'll say it's the same principle. So now what does he have to do? Who does he have to repay? The answer is neither, right? Why? Ultimately, again, whoever thinks that they're entitled to, in other words, he knows he paid one, he doesn't know which one he paid, so whichever one feels that he's the one who's unpaid, he's going to have an obligation to prove that he's been unpaid, and therefore, okay, incredible. Someone goes like, so let's say, let's give a simple eitzah, which is a very intuitive eitzah, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you live in a city where there are two Yosef ben Shimons, and indeed you want to lend money to them, or they want to lend money to each other. So what happens? Thank you so much. Thank you very much, man. Thank you. So what happens if halacha l'maisa, you do live in a city, and what? And you want to lend to Yosef ben Shimon's money, right? Or they want to lend each other. So what do you do? It's not a problem. All you need to do is add on a third generation. So Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak, Yosef ben Shimon Abraham, and that differentiates them enough that then we can engage ultimately again in them borrowing or lending money. So Tana is interesting. Other possible that you could do is what? If one of them is a Kohen and one of them is a Levi, right? So you can differentiate it in that way as well. Tana and Hayu Shneim Kohanim Yichtivu Dora. So let's say it's interesting. So the Gemara seems to be indicating to us that the ideal first is before you get into a third generation, let's engage in tribal differentiation. Right? So tribal differentiation, Yosef ben Shimon HaKohen, Yosef ben Shimon HaLevi. Okay, so assuming that differentiates, then that's fine. If that doesn't work, then you go up a generation as well. Beautiful. Mishnah. Homer no Shtar ben Shtar Yosef Rabbi Ezehu. So this is an interesting case. Right? So you have a case of a father who says to us, and now the way that Rashbam highlights this case is Mitzaveh b'shas misaso. Or call him father. He's calling father. Father is dying. He says to his son that Haloch Halamaisa Shtar ben Shtar Yosef one of the loan documents that I have. So a father lent money to a bunch of people, and he says to his son, one of the people who I lent money to paid back his debt. The 80 Yodea Ezu, and I don't know which one paid me back. What's the halacha? Shtaros kula kula. All the debts are considered to be repaid. Now take a look at the Rashbam. This is actually a very beautiful Mishnah. The Mishnah is 80 Yodea Ezu. Look at this inside. This is 6 lines up from the bottom. 80 Yodea Ezu. V'halo v'ha'eminani. V'lo hechzarti shtaro. So it says, now, here's what's interesting. Now, generally, what would happen in a case like this, right? I lend Ruben. Ruben pays me back. What happens? Right? I give him back the document. Right? Or we tear up the document. What's interesting to note in this case over here is the father telling his son, one of the debtors paid me back, but he trusted me. He didn't make me return the loan document. I know that someone paid me back. I don't know who. Now look at the Rashbam. Rashbam says, right, and when I go to the world to come, when I die, and I stand up for the Kisei Shamala, I do not want to be punished ultimately again for any type of financial mistakes. It's incredible, right? What's fascinating about this is, this could have been a situation, by the way, that father had outstanding for a very long time. But what happened? Nothing makes you get your affairs in order like death. See, a lot of times in life, we're willing to live in the gray. Right? We're willing to live with a lot of ambiguities. We're willing to live with a lot of inconsistencies. Why? Because in the back of our mind, we figure to ourselves, there's plenty of time to get it worked out. I know I want to get it worked out, but so we live with all of this, all this inconsistency, all this ambiguity. Nothing forces a person to get their affairs in order like death. When the person, the Chazal tell us that Yaakov Avinu davened for illness. So before Yaakov Avinu, what would happen? How would people die? They would sneeze, right? That's why, again, this one of these things is the Talmud Hagim brings down that there is a custom to say l'chaim to someone after they sneeze. And because that's what happened. The same as Baruch Hu breathed right through the nostrils, people would sneeze and they would die. Yaakov Avinu davened for illness, because a person should know that the end is near, and they can get their affairs in order. So it's really the goal of us, that's the Imam Second Bracha says. So the Bracha says that a person is having a difficult time with controlling their Yetzer Hara. So if all else fails, what does the Gemara say? Yas kilo yom hamisa. Remind yourself you're going to die. I'm going to die. So at the end of the day, if I'm going to do this Havera, I'm going to have to give an explanation for why I did this. In life, you can explain away everything. After 120, I stand up for the Beis Shamala, and I have to give an account of my life. There's no explanations, right? There's no alternative ideologies. There's no buts. There's nothing. There's just MS and there's Shek. That's all there is. One of two options. So really, the whole yesod of successful living, like this, what's the expression? Live life like you're going to die, something like that. Like live. What is it? Live today as if it's your last day. That's a Mamar Chazal. That is absolutely Right. Whatever. There's an whatever. Point. That sounds like a little bit like a downer, but it's not. It's not. Because imagine, by the way, like in this case over here, imagine just how different life is lived if I recognize that at any given moment it'll end. See, people usually take a statement like that and they use like in a hedonistic way. Oh, let me enjoy everything, right? Like, let me experience everything. It's about in a hashkafic way. That I can't leave anything undone. I can't leave any ambiguities. I don't want any gray in my life. At the end of the day, if I was taken from this world right now, I want to be able to stand behind the decisions I have made, and I want to be able to be confident in the way that I'm living in this current moment. No ambiguities, no gray, no inconsistencies. Yeah, do I have plenty of averos that I have to account for? Absolutely, unequivocally. But I don't want any ambiguities or inconsistencies. Let me get those things worked out right now. So a father is facing death. He says to his son, listen, I know that one of these debts has been repaid, and I don't know which one. What's the halacha? Shtaros kulun purun. All of the debts are considered to be paid. Now again, I both say, so it's not a chiddush. It's not a chiddush, right? Once again, it's motzi b'chayver alavaraya. So remember again, every single possible debtor may be the one who repaid the debt. So therefore, the son doesn't really have the power to extract money from all of them. They're all considered to be paid. By the way, I want to point out, they're all considered to be paid from the perspective of the malva. When you borrow money, there's an absolute biblical obligation to repay that which you borrow. So when we say they're considered to be paid, that's klape the malva, right? As the lender doesn't have the ability to get back any of this money. The borrowers absolutely have a halachic and a moral obligation to pay back the money that they borrowed. Nimtzala echad sham. Nimtzala echad sham shnayim. So let's say again, in this case, father had lent Ruvain, right? Father had lent Ruvain two sums of money, a large sum and a small sum. So now father is telling his son, one of my outstanding debts is forgiven, but I don't know which one. Hagadol parua ba'katan ena parua. So there's an interesting exception. If father had lent two sums of money to the same borrower, one a large amount, one a small amount, and father says to his son, one of my loans has been paid, we assume it was the larger of the two to Ruvain, but the smaller one is still outstanding. Incredible. So in general, if a person says, right, the lender says to a borrower, right, and again, we're talking about a case where a lender lent two sums of money to a borrower, and he says, the shtar that I have, right, is paid, that is already paid. We assume, if you look at the Rashba says, not yet. Right? So Ruvain lent to Shimon two sums of money, a large sum and a small sum. Ruvain says to Shimon, by the way, your debt is paid. That loan document that you have with me is paid. Now, it doesn't articulate which one is paid. We assume which is paid. The larger one and the smaller one is still outstanding. But if Ruvain uses a different lashon, Ruvain says, Shimon, your debts, your debt, I should say your debt singular, is paid, then what? Shtaros kulon perun. We assume all the loans are paid. The boss here, difference in Lashonos. In case number one, it was shtar l'chaviyadi. One of the shtaros you have with me is paid. So in a case like that, halacha l'maisa, we assume the larger of the debts is paid, the smaller one is still outstanding. If he says chov, which is a more all-encompassing statement, your debt, then everything is paid. So the Gemara says, Rabbi, 1 second. So let's say again, Ruvain says to Shimon, my field is sold to you, without articulating which field. We assume that Ruvain sold his larger field to Shimon. But if Ruvain says, the field that I have is sold to you, what do we say? When we say that Ruvain is selling all of his fields, in other words, this would be the opposite of the debt case, to which the Gemara says, no. Hasab yad bal hashtar ala tachton. So we'll say, so again, which is another way of saying, So right, in the case ultimately again when Reuven says to Shimon, Shimon has two debts due to Reuven, a larger and a small one, and Reuven says, your shtarchel, your loan document is forgiven. So we assume ultimately again that that's referring to the larger debt. And again, and if it's not, the burden of proof is going to be upon Reuven to prove that he could collect a larger debt. In the case of a field, when Reuven sells Shimon a field, so the default ultimately is that he's selling one field, not that he's selling all the fields. And if Shimon wants to prove that he bought all of the fields, then the burden of proof is upon him. Incredible. We'll say we now come to the sugya of Arif, a really incredible sugya. A very interesting case. Right? What happens? I lend Shimon money, and Reuven is a guarantor. Now we're going to talk about different types of guarantors over the course of this sugya. You cannot collect payment from the Arif. Now let's say that statement at first glance seems totally illogical. I'm lending money with a guarantor, but I can never collect money from the guarantor. We're going to challenge that statement in just a moment. This is very interesting. You're going to see that there are different ways to structure guarantor transactions. If I lend Shimon money, and Reuven is the guarantor, and the way I structure this debt is to say, Shimon, I'm lending you the money, but I have the right to collect from whoever I want. So if I want to collect from Shimon, I can collect from Shimon. I want to go right to guarantor, I can collect from guarantor. Shimon says, Shimon says, no. The only time you could ever go to a guarantor is when the borrower does not have money. But if the borrower has money, you never have a right to go to the guarantor. So we'll say, we'll get to the Gemara. This is an interesting case. So let's say I guaranteed a ksuba. Reuven is married to Rachel. I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. Now, what does that mean to guarantee Rachel's ksuba? What does that mean? What that means is that in the event of death or divorce, if it turns out that Reuven doesn't have any money, I tell Rachel, I got you, right? I'll pay your ksuba. So it's a great case. So now what happens? Reuven and Rachel are getting divorced. So watch this. So I have a right to demand that Reuven has to take a neder prohibiting Rachel from getting any benefit from it. And this is a neder, Rashba points out over here, what we call a neder shehudra al das. We'll get more into this. A public neder. They will say now a public neder, make it a irrevocable neder, that Rachel can't get any benefit from it. Now what does that neder effectively do? What does it do? It prevents them from ever getting remarried. Because what are we concerned about over here? This is great. It's actually a great scheme. So the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? Shema yasu kinunya al mechasim shalzeh v'yachzers ishto. This is great. What are we concerned about? Reuven and Rachel are on some falling on some financially hard times. Now Reuven knows that I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. So Reuven says to Rachel like this, right? Right now I don't have any money. So I have a good idea. Let's get divorced. Right? Let's get divorced. You'll be able to collect your ksuba. Sleeper is guaranteeing your ksuba. He'll pay you out the ksuba, and then guess what? Baruch Hashem, we just paid for our honeymoon. Right? You're just right. We'll get back together. We'll reconcile. We'll go through a couple of sessions. We'll go right. Therapy will make it look like right. Make it look like legitimate. And then Baruch Hashem, small chuppah, small chatzana, and Baruch Hashem. Now we have a beautiful nest egg. So in order to prevent this type of exploitation, so what happens? Rabbi Shimon says, if there is a guarantor for the ksuva, before the ksuva is paid out, ex-husband has to make a neder that his ex-wife is never permitted to get hana from him, which effectively would preclude them from ever getting remarried. After that neder is made, then the Arev could be made obligated to go out and pay out the ksuva. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So my timer. So we'll say, what is the, now again, what the Gemara is bothered by is the Mishnah statement. What was the Mishnah statement? That if you have a guarantor for a loan, right, so I'm lending Shimon money, Reuven is the guarantor, so the Mishnah made this strange statement that you can't collect payment from the guarantor. What does that mean? My time up. So we'll say, Rabbi and Rabbi say, feel, what Mishnah's teaching is like this. What is the job of the guarantor? This is interesting, I must say. So we're going to see there is a fundamental job of the guarantor. Some say, there's a school of thought that says, the job of the guarantor is to make sure that the borrower is available and present for repayment. In other words, he guarantees that the borrower will be here for repayment. But what doesn't he guarantee? What doesn't he guarantee? Payment. So the guarantor says, listen, you right, Silver, you got me into this. So Ruben says, right, I lend money to Shimon, Ruben's the guarantor. What's Ruben's obligation? Ruben's obligation is to make sure that Shimon doesn't flee the country. Right? So Ruben says, right, I told me to guarantee Ruben. I guaranteed Ruben, here he is. I'm not giving you a cent, but the borrower is here, get your money from him. Okay. That's Persian law. That's Persian law. Right? That's not I was gonna say regular Persian law, but I would be in the fence. Right? That's not right, that's Persian law, right? That's what the Parsa, that's what the Persians do. So the Gemara says, Adraba, Basar Adraba, Basar Arvazi. That's not true, by the way. Persian law actually says that you can always go after the guarantor. Right? So that's not true. By the way, what it says is Persian law. Ella, they deal with the Parsoi, the lo yavi time of the Messiah. So this is interesting. So apparently the way that the Persians worked was when a Persian court gave a ruling, they did not have to provide any reasoning to their ruling. So they would just go ahead and give a ruling, and that was it. That was it. So the Gemara says, you're making this like a Persian court over here. That doesn't make any sense. In other words, we're coming up with this idea that a guarantor is just obligated to furnish the borrower, and that's it. That's all he has to do. He doesn't have any other financial obligation in this. No. So what does the Mishnah say when the Mishnah says you can't extract payment from the guarantor? What does that mean? Oh, no. What I need to say is like this. If you go ahead and I lend Ruben, I lend Shimon money, and I make Ruben the guarantor, when the debt comes due, I first have to try to collect payments from who? From Shimon the borrower. And only in the event of default of the borrower, only then do I have the right to go to the guarantor. So the Mishnah says that if you lend money with a guarantor, you can't collect from the guarantor means you can't collect from the guarantor first. He can't be your first stop of repayment. You have to first go to the borrower, and only in the event that the borrower can't repay, then and only then can you go to the guarantor. That supports this. If you lend your friend money, I lend Shimon money with a guarantor. You can't go to the guarantor first for repayment. Then there is an exception to this. What's the exception? You can structure a transaction in a way that you're allowed to go to the guarantor first. So we'll say, here's what there is, essentially, and we see this all the time in transactional law. In transactional law, every transaction always has a default setting. So therefore, again, if I lend Shimon money and Ruben is the guarantor, what is the default setting on a guarantor situation? What's the default? You can only go to the guarantor when? After the borrower can't pay. Right? My first stop is always going to be the borrower. Only after the borrower can't pay, then I can go to the guarantor. However, can you structure a transaction differently? Of course. So when I go ahead and I lend Shimon money and I say, we're going to be the guarantor, but again, Chavra, I, the lender, am entering into this transaction with the right to collect from whoever I want Nitchila. So I feel like going to Shimon, I'll go to Shimon. I feel like going to Ruben, if now again, obviously, the guarantor has to agree to that, right? In other words, he's only a party to the transaction. So I'm assuming that he agrees to that. That transaction ultimately will work as well. So we'll say this is very important. This is Arvus 101, right? This is guarantorship, guarantorkeit, right? 101. This is how it works. The default is guarantor can only be called into action. Ultimately, again, if the borrower defaults, but halacha l'maisa again, unless you structure all those. So I'll just point out, I said over this part in the virtual drasha this past week, just quickly. As ROTHSCHILD says so beautifully, says Yaakov Avinu prepared himself for three things when he encountered Esau: Milchama, war; tefillah, prayer; and Doron, gift. And ROTHSCHILD asks, says, I understand, why didn't Yaakov daven first? Shouldn't tefillah come before everything? And ROTHSCHILD gives a beautiful answer. He explains it's not the way it works. He says often in times of crisis, our reflexive reaction is to look upward. He says that's not the first stop. The first stop in times of crisis is to look inward. What can I do about my circumstances? Before you ask HaKadosh Baruch Hu for help, before you start leaning on Hashem for everything, the first shaila Yid has to ask himself is, what can I do? So the first thing Yaakov Avinu does in life is not daven. It's not the first thing. The first thing he does is he prepares for war. He prepares for war. The first step in the midst of difficult life situations is not looking upward, it's looking inward. So I say, it's such an Yisrael life, and by the way, that's the most Haskell also, if you think about this, say. So, the Ribono Shalom is the lender, right? And we are the borrower. We're the borrower. And there's a guarantor, right? There are many different types of guarantors. Like the truth is really the Ribono Shalom is both the lender and the guarantor for us, but I'm the borrower. Because Baruch Hu says, I'm lending you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm lending you your health. I'm lending you your parnasa. I'm lending you your family. I'm lending you your co-host. I'm lending all of these things. And the debt comes due. The debt comes due. How does the debt come due? Because Baruch Hu says, I don't need that debt. Baruch Hu, I'm giving you all of these things. I want to see what is my return on investment. And just understand the first place that the lender comes is to the borrower. Every single day I have to give an accounting to the Ribono Shalom about how I'm using the borrowed funds. Each and every day I have to give an accounting to the lender. Everyone said, by the way, it applies on Sundays also. It's not just Monday through Friday, right? It applies literally, again, every day of the week. How, again, what time is the football game today? What time? Good, excellent, right answer, right? Jose, you just understand, if there's going to be hours of time allocated to just mindless engagement with overpaid men in tight pants, just understand, you got to account for it. Now again, there is a way, I'll be Malamed Tzvasana, there is a way to account for it. Everyone needs to relax, right? Everyone needs downtime, and that's fine. So if that's strangely somehow how you want your downtime, right, then that's fine. That's fine. In other words, but just know what it is. Just account for it in your mind. It can't be accounted as football. It can be accounted as, I'm a human being. I need time to recharge. I need time to relax. This is my recharging time. Fantastic. But again, I don't know that that's the best way to use your recharging time, but that's between you and HaKadosh Baruch Hu, right? So choose wisely. Right. But Lamaisa, that's your recharge time. That's it. So that's as long as you are accounting for how you're using the borrowed money, how you're using sort of the borrowed resources. Because understand, the lender comes right to the loan back, right? The guarantor only gets involved much later on. The first way the transaction works is, Baruch Hu lent me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm the borrower. The borrower is the first stop in collection. The borrower is the first stop in account. Incredible. Let's go right to Amar Huna. Let's finish up with this. Amar Huna. Minayim la'orei dimishtabit. So let's say, now, interestingly enough, the Gemara says, by the way, from where do you know that a guarantor is encumbered? From where do we know halachically this concept of guarantorship? So the Gemara says, Dichsev is incredible. Anochi erevenu miadi tivakshenu. We'll say not this week's parsha, but next week's parsha. Incredible. This is by Yehuda. This is by Yehuda and Binyamin. Right? Remember again, this is when they have to go back to Egypt. Right? They have to go back to Egypt. The only way Yosef, remember, they don't yet know who Yosef is. They think he's just some unpredictable despotic ruler. They don't know who he is. Right? So nice again, what does Yehuda say to Yaakov? Yosef won't give us food unless, of course, we go ahead and we bring Binyamin. And of course, Yaakov Avinu doesn't want to let Binyamin out of his sight because it's the only remaining son of Rachel that he has. He saw, or he thinks he knows what happened to Yosef. And so Yehuda says to Yaakov, Anochi erevenu miadi tivakshenu. I will be the Arif. And because I am the Arif, ultimately, again, if something happens, you come to me. So the Gemara says, no. This is not a good raya. Why not? So as we're going to talk about this, there is a higher level of guarantorship, of being an Arif, and that's called a kablonis. A kablon. Now again, so the Gemara says that's a different discussion. That's a different discussion. And you can see, by the way, even in the Psukim here, so Yehuda is so much more than just a guarantor, right? Yehuda is taking complete and absolute responsibility. So the Gemara says that's not the Orev we're talking about over here in the Mishnah. That's what we call a kablanos. Keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to circle back to that. So the Gemara says, here's where it comes from. So the Gemara quotes actually a very, very beautiful passage from Mishlei. Lokach bigdo ki Orev zar uba'adok riyah chavlehu. So literally again, take his clothing, right? Take his garment. Ki Orev zar, because he guaranteed on behalf of a strange person. Va'omer, or a stranger, not a strange person, a stranger. Va'omer, furthermore, again, the pasuk goes on, so again, this is all from Mishlei. Va'omer, bini, imarafta l're'acha, we'll explain what these two just want. Let's read it first. Bini, imarafta l're'acha, takat l'zak hapecha, l'kashte b'neficha. So literally translating, my son, if you have become a guarantor for your friend, takata l'zak hapecha, literally you outstretched your hand to a stranger. No kashta b'imrepicha, you've stumbled over your words. No karata b'imrepicha, you've been ensnared in the utterances of your mouth, and be saved. Ki basa b'kaf re'echa, lech hisrates v'rahav re'echa. Okay, so what does this mean? Here we go. So the Gemara says, Imamo yesh lecha b'yadecha, if you have money in your hand, hater lo pisas yad. So let's say, so the Gemara learns out from this, from the din of Kabbalah. If you have money in your hand, then ultimately, again, if you are the Kabbalah, then go and pay on behalf of the borrower. So that's the lashon over here. Ki basa b'kaf re'echa, lech v'isrates v'rav re'echa. If you have money, in other words, if the borrower defaulted on the loan, and you have money, you're the Kabbalah, you could repay, then repay on his behalf. Ve'ilav harbe alav re'im. But if you're not a guarantor, you haven't done something, you don't owe someone money, but you've offended them. You've hurt them, then hirba alav re'im, which means bring a lot of people to this person and try to reconcile. Okay, so we'll say, so again, it's interesting, I just want to point out, it's interesting to note that the Gemara does not bring a biblical proof for Orev. Right? I mean, it does, it brings Yehuda, but then it says that's not really a real din of Orev. Ultimately, again, that's Kablanos. It's interesting that the raya for Orev is coming from Mishlei. So we'll say, just understand, to be honest, you don't really need a biblical proof, right, for the concept of arvus. In other words, this is just a transactional reality that people enter into these transactions, and in our case, where I lend Shimon money, Reuben has every right to go ahead and just be an Orev if he wants to. Okay, but it's not smachta. We're bringing, a scriptural allusion to this. So the Gemara goes right. Let's finish up. Also, we're finishing now. So the Gemara says, Omra Neymar, Orev dimishtam mefokis Rabbi Rabbi Yossi. So I'll say the fact that an Orev could ultimately again become encumbered. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara wants to make this about asmachta. Let's remember again, asmachta, we have this. What's asmachta? Do hyperbolic statements create binding halachic realities? So let's play this out. Right? I lend money to Shimon. I lend $1,000 to Shimon. Right? So Reuben says, okay, I'll be the Orev. So let's say, it's interesting. The Gemara says, what's going through Reuben's mind when he becomes the guarantor? What's going through his mind? It's not going to happen. Right? Reuben's going to be fine. He's going to pay back. But this is just like a temple. It's good. It's chizik. It's avas chinam. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Right? But I'm not going to. I have no intentions of having to actually pay back silver because Reuben's got this. So essentially, the commitment of an Orev is an asmachta. So watch this. Rabbi Yossi no asmachta kanya Orev mishtabed. It's going to be Yossi holds asmachta kanya. That's when the Orev is obligated. Rabbi Yehuda davar asmachta lo kanya Orev lo mishtabed. But according to Rabbi Yehuda says asmachta lo kanya, then ultimately again an Orev is not obligated. One second. It's not true. Let's say we paskin asmachta lo kanya. We paskin that hyperbolic statements do not create halachic realities. But yet what? We do hold that there's a concept of an Orev, of a guarantor. Sadly, I can sell that. Amar Rashi, let's say it's incredible. Bahu ano, they call the Hemingway, Gamar Umishabe Nafshe. So what the Gemara is asking is as follows. In general, what is it? What the Gemara is really asking is, what is it that makes a guarantor obligated? So you're saying, normally, how do you create the obligation? Kinyan. Kinyan, right? I can be makabel kinyan and guarantee myself things. So, for example, right, when a man gets married, he has to take upon himself the obligations as outlined in the ksuva. How does he do that? Right? If you got married, you've done this. Right? What are we doing? What are we doing with the chassid? And they'll say, so right, what do? You do kabbalas kinyan. Right? The chassid picks up a pen, picks up a handkerchief, something. That kinyan obligates him in the obligations of the ksuva. Because again, in general, in halacha, if you're going to become really obligated to something, there has to be a ma'aseh kinyan. So really what the Gemara is asking over here is, okay, so now I have a scriptural proof, so to speak, for the cause of an arei. But what obligates an arei? I'm lending $1,000 to Shimon. Reuben says he's the guarantor. But what guarantor? What obligates him in that guarantorship, right? There's no, if we do a kinyan, great, which by the way, you definitely can do, right? We can do a kinyan together, me, Reuben, and Shimon, we can do that. But in the absence of a kinyan, what obligates him? The Bible says incredible. You know what obligates him? The Gemara says, Bahia no, from the hano that he gets to come a Hemingway, that he is believed. What does that mean? And I want to say, what's the incredible thing about this case? I'm lending Reuben $1,000, and Shimon is guaranteeing. So what's the chap over here, right? Why, at the end of the day, why am I lending Reuben the money? Why am I lending him the money? Let's boil this down. Why am I lending Reuben the money? Why? This is the worst group of businessmen ever. Right? Why am I lending Reuben the money? I will say, why? Because I believe in Shimon. Remember, if I believed in Reuben, then what? I don't need a guarantor. The only reason, whenever you have a guarantor, well, a guarantor by definition means I am not 100% sure that the borrower is going to come through. Otherwise, if I believe in the borrower, then I don't need the guarantor. If there's a guarantor, essentially what I'm saying is, who do I really believe in this entire transaction? The guarantor. That's really who I believe in. So let's just listen to this. Shimon feels so honored by the fact that I'm willing to commit transactionally based on his participation. That hana that he has, that I believe in him, is what commits him to the guarantorship. That hana that he has, knowing that I am only lending to Reuben based on his guarantor, Shimon, I'm only lending to Shimon based on his guarantorship, that's what generates his halachic commitment to this transaction. Absolutely, Rabbi. So that's the mechanics. Now let's say, but you see something incredibly amazing. What's the greatest thing you could do for someone in life? The greatest thing you can do for them is believe in them. When you believe in someone, and they know that you believe in them, right? When you go, right? We all know this, because hopefully we all have someone in this world who believes in us. That knowledge that someone believes in me gives me the chizuk. It gives me the strength to move forward, to accomplish, to do, and when I fall, to pick myself up. Why is the Orei willing to commit to this transaction? Because he's so honored by the fact that the lender believes in him to such a degree that he's willing to commit himself financially to this transaction. The greatest gift that you could give to another person is that they know that you believe in them. That knowledge, the ability to go through life knowing that there's someone who believes in me, gives me the tremendous chizuk to accomplish anything and everything. I want to say, stop over for today. Shkoyach. All right, Chevron, have a great day, everyone.
And the ear thing, I mean, that can't be helped. But the fingers, when he's doing the finger thing, these guys are pretty smart. Yeah. Well, it's body language, you know. Those are some of my favorite YouTube channels. Body language experts.
Good morning,
When you touch your neck,
such
you go,
a
what does it mean when Shab rolls his nose?
This last week
Let's see if
of
there's anything else in
Baruch
the last 20 seconds.
the excitement is palpable. Baruch Hashem, so incredible, so beautiful, so wonderful. Again, we begin by thanking all of our sponsors to thank our Thomas Torah sponsor for Dov Shin Pei 5785. The Tosin Mishlacha is dedicating all the Sherman Drushos this year as a Zuchos. Soros levels for Tunisia. I'm post office for the month of Kislev, Joshua Becker Friedman, creation of the art site of Josh's father, Yishmael Yehuda. Better have time to fall to fully enough of the schools for the safe deployment of our country's hostages and the success and security of our holy soldiers. Sending Malka Estes in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leda, Venara Cohen, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Obasmara Kadrom, Hilda Esterson, Hinda Bas Helef Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Yonah, Shemi Komdamo, Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yara. Our Dafyomi sponsors for today, Jacob and Julie Blumenfeld, and the Eloi Mishras, Julie's grandfather, Hanav Zakaria, Benarav Aryeh Leib. These yard sectors today, we hope that in merit of our Torah, all of the Nishams having Aliyah, the families in the panel, all of those leaders, which never been in full community circles, Shalom and Dekarav, and our holy precious soldiers should be successful the whole last year. Those with that, let's go. Today's daf is Kuf Ayin Gimel 173. We are picking up the
sometimes I'll watch our 10-minute clips and I'm like, I don't know what people saying this.
Remember again,
people
the end of yesterday's daf,
like the reaction of us just like watching it, not laughing at all. You know, he tries these books, and then you stone face that's not angry.
About
it's just enjoyable to watch. Like,
you have to be concerned that you have multiple people with the same name, and perhaps one person knows Ruben and Yaakov, Ruben and Yaakov dropped the shot. I believe Ruben and Yaakov was able to pick it up. So the Gemara says is that we're not kosher for nefila. Like, we don't really worry about, we don't really take into account the possibility that someone dropped the shower and someone else with the same exact sound. We're not kosher for nefila. We have to be concerned that perhaps something fell in the wall. So, how often am I saying this to be testing? In kosher for nefila. So, I think if someone dropped the shower and someone else is going to pick it up and find it.
like 30 seconds left, shoves it, laughing.
Always and you always have to be concerned about your fear, about falling down, about failing.
I mean, I like that. That was funny.
Spiritually on God.
Even Shop had to admit that. Shop doesn't even know what's going on anymore. He's angry, and it's ruining his life, and it really affects him. But at the same time, apparently, it's a joke, and it's hilarious to talk about. Like, he's making counts on this stuff. I don't get it.
And then what happens? What happens?
Oh, really? You know way better than I do. I've been practicing a lot.
What kind is so hard? I felt it was so long. And yet now I'm right back exactly where I was before. Why? Because the other guy's side pieces. There's no such thing as complete security. It almost looks like this. Even if a person is able to manage a certain Sahara, and you absolutely your life. Live your life, but I never above temptation. Every idea is a genius. You know, you have to come across that story. Robbing in the Torah. Thank God, I don't have the use for that. Right? I'm like, well, that's not, you know, like, kind of like the paper afternoon, and then, you know, when you're reading that PSA and all the Arias.
I love the idea of older people coming in and being like, listen, women are side pieces. That's what we call them, side pieces. And we don't talk about them, okay? If a man is married and he wants some strange, like they start like, well, it's like some like Jordan Peterson. And also, one other thing, you woke moralists, if a man decides to cheat on a woman with his side pig, slap pig, then
incredibly self-aware about
I forgot what that guy sounds like. And he's got that gigantic
like recognizing I am not
by the way, we kind of got a sponsor. What? Yeah, this was 45 seconds left, so this will probably wrap it up. But
essentially the mantra.
We're supposed to shout him out when we do the next episode because this is, you know, Brendan Walsh, the comedian. Oh, yeah, I saw that. Yeah, he DM'd me and he was like, hey, man, just pick anything you want. Like, I think you sent me the shop website with the Thick Boy Squad. It's like you pick anything you want, you wear it, almost buy it, and I got the confirmation today that it's like on the way, it's been shipped. So all we have to do is wear the shirt on the next 10 minutes of shop and shout out Walsh for giving a free shout out. So that's crazy. I used to watch that guy stand and I told him, I was like, I should watch your shit.
So let's say, so there's a problem. We have another Bryce.
There's a 10 minutes
The
where
Bryce
you watch your shit on
the
2 days. So this getting big, dude.
same
We're
way
gonna sponsor. Next we're gonna do Thick Boy Squad. I won't tell you which t-shirt it is
they
yet. You
cannot
have to
go
wait and
ahead
see.
and lend
But I'm
money
gonna wear
to
it
one
and shout
another.
them out.
They also can't lend
Keep
money
on
to
fucking
anyone
like
else.
love Brendan Walsh.
I
I know. He's legit.
Also, those circumstances. Also, this is fascinating.
No, I haven't seen that. I'll fuck to watch that. All right, awesome. Thanks for tuning in.
Again, beforehand, when we were using this concept,
Twitter, and I was like, oh shit,
really, the idea was that when you acquire a star, the entire transaction, so to speak, drops, invested, locked in with the acquisition of the star. Here in this context, it's still that, but it also takes a little bit of a nuance, which is we essentially assume for our local and myself, whoever's holding the star, that's the owner of the star. No questions asked. In other words, essentially, I'll say the way like the marketplace has to work is if somebody is the one presenting the star, we have to assume that they're the owner. And if we start kind of second guessing, well, how did you get it? Where did it come from? Where did you found it? Then we look over so. So let's just look at gun stuff. Also, it's going to see that. So our kind of holds, but ultimately, again, also, it's going to see that. Look at that star for just a moment.
All right.
And the dance saver, then the fila, the chalok, and my killing, my zoma, even you have like also think of the fila. Now, Sparkle, you're following the lead shot star. Our kind of hold, whoever has the star,
are you ready?
that's the owner. On the other hand, the Tana Bras Sava,
we're ready. So
but the Tana of the Bryce Sava, no, just because you have possession of the star does not automatically allow us to assume that you are actually the owner of the star. Levi's is not possible. So let's say, right, really fascinating idea. So this is sort of what's going on. Even though, again, in this case, the name of the star is my name. That's the name again, Ruben and Yaakov. It's the Malach, it's the Lenda. So the nice, again, even though it's the right name, we have to be focused on the focus is
why does he keep saying this? At this point, it makes no sense. So many people commented on the first video. She was born in California to the point where I thought they were saying we said she was born in Mexico. Oh,
everyone knows that love for myself. Whoever's holding the star is considered the owner of the star. Because again, ownership of the star is determined by whoever is actually the Hoffa, it's not the Habibaya committee.
My friend watching it and laughing, he was high. So I tried to film him laughing really hard and shop.
Is
and then it
essentially
just became incriminating in my
possession
friends.
of the star enough, or do you still in general have to certify your claim in an additional layer of evidence? Kind of the done summer, in fact, our kind of discussion said no. Possession is enough to only any level for any of this level certified. Kind of for us, have our kind of the vice also, which is still required. So it's just life. Dinosaurs, kids. Most of these things you know, so it was another again possession of the star, essentially certified ownership of value of itself. Avai says yes, that is true, but you still need to satisfy the additional layer of proof that you need to bring a raya. Rava Allah is not Rabbi. Rava owns that no, you do not bring a raya. Once you have possession of the star, that certifies that you are the party, and Allah said that.
Any of this, and you're wrong. How does he know this stuff? I always want these clips. I always want to know the context. Like, why is he talking about dinosaurs? He's so confident too. Yeah. They just they isolate on like the dumbest videos they can find. The subreddit does, and then they play it out. So we just see him being like a complete fool without any context. And it's great.
Even though again, why is he talking about this?
I think you can run another this one.
Probably not. I definitely don't trust Dr. Shah. Shah said somebody, like, if it was a Jurassic Park situation, like, alright, this is gonna get he's got, like, a Phillies hat on, and he's like a weird Nikes. You're like, oh my God, let's not follow that.
They're a bunch of brothers, right? So one brother
what happens in those cause a problem in dress market. The size of a fucking... And that's kind of rad. How good that's
and everything's trying to collect on the document. Ruben says,
bros that are shocked by this or something.
Or the other brothers do this, my life is collected. The other brothers are telling them what did they do? Like, he went ahead and he claiming either God did this to me as my life, or I was doing it to the best of my brother. So let's start that. So the Gemara says, I love Mahaviraya. Ultimately, again, the brother, so Ruben has to bring a raya, then he needs to kind of collect this debt. So my love for the lie. So Rabbi says, what do you see from placing here? That possession of a loan document doesn't by itself automatically. In other words, just because you have it, now possession is a very strong start, but it's not enough. You're going to still have to certify the claim.
Shab has no luck, dude, because, it's hilarious to get Gascon wrong,
right? Says,
but the name is so close to Garcon. The name says Garcon, which means boy in French. We all know from Pulp Fiction.
Why?
You never knew that? Have you seen Pulp Fiction, though, right?
Yeah, but I didn't watch the Lord
French. Otherwise, so again,
the scene where the waitress is like Garcon, and she's like, Garcon needs French means boy.
And therefore, again, the fact that it's not
it's when they're like, honey, we're gonna rob these or whatever.
So therefore, everyone will say,
you could put Shab in it.
Ultimate version of
Shab in that movie now. He's so good. What are you doing, honey, buddy? I'm not gonna dig idiot over these shows. He's like, dude, don't Gascon is the DA of LA, the district attorney, and he's ran on being a reformer. So Shab, I would love to hear Shab's thoughts on that. Shab just gets like the little bit of news from somewhere, maybe heard Rogan say something. So especially his world is very black and white. Shab had underneath Gascon, Garcon and George Carlton. Garcon is good. George Carlton, not so great. Actually, really good. Gascon, not good.
Okay, so this next clip is a 7-minute clip. Which part was it?
I don't know. I just picked that one. It's randomly. It's one we haven't watched it, so let's watch it for a while. So we can see what happens. That's what we usually do.
It's only in the case of brothers that we can actually increase why. Because it's kind of for brothers to take stuff from each other. But in the case of non-brothers, non-brother case, ultimate breaker, possession of the document is going to be so they'll say,
Classic Shab. He goes for those really stupid, first thought bits. He doesn't ever go from A to C. It's A to B, and B is like something that's most people would not say.
It's like the first person to talk to me.
Yeah, and I watched another clip that I almost picked of Shab. It's from like 2019, where he's talking about Michael Jackson. And I have a bit. If you're a fan of my stand-up at all, you can check it out. It's called Leaving Neverland on YouTube. His bit is also called Leaving Neverland. But if you watch the difference between the two, I have 3 minutes of like joke. His is like him being like, dude, Michael Jackson.
Case the brothers is full message, I'll tell you why. Shaddai Khalil, you would have thought, gave him something to have Rabbi, hey mommy, that is usually will keep it Havidaya. I was like this. Because it's kind of brothers is from each other. Therefore, what? Brothers are going to be even more careful with guarding their stuff from each other.
He doesn't
Which means
have the brain capacity to think of anything
the only one
beyond
way Ruben got that shot. That's how either
like
he's
slightly offensive
or
hacky.
Hacky
is the first thing to like
You don't talk to him, right? We all think they're dumb, right?
Okay. So we'll say, I'm going to my phone. When you go ahead, when you have the shot, do you need an additional level of certification, additional layer of ownership? I buy you yes, Rabbi, no. The Allah hard to sign. First, my life. You're the hard to sign. You should promote in the chat of our hearing. Promote in source and navigate another version.
it's hard to put yourself in.
a
Therapist is somebody who went to school, they're trusted, we can give advice. They can't put their head in the mind of essentially a human dog with a dog brain. You can't relate to Garcon. Yeah, Garcon, listen, I know all about Garcon and Carlton and Clinton and women, Papa, women are dumb. They don't know what it's like to be Brandon Job, the greatest comedian to ever live. Oh, really, dude?
But from my perspective, the world I live in, for sure, I might as well be a fucking husky.
You just said husky. I didn't realize this far. Dude, I'm predicting what he does, dude. My brain is starting to work in a shop. Like, I'm like the Sherlock Holmes of shop. I fully understand what shop's about to say and do. I swear to God. I did not watch that whole clip. Wow. Okay.
I got nothing out of it.
Dude, what if they excuse me, comedians been for a long time. People are fans of, but I just a couple
Shows up and says, listen, I'm borrowing $1 million from Ruben. Okay, I mean, again, he's put it in
we said that his marriage is failing and then he doesn't go to couples therapy. We get this guy so well. I'm starting to think that we get this guy like really well. And you know what? I have to think that those I've been reading the subreddit a little bit. Maybe it's not. I don't know. Maybe they're getting into my brain. I don't know, man.
Coastinșcarul lor apapușe în alte locuri. And our focus is in the following case. You write for start for a borrower if the lender is not present. How does he done that? How are you? Coastinșcarul lor, the apapușe în alte locuri. You're allowed to. You're allowed to, right? You can write a document for a borrower, even though the lender is not present. And understand, there's a danger in that also. Where is your danger?
Literally,
So let's say, so now the danger comes up in the case where there are two Ruben and Yaakov, right? So now let's just go this out. Right, Ruben and Yaakov goes ahead, right? Ruben and Yaakov goes in, and what does he say to this? Zinyan, the Oslo Gabe Sapa, so Ruben and Yaakov shows up at the sofa and says, right, we got the sound of the Sabi, and now they're describing what this is there. Ramanuhu, Hosket Ishtara, Diva Inam Lendeza, Yosef Ben Shimon. Right, so what happens? So
this is the line that kills me.
right, so Yosef Ben Shimon shows up,
We were born the Jakes. They merely
and he
adopted
says to his children, do me a favor,
This
I'm borrowing
culture is
$1,000
hilarious.
from my
I love
friend
this kitchen shit.
Yosef
Yeah,
Ben
I love that, dog.
Okay,
I'm starting to talk
now what
like shop.
happens? Now the sofa goes ahead and writes the document. The custody, right? The bus of the custody. So now what happens? So now the sofa writes it, signs it, the witnesses sign on it. So what is Yosef Ben Shimon going to do? Right now, remember, Yosef Ben Shimon says to me, what is he doing? He's the borrower. He's the borrower. He's right to me a document that I am going to have and borrowing from my friend Yosef Ben Shimon. So you know, so let's see now what happens.
Are you ready for another segment
now
of
what
10
happens?
minutes of shop?
Yosef Ben Shimon has a document that says
Raise your hand
I'm
if you
borrowing
are. Oh,
from
yeah.
Yosef Ben
Okay,
Shimon. So what is he going to do? He's going to
British
present
our
what
favorite
proof that the
comedian
other
British
Yosef
out.
Ben Shimon
Maybe our
borrowed
favorite
money from
comedian
him.
now.
So
People
again,
think that we
you
do
go
this to
ahead
hate
now.
him, but we love
Now
doing
remember,
this. So is it
only
hate if we
problem
love
with
doing this?
I honestly don't
only
know
a
anymore.
problem
I mean, I
is
don't like him.
right
You
in
know?
loan
I gotta
documents
say, it's
without
Corona
the
makes it. At
lender
first, I didn't really have an opinion. I was sort of
So
agnostic.
there's a ton of our
shop.
missions
But
that I love to
then
you're allowed to
Oprah
write
showed
a
me
loan
that clip
document
of him
without the
shitting
lender
on the opener, and I
But
was like,
because of that,
you know what?
therefore again,
Don't like
if
this
you have
guy.
two Yosef and Shimon in the same
That
town,
was the
they
term.
can't take out
This is
loans
fun.
against the other
Yeah,
because
so it's a lot of fun to
spoil the
watch him.
situation.
I was
On the other hand, Hannah Barah, the ton of our Brisa holds in close Mushtano that Achim Malvino. The ton of the author of our Brisa holds that no, you can't write loan documents unless both parties are present. Because both parties are present, even though both of them are named Yosef Ben Shimon, they're going to be Madayar, who is the lender, who is the borrower,
just like
and it's
picking a
not
coworker or
split.
friend and be like, you're now a famous
I
stand-up
just played
comedian,
out over here, by the way.
right?
Just
It's like
some
kinda,
fascinating
when you watch him do stand-up, it just seems like a random dude. That's
So,
someone. I have not started the timer
so
yet,
first
though.
of all, when
So
you
we
have
have
to
started
about
the clip
diving
here.
your
This is
level,
the clip.
is
So I
that I
start
love
the
the way,
clip.
so once you have the
Yes, sir.
start,
I'm gonna start the
you
timer
have
as soon as the clip
additional
starts.
layers of certification.
Yeah,
Now,
my shit.
remember that being
I know.
said,
I call
if I
everyone
push
Jenner
up
Bob
the
on
data,
YouTube when we're talking shop.
you know, I like to get down.
They're like, think I've gone crazy. All right, well, you ready for this? All right, starting the timer now. 10 minutes of shot.
And therefore, again, we're going to need
book by Tim Kennedy. I don't know what Tim Kennedy is, but I feel like I think he's probably a self-help guy. There's a lot of
challenged. Always be challenged until there's a
Hopefully these are better.
that's the general thing. Everybody agrees with the transaction. Possession of a document is enough to entitle them to election. There's not an automatic secondary level of certification that is necessary in accordance with Rabbi. Okay. Fine. Let's go back here. Says Nimsa la'achad b'nei Shtar la'achad Shtar Yosef ben Shimon Haruach Shtar Shvei So what happens? So let's say again, you have the same scenario of a city with two Yosef. There's a lender, right? There's a lender, and the lender has finds the document. And what happens? And it says that the document of Yosef ben Shimon, all of Yosef ben Shimon, has been repaid. Halacha l'maisa, unless he had lent money to both Yosef ben Shimon's. What's the halacha? You can't collect from either of them. Can't collect from either of them. Then we'll say, now I want to point out, by the way, there's actually none of these cases are because they all operate based on uncivil things. There's not guiding light. All of our stuff, Baba Kama, which is good. I think
get ready for some shopping.
Yes, good.
Hey, can I have homeless
Right?
wings?
Okay,
Just
good.
looking
Right? So, that's remember again. That's remember again. That's therefore, that's always the principle that's okay. You want to collect, the burden of proof is always upon you. In this case over here, I find this essentially says that you loan of Yosef and Shimon has been repaid. I lent to both Yosef and Shimon. So let's just play this out. I show up in Yosef and Shimon and I say, okay, Jack, what is he going to say?
Sometimes boneless is very good. I don't, and also like I don't.
So obviously, again,
I'm not like looking. I got
if I can
boneless.
prove
Look at you.
pay, then
What
I'm
are you
also nice
gonna vote for?
but
Kamala
basically,
here.
the ability to pay,
That's
so I'm
what he
also
said.
nice that both don't have to be paid up.
But he has that confidence when he says it.
Hold on himself,
He says that like
not the reason,
like that conservative guy in the airport who was like,
because
you don't need a mask. Safe to get healthy.
Rashbam says, I know, come to himself, hold on himself, Banan, below Asha Yokon Oziane. One second, but I don't understand how this is happening. Mishnah said that if you have two Yosef and Shimon, you're not allowed to lend either of them money, not because this transaction is soon. Which is what it says.
Imagine being that nervous about it because you're so bad.
I'm asking Hanan, below Asha Yokon Oziane. Oh, no, remember again. If you have two Yosef and Shimon,
so he doesn't have to worry about that.
How do you lend them money? If you attack on another third generation, in other words, the assumption is that even if it's
That was a good one, though. That was a good one because it's like these idiots are really concerned about the way you inject the wings.
These are a lot from with Tim Kennedy. I don't know this from
you
I
become the
don't
third
know what Tim
generation.
Kennedy is,
So you
but
must
by the look of it, I know that it's like a self-help guy for sure.
Well, yeah, Tim Kennedy is a
So
self-help
let
guy,
me
but
see,
he
right?
also
Because
does
one
like
is
other
Yosef,
kids like,
then Shimon,
well, no, I'm just telling you what was somebody else.
and one is Yosef, then Shimon, then Avram. So that's how you hold
those
one
are the kind
money.
of guys I
Let's see
probably
whose
would
name
get
is on
self-help
the
advice
receipt.
from.
Yeah.
But,
Which he was, I'm going to vote you up. You should watch him this Saturday, you should watch him this shoulder. So again, so the nice thing is putting the third generation on the loan document, that enables the loan of money. But there's not for the third generation, excuse me, on the receipt. Okay, so the rest is as follows. Rabbi is talking about Nimsa Lelova, Bein Shtarosav, Shtarosh Yosef and Shimon Alai Haruach, Shtarosh Gampios. Rabbi says like this, exactly the following case. If the borrower found amongst his shtaros, that's the shtar Yosef and Shimon, is paid, ultimately, again, both documents are considered to be paid. That's what we Rashbam. Rashbam says over here, sorry. Rashbam says Abai Amar, first wide line, Abai Amar, Masnisin Tishinim Suba Beis Novelai. So Abai says, no. This is talking about a case where the documents are found not with the lender, but the documents are found with the borrower. So the Gemara says, this is what it means to say, Nimsa lelova echad bein shtarosa shova, shashtar shahayano shabo Yosef ben Shimon Parohu, Vahayu shte Yosef ben Shimon no Shimbo. So let's say it's the reverse case. The reverse case is the document doesn't down with the lender, the documents are the borrower. The borrower had borrowed money from two Yosef ben Shimon. So he has amongst his documents a receipt that says, I paid back Yosef ben Shimon. Only one problem, which is what? It doesn't say which one. So let's say it's the same principle. So now what does he have to do? Who does he have to repay? The answer is neither. Right? Why? Ultimately, again, whoever thinks that they're entitled to, in other words, he knows he paid one, he doesn't know which one he paid, so if everyone feels that he's the one who's unpaid, he should have an obligation to prove that he's unpaid, and therefore, okay, incredible. So Mark goes like the case of Nasa, let's give a simple insight. This is a very intuitive insight, which is that halacha l'maisa, if you live in a city where there are two Yosef ben Shimon, and indeed you want to lend money to them, or they want to lend money to each other. So what happens?
The word of decentralization. We are referring to the word of decentralization. The total was in different way regarding decentralization.
So what happens if halacha l'maisa, you do live in a city, and what? And you want to lend to Yosef ben Shimon's money, right? Or they want to lend each other. So what do? It's not a problem. All you need to do is add on a third generation. So Yosef ben Shimon ben Yitzchak. Yosef ben Shimon Abraham, and that differentiates them enough that then you can engage ultimately again and then borrowing or lending money. So Tana is interesting. The possibility of do is what? If one of them is a coin, and one of them is a lady, right? So you differentiate it in that way as well. Tana and Hayu Shneim Kohanim Yichtavu Dora. So what's interesting? So the Gemara seems to indicate to us that the ideal first is before you get into a third generation, let's engage in tribal differentiation. Right? So tribal differentiation, Yosef and Shimon are Kohen. Yosef and Shimon are Levi. Okay, so seeing that differentiates them, that's fine. If that doesn't work, then you go up a generation as well. Beautiful. Mishnah. Homer would know, right, so you have a case of a father who says to us, now the way that Chab highlights this case is Tzadeh b'shas misaso. We'll call him father. Let's call him father. Father is dying. He says to his son that halacha l'maisa, one of the loan documents that I have. So a father lent money to a bunch of people, and he says to his son, one of the people who I lent money to paid back his debt. The Eni Yodea Ezu. And I don't know which one paid me back. Let's start off. Shtaros Kula Kula. All the debts are considered to be repaid. Now take a look at the Rashbam. This is actually a very beautiful Mishnah. This is the real day Ezu. We'll say in the Rashbam, look at this inside. This is 6 lines up at the bottom. Real day Ezu. V'halo v'ha'eminani. V'lo hechzarti shtaro. So what's this now? That generally what would happen with the case, right? I lend Reuben money. Reuben pays me back. What happens? Right? I give him back the documents, right? Or we tear up the documents. What's interesting to note in this piece over here is the father's telling his son, one of the debtors paid me back, but he trusted me. He didn't make me return the loan documents. He trusted me. So I have all of these loan documents. People owe me money. I know that someone paid me back. I don't know who. So look at the Rashbam. Rashbam says, right, and when I go to the world to come, when I die, and I stand before the Kisei Shalom, I do not want to be punished ultimately again for any type of financial misdeeds. It's incredible, right? What's fascinating about this could have been a situation, by the way, the father had outstanding for a very long time. But what happened? Nothing makes you get your affairs in order like death. So a lot of times in life, we're willing to live in regret. Right? We're willing to live with a lot of ambiguity. moving to a lot of inconsistencies. Why? Because in the back of our mind, we figure to ourselves, there's plenty of time to get it worked out. I know I want to get it worked out, but even all of this, all this inconsistency, all the time, nothing forces a person to get their affairs in order. And the person the Chazal tell us, Yaakov Avinu died for this. Before Yaakov Avinu entire people died, it was sleep. And the sleep, right? That's why again, what it says is that Karen and others do say that there is a custom to see the timing for someone after deceased. Because that's what happens. So that the person sees life in the house, leads into the dead. It's like Yaakov Avinu died for this. The person should know that the end is real. And if you get there,
Thank you so much for the opportunity. If you're not following me, please do. I will follow you back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I put some alpha in the purple pill. It's a website of which I want you all to be aware. It is known as spacesdashboard.com, spacesdashboard.com. If you've never been to it, you are missing out on the best resource to find X spaces anywhere on the internet. Basically, X only is showing you maybe 5 or 10 different spaces whenever you go to the Spaces tab in your app. What spacesdashboard.com does is show you every single space that's going on the entire platform. There are over 500 spaces going on right now, but you will never know this unless you are tapped into this website. This website ranks all of the spaces from largest to smallest, additionally from most recent to longest duration. It will also organize them in terms of their content, such as NFTs, cryptocurrencies, investing, finance, entrepreneurship, whatever it is in which you are interested. I want you all to increase your network because your network is your net worth. And the best way to do that is to be in excellent conversations such as this one. There is also a search bar in case you want to search a word or a phrase that is of interest to you. So if you all haven't had a chance to look at Spaces Dashboard, you need to. It is an amazing website. With that being said, I'd like to pitch myself. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If these ideas are interesting to you, you can view my YouTube links in my profile. Additionally, I have put the YouTube link in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. Additionally, you'll find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people who are members and are growing every day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I am here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Right? And again, we're talking about a case where a lender lends two sums of money to a borrower. And he says, "Shtar lecha biyadi parua." The shtar that I have, right, is paid. That is already paid. Hagato parua v'akatan ena parua. We assume, also, if you look at the shtar, it says, "Shtar lecha biyadi." Mashra masha. Oh, sorry, not yet. Right? So Ruvain lent to Shimon two sums of money. Two sums of money. A large sum and a small sum. Ruvain says to Shimon, by the way, your debt is paid. That loan document that you have with me is paid. Now, it doesn't articulate which one is paid. We assume which is paid. The larger one and the smaller one is less than. But if Ruvain uses a different version, Ruvain says, Shimon, your debts, your debt, let's see, debt singular, is paid, then what? Shtaros kulan peru. We assume all the loans are paid. What's the difference between the Shonos? In case number one, it was shtar l'chavi. One of the shtaros you have with me is paid. So in a case like that, we assume the larger of the debts is paid, the smaller one is still outstanding. If he says chov, which is a more all-encompassing statement, your debt, then everything is paid. So the Gemara says, Amali Ravina Rabba, 1 second. Elomeata, Sadai Mechur Lecha. So let's say again, Ruben says to Shimon, my field is sold to you, without articulating which field. Sada Gidola Mechurlo, Sada Mechurlo, Sada Gidola Mechurlo. We assume that Ruben sold his larger field to Shimon. Sada Shieshti Mechurlo. But if Ruben says, the field that I have is sold to you, what do we say? Kol Sadosa Mechurlo? What do we say that Ruben is selling all of his fields? In other words, this would be the opposite of the debt case, to which the Gemara says, no. Hasam. So we'll say, so again, which is another way of saying, so in the case ultimately again, the Reuben says to Shimon, Shimon has two debts, to Reuben, a large one and a small one, and Reuben says, your shtarcho, your loan document is forgiven. So we assume ultimately again that that's referring to the larger debt. And again, and if it's not, the burden of proof is going to be upon Reuben to prove that he could collect the larger debt. In the case of the field, when Reuben sells Shimon the field, so the default ultimately is that he's selling one field, not that he's selling all the fields. And if Shimon wants to prove that he bought all of the fields, then the burden of proof is upon him. Incredible. So we now come to the sugya of Arif, a really incredible sugya. Hamal bes chavera ayite Arif. A very interesting case, right? What happens? I lend Shimon money, and Reuben is a guarantor. Now we're going to talk about different types of guarantors over the course of this sugya. You cannot collect payment from the Arif. I will say now, that statement at first glance seems totally illogical. I'm lending money with a guarantor, but I can never collect money from the guarantor. Gemara is going to challenge that statement in just a couple of days. This is very interesting. We're going to see that there are different ways to structure guarantor transactions. If I lend Shimon money, and Reuben is the guarantor, and the way I structure this debt is to say, Shimon, I'm lending you the money, but I have the right to collect from whoever I want. So if I want to collect from Shimon, I can collect from Shimon. I want to go right to guarantor, I can collect from guarantor. Shimon says, "Im yesh nechasim lelova benkach ubenkach lo yifra min ha'arim." Shimon is limited. The only time you could ever go to a guarantor is when the borrower does not have money. But if the borrower has money, you never have a right to go to the guarantor. So let's say, final answer, guess, it's your Shimon Tanakam, which we'll get to in a minute. The Chain, Hayab Shimon Yomer, Ha'arim Yisha B'Ksuvasa, it's an interesting case. Let's say I guaranteed a ksuba. Reuben is married to Rachel. I guaranteed Rachel's ksuba. Now, what does that mean to guarantee Rachel's ksuba? What does that mean? What that means is that in the event of death or divorce, if it turns out that Reuben doesn't have any money, I tell Rachel, I got it. That's okay, your ksuba. So now what happens? Reuben and Rachel are getting divorced. So watch this. So I have a right to demand that Reuven has to take a nether, right, prohibiting Rachel from getting any benefit from it. And this is a nether Rashban points out that we have what we call a neder shehudra adas v'ladi. We'll get more into this. A public neder. They always say that a public neder is irrevocable. Irrevocable. So I could force Ruvain to make an irrevocable neder that Rachel can't get any benefit from it. Now, what is that? What does that neder effectively do? What does it do? What does it do? It prevents them from ever getting rened. Because what are we concerned about over here? This is great. It's actually a great scheme. So the Gemara says, what are we concerned about? Shema yasu kimunya al mefasim shalzah v'yaksiras ishto. This is great. What are we concerned about? Reuven and Rachel are on some falling on some financially hard times. Now Reuven knows that I guarantee Rachel's ksuba. So Reuven says to Rachel like this, right? Right now I don't have any money, so I have a good idea. Let's get divorced, right? Let's get divorced. You'll be able to collect your ksuba. Silver is guaranteeing your ksuba. He'll pay you out the ksuba, and then guess what? Baruch Hashem, we just paid for our honeymoon, right? We just right. We'll get back together. We'll reconcile. Whatever. We'll go through a couple of sessions. We'll go right. Therapy will make it look like right. Will make it look like legitimate. And then Amir Hashem, small chuppah, small chasana, and Baruch Hashem. Now we have a beautiful nest egg. So in order to prevent this type of exploitation, so what happens? Rabbi Shmuel says if there is a guarantor for the ksuva, before the ksuva is paid out, ex-husband has to make a neder that his ex-wife is never permitted to get hamracha, which effectively would preclude them from ever getting remarried. After that neder is made, then the Arev could be made obligated to go ahead and pay out the ksuva. Incredible. Says the Gemara. So my timer. So we'll say what is now again. What the Gemara is bothered by is the Mishnah statement. What was the Mishnah statement? That if you have a guarantor for a loan, right? So I'm lending Shimon money. Reuven is the guarantor. So the Mishnah made this strange statement that you can't collect payment from the guarantor. What does that mean? My time off. Rabbi will say, Gavra ashtim asleep, Gavra ashtim afloch. So we'll say, Rabbi will say, feel. What Mishnah teaching is like this. What is the job of the guarantor? So we're going to see there's a fundamental job of the guarantor. Some say, there's a school of thought that says, the job of the guarantor is to make sure that the borrower is available and present for repayment. In other words, he guarantees that the borrower will be here for repayment. But what doesn't he guarantee? Payment. So the guarantor says, listen, you right, Silver, you got me into this. So Reuven says, I lend money to Shimon. Reuven's the guarantor. What's Reuven's obligation? Reuven's obligation is to make sure that Shimon doesn't flee the country. Right? So Reuven says, right, you told me to guarantee Reuven. I guarantee Reuven. Here he is. I'm not giving you a cent. But the borrower is here. Get your money from him. Okay. That's Persian law. That's Persian law. Right? That's not let's say regular Persian law, but I would be offensive. Right? That's not right, that's Persian law, right? That's what the Persian, that's what the Persians do. So the Gemara says, Adraba, Basar, Adraba, Basar Arbazi. That's not true, by the way. Persian law actually says that you can always go after the guarantor. Right? That's not true. By the way, what does it mean when it says this Persian law? Allah, Beidinat the Parsoi, the Loyavi kind of the Messiah. That's interesting. So apparently the way that the Persians worked was when a Persian court gave a ruling, they did not have to provide any reasoning to their ruling. They would just go ahead and give a ruling, and that was it. So the Gemara says you're making this like a Persian court over here. That doesn't make any sense. In other words, we're really coming up with this idea that a guarantor is just obligated to furnish the borrower, and that's it. That's all he has to do. He doesn't have any other financial obligation in this. No. So I'm not. What does the Mishnah say? The Mishnah says you can't extract payment from the guarantor. What does that mean? Oh, no. What I mean to say is like this. If I go ahead and I lend Shimon money, and I make Reuven the guarantor, when the debt comes due, I first have to try to collect payments from who? From Shimon the borrower. And only in the event of default of the borrower, only then do I have the right to go to the guarantor. So the Mishnah says that if you lend money with a guarantor, you can't collect from the guarantor, meaning you can't collect from the guarantor first. He can't be your first stop of repayment. You have to first go to the borrower, and only in the event that the borrower can't repay, then and only then can you go to the guarantor. Rabbi supports this. If you lend your friend money, I lend Shimon money with a guarantor. You can't go to the guarantor first for repayment. There's honor amanash there is an exception to this. What's the exception? You can structure a transaction in a way that you're allowed to go to the guarantor first. So we'll say, here's what there is essentially, and we see this all the time in transactional law. Transactional law, every transaction always has a default setting. So therefore, again, if I lend Shimon money and Reuven is the guarantor, what is the default setting on a guarantor situation? What's the default? You can only go to the guarantor when? After the borrower can't pay. Right? My first stop is always going to be the borrower. Only after the borrower can't pay, then I can go to the guarantor. However, you structure a transaction differently. Good. So when I go ahead, I lend Shimon money and I can really be the guarantor. But again, I, the lender, entering into this transaction with the right to collect from whoever I want to get to. So I feel like going to Shimon, I go to Shimon. I feel like going to Reuven. Now again, obviously, the guarantor has to agree to that, right? In other words, he's only a party to the transaction, that transaction ultimately will work as well. So both said this is very important. This is Algebra 101, right? This is guarantorship. Guarantor can only be called into action. Ultimately, again, if the borrower defaults, but halacha again, unless we structure, otherwise, just like that. I sit over these charts in the virtual class and discuss this quickly. Yaakov will be prepare himself for three things in Yochama, war, Shiva, prayer, and Durham gift. Rustin asks, understand why didn't Yaakov stop it? Shouldn't Tefillah come before everything? And the Rustin needs to do for explains it's not really close. Because often in times of crisis, our reflexive reaction is to look upward. Because that's not the first stop. The first stop in times of crisis is to look upward. What can I do about myself? Before you ask that follow with help, before you start leaning on Hashem for everything, the first shaila you have to ask yourself is, what can I do? So the first thing Yaakov Avinu does in life is not God. It's not the first thing. The first thing he does is he prepares for war. He prepares for war. The first step in the midst of difficult life situations is not looking for evil. So it's like such a sort of like, by the way, that's the most hostile is also a people that is also. So, the Ribono Shalom is the lender, right? And we are the borrower. And there's a guarantor, right? There are many different types of guarantors, like the truth is from lender and the guarantor. Correct, I'm the borrower. The prophet says, I'm lending you a whole bunch of stuff. I'm lending you your health, I'm lending you your finance, I'm lending you your family, I'm lending you your social, I'm lending you all these things. And the debt comes due. How does the debt come due? The prophet says, I'm lending you that debt. So I'm giving you all of these things. I want to see what is my return on debt. And just understand the first things that the lender comes to every single day I have to give an accounting to the about how I'm using the borrowed funds. Each and every day I have to give an accounting to the lender. By the way, it applies on Sundays also. It applies literally again every day of the week. How, again, the Chinese football game today. Good, excellent, right answer. Right? One second, just understand, there's going to be hours of time, allocated to just mindless engagement with overpaid men in Titanic. Just understand, you got to account for it. Now again, there is a way, there is a way to account for it. Everyone needs to, right? Everyone needs downtime, and that's fine. So if that's strangely somehow how you want your downtime, right? Then that's fine. That's fine. But just know what it is. Just account for it in your mind. It can't be accounted as football. It can be accounted as I'm a human being. I need to recharge. I need to relax. This is my recharging time. I don't know the tax, but that's between you and I, Right? But when I said that's your recharge time. That's as long as you are accountable. As long as you are accountable for how you're using the borrowed money, how you're using sources the borrowed resources. You understand? The lender comes right to the lender. Right? The guarantor only gets involved much later on. The first way the transaction works is Spark lends me a whole bunch of stuff. I'm the borrower. The borrower is the first stop in collection. The borrower is the first stop in account. Incredible. Let's go like I'm gonna let's finish up with this. I'm gonna Minayin already finished up. So let's say now interestingly enough, by the way, from where do you know that an artist, that a guarantor is incumbent? From where do we know halachically this concept of guarantorship? So the Gemara says, "This is incredible." Anochi erevenu miadi tivachenu. We'll say next week's parsha, the next week's parsha. Incredible. This is by Yehuda. This is by Yehuda and Binyamin. Right? Remember again, this is where they have to go back to Egypt. Right? They have to go back to Egypt. The only way Yosef, remember, they don't know who Yosef is. They think he's just in some unpredictable despotic leader. They don't know who he is. Right? So we're nice and what does Yehuda say to Yaakov? Yosef won't give us food unless, of course, we go ahead and we bring Binyamin. And of course, Yaakov Avinu doesn't want to let Binyamin out of sight. Because he's the only remaining son of Rabbi that he has. He saw it and he thinks he knows what happened to Yosef. And so Yehuda says, Yaakov, Anochi Arevenu, I will be the Orev. I will be the Orev. And because I am the Orev, ultimately, again, if something happens, you come to me. If something happens, you come to me. So the man says, no. This is not a denial. Why not? Maskir Felachista, Hakablonis, said, today also I adi v'ani ashidani. So we're going to talk about this. There is a higher level of guarantorship, of being an Ari, and that's called kablos. Now again, so the Gemara says that's a different discussion. That's a different discussion. And you can see it, by the way, even in the Psukim here. So Yehuda is so much more than just a guarantor, right? Yehuda is taking complete and absolute responsibility. So the Gemara says that's not the Ari we're talking about over here in the Mishnah. That's what we call a kablonos. Keep that in the back of your mind. We're going to circle back to that. So the Gemara says, I'm already instructing. Here's where it comes from. So most of the Gemara quotes actually a very, very beautiful passage from Mishnah. Lokach bigdo the orange zar, uba'ad loch liyos chavlei. So literally again, take his clothing, right? Take his garment. The orange zar because it's guaranteed on behalf of a strange person. Omer, or a stranger. Omer. Furthermore, again, the passage is so again, it's all from this, right? Omer, beneath. In my I will explain what these two mean in this moment. Let's read it first. So literally translating my son. If you have become a guarantor for your friend, literally you outstretch your hand to a stranger. You stumbled over your words. You've been ensnared in the utterances of your mouth. Do this, my son, and be saved. What does this mean? Here we go. So the Gemara says, if you have money in your hand, so the Gemara learns out from this, if you have money in your hand, then ultimately, again, if you are the cobbler, then go and pay on behalf of the borrower. That's the lesson over here. If you have money, in other words, if the borrower defaulted on the loan, and you have money, you're the cobbler, you could be paying, so we pay on his behalf. In love, but if you don't, if you're not a guarantor, you haven't done something, you don't owe someone money, but you've offended them. You've offended them, you've hurt them, then shirba alav reya, which means bring a lot of people to this person and try to reconcile. Okay. So again, it's interesting. I just want to point out, it's interesting to know that the Gemara does not bring biblical proof for Arif. Right? I mean, it does. It brings Yehuda, but then it says that's not really a real din of Arif. Ultimately, again, that's Kabbalah. It's interesting that the raya for Arif is coming from Mishnah. So once you just understand, to be honest, you don't really need a biblical proof, right, for the concept of Arif. In other words, it's just a transactional reality that people enter into these transactions, and Ruben, in our case, I lend Shimon money. Ruben has every right to go ahead and just be an array. Okay, let's say smachta. We're bringing a scriptural allusion to this. So the Gemara goes like, let's finish up. So finishing now. So the Gemara says, Arei Timishtam the focus on Rabbi Yossi. So I said the fact that an array could ultimately again become encumbered, the Mishtab is not focused. Rabbi Yossi don't have smachta kanya arei Mishtab. So this is very interesting. So the Gemara wants to make this about asmachta. Let's remember again asmachta. We had this. What's asmachta? The hyperbolic statements created by the halachic realities. So let's play this out, right? I lend money to Shimon. I lend $1,000 to Shimon, right? So Reuben says, "Okay, I'll be the array." So let's say it's interesting. Gemara says, "What's going through Reuben's mind when he becomes the guarantor? What's going through his mind? What's going through his mind? Right? Reuben's going to be fine. He's going to pay back. This is just like it's good. It's physics. It's beautiful. It's fantastic. Right? But I'm not going to. I have no intentions of having to actually pay that silver because Reuben's got this. So essentially, the commitment of an array is an asmachta. So watch this. Rabbi Yossi don't asmachta kanya. Array mishtabit. It's going to be Yossi holds asmachta kanya. That's when the array is obligated. The Rabbi Yossi doesn't asmachta lo kanya. Array lo mishtabit. But according to Rabbi Yossi says asmachta lo kanya, then ultimately again an array is not obligated. Actually, 1 second. It's not true. Let's say we asking asmachta lo kanya. We asking that hyperbolic statement does not create halachic realities. But yet, what? We do hold that there's a concept of an array that has a guarantor. So how do you reconcile that? I'm Rashi. Let's see kind of Bahu they call it Hemingway. Gamar Umishabi Nafshe. So what the Gemara is asking is as follows. In general, what is it? The Gemara is really asking is, what is it that makes a guarantor obligated? So they're both saying normally, how do you create the obligation? Kinyan, right? I can be a common kinyan and guarantee myself. For example, right? When a man gets married, you have to take upon yourself the obligation as outlined in the Sukkah. How does he do that?
Christmas Eve dinner to grill only fish. Because, wow, that's going to be a problem because it's 7 fishes plus the 7 vegan dishes.
Right, the chassid picks up a parent, picks up a which is something.
That kingdom do whatever you want. Just don't
because again, in general, in halacha, if you're going to become really obligated to something, it has to be a nice thing. So really what the Gemara is asking so now I have a scriptural proof for the concept of an array. What obligates an array? I'm lending $1,000 to Shimon. Reuben says he's a guarantor. Well, what obligates him in that guarantor? Right? There's no if we do a kinyan, right? By the way, he definitely can.
I'm not going out there so I can bust my tummy ice, be laid up in the hospital, have him come there feed me crappy vanilla cakes.
No. From the hana that he gets, become a Hemingway, that he is believed. What does that mean? And what's the incredible thing about this is I'm lending Reuben $1,000 and Shimon is guaranteed. So what's the crap over here, right? Why at the end of the day, why am I lending Reuben the money? Why am I lending him the money? Let's boil this down. Why am I lending Reuben the money? Why? Right? Why am I lending Reuben the money? I'll say why? Because I believe in Shimon. Remember, if I believed in Reuben, then what? I don't need a guarantor. The only whenever you have a guarantor, let's say guarantor by definition means I am not 100% sure that the borrower is going to come through. Otherwise, if I believe in the borrower, then I don't need the guarantor. If there's a guarantor, essentially what I'm saying is, who do I really believe in this entire transaction? The guarantor. That's really what I believe in. That's really what I believe in. So let's just listen to this. Shimon feels so honored by the fact that I'm willing to commit transactionally based on his participation. That hana that he has, that I believe in him, is what makes him to the guarantor. That hana that he has knowing that I am only lending to Reuben based on his guarantorship. I'm lending to Shimon. Based on his guarantorship, that's what generates his halachic commitment to this transaction. Absolutely, so that's the mechanics. You see something going to be amazing. What's the greatest thing you could do for someone in life? The greatest thing you could do for them is believe. When you believe in someone, and they know that you believe in them. I mean, right? And we all know this because we all have someone in this world who believes in us. That knowledge that someone believes in you gives me the strength to move forward, to accomplish, to do. And when I fall, I pick myself up. Why is it already willing to commit to this transaction? Because he's so honored by the fact that the lender believes in him to such a degree that he's willing to commit to himself financially. The greatest gift that you give to another person is that they know that you believe in them. That knowledge, the ability to go through life knowing that there's someone who believes in me, gives me the tremendous physics to accomplish anything. One side, stop over for today. Go ahead. All right, God bless you. Have a great day, everyone.
An overwhelming darkness in the sky. The sky quickly began to resemble one of those magic eye puzzles. And as I tried to focus on that which was causing the great obstruction, I began to
good morning. Good morning. It is such a small Hashem to be back here.
Darkness was being caused
back at ROTHSCHILD, but it's such a slow Hashem to be back here with all of you. When I go away, two things that I miss tremendously. And one, of course, is my family. I have to say that. I'm not going to sing that. But it's true, and about Hashem, the ability to start with you, with all of you, it's managed the highlight of my day. And even though, again, I attempt to record this year and to give it virtually, but when I say nothing ever matches the ability to come in to start the morning to see such ridiculous us for greatness, Hashem. So it's so wonderful, all of you. So begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's here. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Trim and Tufshin pay hands and hooks for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for Kisrei, Joshua McPhee, the creation of the Yosef of Josh Sfadi, Yisrael Yudah, and our kind of Rabbi, and for the Swiss. In this Swiss, let's see if one of our hostages and the security of all of our precious soldiers. Sammy and Martha Esterson, for dedicating Sherman Druckers this month in memory of their parents, Mudlik Stephen, Yitzchok Leib, and Aaron Akoin, Sarah Stephen, Sarah Hobas, Barak Hadram, and Hilda Esterson, Linda Bas Henocha Ephraim, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Tori, Naftali Yonah, Sheni Kondama, Ben Dietrich Miriam, and Danielle Vital. We hope that in the merit of all of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas and Aliyah, their families, Ein Neshama, and then Hashem HaKadosh to return all of our hostages, the Shalom and the Karov, our precious soldiers should be successful. The whole Maaseh again, and indeed, so much incredible to think about, like, there's always been such uncertainty. We felt such uncertainty for the last year. And of course, with all of the events in Syria, the uncertainty is even compounded. What's incredible is you also feel in the air. You feel in the air. So it's one of the most incredible things. You feel in the air. And it's almost sounds strange, but almost like a certain euphoria. This fall of Syria and the recognition that like this axis of evil in the Middle East is crumbling. It opens the door for a profound feeling that something dramatic is about to occur. That something, the world is changing in ways that we never thought it would, and so rapidly, and so overwhelmingly. You know, they were showing pictures of some kind of joint coordination with the United States and Israel about the destruction of all of Syria's weapons depot. Incredible. In the course of 48 hours, they wiped out over 80% of Syria's weapons. Without Syria's air defenses, Iran becomes accessible. It's incredible just to see what's happening, and almost like a feeling like we live in an age of the footsteps of Mashiach, and in general, every day that goes by, we feel Mashiach coming a little bit closer. But you felt it. You felt it to walk in and to feel like a country, as they say, like a Gava Yehudit. Jewish, I don't know, it doesn't translate well as Jewish arrogance, right? But a little bit. It's okay. It's more than pride. It's a shtickle gaiva. It's incredible because the truth is we were so beaten down and we were so hurt and we were so battered and so bruised. And to be able to feel that, such a tremendous. So it's like, let's begin. We have a lot to do. It's hard to believe that our love affair with Baal Basra is winding down. It's not over, but we're gonna. Sometimes you can't just be a one Masechta man, right? Sometimes you have to play the field a little bit. So Yetz Hashem, we're gonna have to. It's hard for us to settle down. So we're gonna Yetz Hashem be able to. But it is incredible to see that in Yetz Hashem we don't even have a full week left in Baal Basra. So let's begin. Today's daf is to find out a really great Gemara today, really great Gemara. My right side. So we are picking up because I'm with Aleph. 171A, 2, 4, 6 lines down from the top. My brisa. So you might record a brisa on Kuf Ayin on the base. So I'm going to just reorient ourselves a little bit. In our Mishnah, we had a very interesting three-way machlokas. Well, I said Mishnah and Gemara, we had a three-way machlokas. All the machlokas. Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Shimon paid back $500. Now we have a problem. What's our problem? So what do you do with the shtar? In other words, we have a shtar that is inaccurate because the shtar says that Shimon owes Reuben $1,000, but in fact Shimon only owes Reuben $500. So what do you do? So we have three machlokas. Rabbi and the Mishnah said, no problem. Tear up the first shtar and write up the new shtar. Who's allowed to tear it up and write it up? Even witnesses. Rabbi Yossi says, no, leave the first shtar intact. Rather, what do? Write a shover, write a receipt. Shimon gets a receipt that he paid back $500. And that's it. Then we came to Rabbi in the name of Rab in the Gemara. And Rab essentially agreed with Rabbi Yehuda in principle. Namely, we tear up the shtar and write a new one. What was the machlokas? The machlokas was Rabbi Yehuda in the Mishnah says even to do it, Rab said this could only be done in Beis Din. Only be done in Beis Din. So the Gemara says if Rab had heard of Brisa, would he have still held this position? Now the Gemara says, what's the Brisa? My Brisa, Bisanya. Here we go, Bisanya. Harisha Hayu Noshim Bo Elazuz. So we'll say this is exactly our case. Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. As I also just mentioned, we had a beautiful documentary in Yerushalayim. So some Mechabra is on over here. You should just know, one of the beautiful things, you guys don't get to see it because you don't have the Zoom screen in front of you, but I get to see that it'll get something very special every day. We had a beautiful shir in Yerushalayim on a rooftop, Wolansky rooftop. In the old city, it was perfect. It's actually warm in Yerushalayim. It was like 65 degrees. It was absolutely beautiful. You should just know, you don't see them. But we have a beautiful type of Meretz Yisrael who's part of our shir every single day and are dedicated. Of course, I'm not going to lie, it's not easy to be dedicated at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No offense, guys. I'm just saying, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then 5:45 in the morning, right? But when I say it's beautiful, like we're part of something so much bigger that managed spans the world and goes into Eretz Yisrael as well. Great support. Okay, anyway, the Mishnah says, the Brisa says as follows. Reuben lent Shimon $1,000, right? And what happens? Shimon, you take back $500. How much is? So what do you do? So now what do you do with the shtar? So even the Karanes HaShtar, the Kotzon Shtar, Acham is man and Yisrael de Rabbi Yehuda. So you say, no problem. Witnesses, tear up the first shtar and write a brand new shtar. Now, there's a very important point. You might make this point earlier as well, but it's important to reinforce it again. What do? What's the date of the new document? What's the date of the new document? It's the original date of the transaction. And this is very important, right? Why? Because remember again, the date in the document creates what? Creates the lien and encumbrance on the properties of the borrower. So you don't want to redate that based on today because then you just effectively move the lien to the present day. So you rewrite a new document. Now what does the new document say? What does the new document say? Reuben lent what? $500. But the date of that transaction, the date of that document is the original date of the $1,000 loan. That's what Yossi says no. Because you show that. Yossi says no, don't touch the original shtar. Don't touch the shtar. So what do? You write a receipt. Write a receipt that says that Reuben paid back, that Shimon paid back Reuben $500. So what you're going to essentially have over here, according to Rabbi Yossi, is two documents. What are the two documents? Number one is the original loan document. Who's holding the original loan document? Who's holding that? Who's holding that? Reuben the lender. So Reuben the lender is holding the document. Now, what does the document say? The document says that Reuben lent Shimon $1,000. Okay, but that's not true. I mean, it is true, but Shimon paid back $500. So here's another document. What's the second document? A shoulder, a receipt. Who's holding the receipt? Who's holding the receipt? Shimon. Borrower. And it says that Shimon paid back. Why does Rabbi Yossi, remember again, so why does Rabbi Yossi this? Here we go. Well, it may, because what's intuitively, right? Rabbi Yehuda makes more sense. Just rewrite the document. That seems to be the easiest way. Why does Rabbi Yossi want the receipt? And there are two reasons Rabbi Yossi says why I favor the writing of a receipt. Number one, Achos, Kadesh Yaakov and the Poro. So this is interestingly enough because the existence of the original document is a motivation for Shimon to pay back. See, Abba says, when you have a receipt, there's a danger. What's the danger? If Shimon loses that receipt, then what happens? Reuben, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon owes him $1,000. And again, without the receipt, Shimon has no way to prove that he paid. I mean, I guess if they paid in front of witnesses, he could bring witnesses. But without the document, he has no way to go ahead and prove anything. So Yossi says, I like it that way. You know why I like it that way? Because ultimately, again, it creates an urgency for the borrower to repay the loan. Rabbi Yossi says, I want to turn the screws. I want to turn up the pressure on the borrower. I want him to feel the urgency to repay. The other thing Rabbi Yossi says is, I want the original date to remain on the document. Right? So he says, I want the original date because that original date, if we start rewriting documents, there's a concern about date confusion. I want the original date of the transaction to remain. This way, the encumbering state remains as it originally was. One second. Rabbi Yehuda, one second. Rabbi Yossi, calm down. Rabbi Yehuda, right? Now, remember, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that when Shimon pays back $500, what do? Tear up the original document, rewrite it in the document. But Rabbi Yehuda also agrees that you use the first date, the actual transaction date. So Yossi makes it sound like he's the only one who wants to use the original date, but at the end, Yehuda also does. To which the Gemara says, no. How's he coming at Yossi Yehuda? This is what the Yossi says to Yehuda. He's saying the following. He says, listen, it is my Yishon comment, Yehuda, if you agree with me that in your replacement document you will use the first date, then ultimately we only argue about one thing. What's the one thing? That Rabbi Yehuda says we create a new star, and Rabbi Yossi says we write the receipt. The Gemara says, in his man, Yishon comment, in his man, serious on the Rabbi Yehuda, if you hold that in the new document you use the second date, the new date, then ultimately again, I'll argue with you on two things. Okay, so we'll say, so that's all right, so we'll say, remember again, so this is really key. I don't know why this is very exciting. It's unusually exciting. Right? Let's say that if you think about this is really interesting because this happens all the time. Right? There's someone else, right? Reuben lends Shimon $1,000. Shimon pays back part of the debt. He's paying in installments, let's say. Not after that it was an installment plan, but he has money now. He decides to pay back part of his debt. So what do you do with the document? What's your loan document? So again, just keep on remembering this. Fundamental focus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, tear up the old document, write up a new document. The new document says that Shimon owes Reuben $500, but use the original date of the transaction so as not to mess up the lien that was created on the borrower's possession. Rabbi Yossi absolutely not. Don't set any dates, but rather just write a receipt. But 1 second, isn't the receipt really dangerous for the borrower? Rabbi Yossi says, yes, we want the borrower to feel the urgency of paying back the money. So turn up the heat on him a little bit. Let him know that Reuben, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon still owes him $1,000, and that will create an urgency in repayment. Beautiful. All right, let's go back to turn up on it. So we'll say shtas. We're not finished yet. But we might going to go on a little bit of a detour. Turn up on it. Shtas shezmano kasa b'Shabbos o ba'asar b'Tishrei. Shtar mu'otos with the kasa ready. Okay, so let's say this is fascinating. Let's say you have a document, right? And the document was dated not in accordance with the Jewish calendar, but rather with the secular calendar. right, or some other secular dating system. And it turns out that when you look out, so I'll give you a good example of this, right? Next week, you find the star says that we're going to lend Shimon money on December 14th. Now, there's only one problem with having a date December 14th, and that's what? It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. Or you find a document that says we're going to lend Shimon money October 2nd. Oh, what's the problem with that? October 2nd was Rosh Hashanah. So now you have a date. Ultimately, again, I think it was. I think it was. I often see Bobby buying this year. That's what he's doing. So the nice again, somebody's using an alternative dating system, and when you look back at the date, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because the date is a date in which a transaction would not have occurred. No one's lending money on Shabbos. People are talking about money on Shabbos. That's a different discussion, right? So no one's lending money on Shabbos, and no one's lending money on Rosh Hashanah. So now, so Shaila is, what do you do with a transaction like that? So if you think it says it's not a problem, how do you understand it? It's a star mo'okar. So this is very interesting. Star mo'okar means a post-dated document. So this is very exciting. Because now we're going to talk about two different types of documents. A post-dated document and a predated document. Now, we're going to see the whole issue with predated and post-dated, you lend someone money, or for that matter, you sell property, there is an encumbrance that comes upon if you're selling properties, there's an encumbrance that comes upon the seller's property, right? That's it. I'm telling you about achrayus. That's the assumption, right? The repasking achrayus, sofer, that every real estate transaction comes with a guarantee. That's essentially what we pass out for my soul. When I lend money to Shimon, so Shimon is guaranteeing the debt with his property. So what the word is as follows. So when does the encumbrance start from? So the first of the encumbrance only begins on the date mentioned in the star. Here's the problem. If you post-date a star, then that's fine. Right? As long as both parties are okay with the post-dating, that's not a problem, because no one gets hurt in post-dating, right? In other words, if the lender is okay with post-dating, that means his encumbrance is not starting until whatever, 10 days after they actually move along, that's his business if he wants to accept that. Purchasers, people who will be purchasing property, they're also not putting at a disadvantage if the encumbrance only starts 10 days later, because, hey, they're buying property without an encumbrance. So post-dated status don't really pose a problem. Pre-dated status do, because what's going to happen, essentially the pre-dated star, you're creating an encumbrance before a lien, before the transaction. And that's problematic, because you can't create a lien which predates the transaction. The lien or the encumbrance ultimately is the result of the transaction itself. So a pre-dated star, we're going to see is going to be possible. A post-dated star is going to be possible. We're going to see, by the way, that this actually has certain let's take a look at that front for just a moment. Let's start with the second of the intermediate line, right? So, for example, in places where the date in the documents, and according to the solar calendar, so the start the test of the explaining, so the document is dated the 15th of December, you can show you in the Makabri, once that you and your test was also called that. So the Shabbos of Yom HaSiyum Tishrei, and then when we check out, when we line up the secular date against the Hebrew date, it turns out that it was Shabbos, or the Rosh Hashanah, that Yom Kippurim, or Yom Kippur. Kol Yom Yisrael Yechtav Lo B'Shabbos Yom Kippurim, v'Nimtza Shlo Yechtav Ba'os Yom HaMopiach B'Shtar, Ela O Mukdamu, O Pasol, or the kosher. So let's say, so again, whenever you find a document, ultimately, again, that does not line up with the date that's used, does not line up with a feasible date that this document could have actually been done, there's one of two possibilities. Either predated or post-dated. So interestingly enough, Rabbi says, I choose to understand that it's a post-dated document and therefore it's kosher. Rabbi Yossi post-sell. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's possible. Why? Because apparently Rabbi Yossi assumes that it is a predated start. And therefore, I'm going to be possible. So let's analyze this. So Rabbi says, Rabbi Yossi, so he thinks, so Rabbi Yossi, this case came up before you suppose there was a case Yes, given mentioned $1,000. The document said the 14th of December. It was back in on the 14th of December was a Shabbos, and the transaction definitely did not happen on a Shabbos. And yet Rabbi Yossi Paskin that the star was kosher, which obviously meant Rabbi Yossi understood it to be a star or a post-dated document, not a dated document. So the Gemara says, "Amalo kechsharti bazeh sharti." Amalo kechsharti bazeh sharti. Let's say, no. It's at the end of the day, so you look at the Rashban says, I'm going to take Sharti Bazat. It's about 7 lines up at the bottom. Shekas the bottom of the Shas, when people are trying to see Toko Mobila, she'll look up his mano, or no, not to do the public will come on. About the Mocha, the Alma, she's Mano Kasi, the online receiver, the lawyer game, the Lord says like this. There are two cases, I will say. This is very interesting. The Yossi says, there's two cases of date ambiguity. There's when the star has a date that we know for sure the star did not happen on this date. It did not happen on this date. Rabbi Yossi says, in that kind of case, I'm okay with saying that the star was a post-dated star, because that makes sense. People are doing the transaction now, they want to post-date it, so what do? They choose a date without recognizing that the date, let's say the secular date that they're choosing, lines up with the Shabbos, or lines up with Yom Kippur. So again, when it's clear that the date used in the star is not a date on which the transaction could have occurred, Rabbi Yossi holds, I hold that that is kosher. But when it is a regular post-dated document, Rabbi Yossi says I hold that it's possible. Now, we're going to see, Rabbi Yossi clearly has a concern about a post-dated document which he has not fully articulated, which we're going to see in the Gemara to come. Okay, so here's actually just finish up the Rashban. The Rashban says as follows. He says, "Yitivra called the Gami Shekasel the Baruch Dinan the Kasil Rabbi Marit Chasvinu." Allah Sadi. All right, actually, you know what this word is. Fine. Six direction. Now again, so all we know is that Rabbi Yossi has an objection to a post-dated document. We don't know what his post-dated document. We don't know what his objection is, but we do know as follows: that when it's post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated, even Rabbi Yossi will say that it's kosher. What's an example of a star that is post-dated in a way that's clear, that's good that it's post-dated? When the date used is a date in which the transaction cannot occur. It was the Shabbos, it was Rosh Hashanah, there's a Kippur. Rabbi Yossi would agree that such a star is going to be kosher. Again, we don't understand why yet. That's just the shita. So let's go back there. Baha, Rabbi Yehuda Nami Batzeh Kamar. Rabbi Yehuda holds that even in that kind of case, right? Allah Kamaisa Bikasher, Shamra Vidas, Hakomo, here we go. She was Kakulva on social stats. So let's see, everybody agrees in the following case. So here we go. We're going to mention $1,000. The date of the star is December 14th. Now, by the way, this is the date of the star is December 14th. And when we go ahead and we look at the date, we take out our Jewish calendar and we line it up with December 14th, right? And what happens? The name says, Onas Oni Kovenes for Shabbos or Ba'asar B'Tishrei, right? And it turns out that December 14th was a Shabbos, right? So it's clear that the date that was recorded in the star is not the actual date of the transaction. Everyone agrees, everyone agrees that it's a post-dated document, the kosher. Because let's say, remember, let's just play this out. A post-dated document, in reality, doesn't sound like it hurts anyone, right? Because remember again, if it's, right, if you're lending Shimon money, so what happens when you're lending Shimon's money? What occurs? No, thanks. So first of all, Shimon's obligated to pay it back. What else happens? Shimon's property becomes encumbered. Now, again, what does post-dating do? It delays the encumbrance. Who does that hurt? Right? Really, the only person who hurts is the lender. And if the lender is willing to do that, fine. That's his choice. So because there's, there's no foul, right? No one's hurt. Therefore, Allah as long as it's clear. The date that was used is clearly not the date in which the transaction occurred. Everyone will agree that it's kosher. Okay, other days. Okay, here we go. So it's like, where does the problem come up? The problem comes up when we call it shtarmo. Which means a post-dated document where it's not clear from the document that is posted. So So we'll say, so again, where did this come up? This comes up in the case where, let's say, today is December 15th. So I don't know, December 15th is a Friday. Is that today? Yeah, December 15th is a Friday. Right, so Melissa, again, here, I don't know, this transaction happened on December 15th. Didn't happen on December 15th. A couple of other things. Therefore, the machloket between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda is going to come up. Right? So here we go. Let's get into it. So it's like Rabbi Yehuda Tamei, here we go. Get ready. And then let's see how all of this comes together. Rabbi Yehuda Tamei. Rabbi Yehuda Tamei. What did Yehuda say? The Amar Ein Kosvei Shover. Rabbi Yehuda says we do not write receipts. We do not write receipts. Never say now. Why do I write receipts? You heard me. I don't write receipts. Why do we write receipts? Because receipts create an unfair burden upon the borrower, right? Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen? The borrower now has to hold on to this document. So the people who don't write receipts, right? There's a loan document that was drafted. That's the document that we pay attention to, and we do not write receipts. Therefore, what? The loan document. And therefore, again, there's no concern. So now watch this. Play this out. If you don't write receipts, then what happens when you go ahead and you repay your loan? What happens? Right? You're going to $200,000. Right? Now, you want to pay back. You shouldn't not pay back until what? Till you get that document. Right? And if I'm Shimon, I'm not paying anything back until Ruben gives me back that new document. What happens if Shimon wants to pay half? But wants to pay half? The pastor says he's not going to pay half, right? Why? Because paying half needs to expose. Because if he pays half, he's not getting the receipt. The document is still there, so it's not that Shimon's got interest to go to pay half. Therefore, again, Rabbi Yehuda essentially says there's no chicanery, right? There's no trickery over here. Because at the end of the day, even if the document is posted, so what? That if Ruben has the document, it means that Shimon hasn't paid him back. Right? And therefore, again, at the end of the day, Ruben can't. There's nothing bad that could come out of all of this. Rabbi Yossi, here we go. Rabbi Yossi holds, they know, goes to show that. Rabbi Yossi says, no, we do write receipts. And then this could be exploited. This could absolutely be exploited. I'm also get ready for this. Now, we don't yet know, so I don't understand what could be exploited and how could a star could be exploited. Just wait, because it is about to get crazy. So again, what the Gemara is doing, this is where these Gemara employs different styles at different times. The Gemara is doing over here is something that on one hand is very methodical, but on the other hand a little bit mystifying. Meaning what? The Gemara is outlining the positions, telling us what everyone holds in those positions, but we don't understand why. So here's what I know. Right? So let's just go through what I know. What I know is everyone agrees that a post-dated document that has a date that is really the date in which the transaction could not have occurred. Everyone agrees is kosher. Nothing bad is going to happen as a result of that. What happens? Halakha l'maisa if the shtar will occur, but the date could have been a date in which the transaction occurred. It was dated prior to December 13th. So what could they? Maybe could have happened today. So the Yehuda says it's not a problem. Why? Because we don't write receipts. Therefore, shtar will cannot cause a problem. Rabbi Yossi says we do write receipts, and therefore shtar will can cause a problem. Now, the connection between receipts and shtar will the Gemara still has not explained. Hold on. I'm going to break down the Shua. So here we go. I feel the man's Amar Kol Spin Shover, even according to the opinion that says that we write a Shover, that we write a receipt, tiny really a palga. Furthermore, again, that's only a problem if you write receipts. If you write receipts on part of the loan, Bakula loan. For the entire amount of loan. For those of you, the Gemara says that's not true. We write receipts even for the entire amount of repayment. But it says apparently in the world of receipts, there's machlokas. Do you write receipts only for partial payment? Or do you write receipts for entire payments? That's apparently another machlokas. But the opinion that says you write receipts, you write receipts for the entire payments. Okay, hold on. Listen to this. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Yosef lent money to the Abba. Also, Rabbi Chanina Bar Papi. So the Gemara for Rabbi Chanina Bar Papi, Amalei, have me zuzay. Rabbi Yitzchak Bar Abba said to the Abba, give me my money. Amalei, have me shtaroi, the shackle zuzah. So again, what happened? So Rabbi Abba was Rabbi Abba was very smart. Rabbi Abba said, sure, I'll pay you. Give me the loan documents. In other words, you give me the document, I'll give you payment. Because without the document, look, the borrower is exposed. So I'm going to start ear custody. Because Rabbi Yitzchak said, I lost the start. After look on camera, but don't worry, I'll write for you a receipt. I'm away. Harav Yishmor Zamitadayu in Coast and Shoulder. So he said, 1 second. So Rabbi Yitzchak said that. Sorry, Rabbi Abba said that, but there's Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel both told that we do not write receipts. We don't write receipts. So he said, this is incredible. So Rabbi Yitzchak responded and he said, Man Yohevle, first white line, Man Yohevle Me'achai Rabbi Shmuel, Raminan Ba'ayim. If only I would have of the dust in Rabbi Shmuel to put in my eyes. I was saying, it's actually very beautiful. It's actually very beautiful. And ultimately, again, so what's happening, what's going to happen here? The idea of putting the dust around the Shmuel is obviously a sign of incredible color. Like, imagine the dust beneath the feet of Rabbi Shmuel. If I would only have some of their dust to put in my eyes, I could see with such incredible clarity. But, listen to this, Rabbi Yitzchak said, Harav Yochanan Bahari Shlokish, the Ami Tardayu Kosin Shoulder. But as great as Rabbi Shmuel were, Rabbi Shmuel says you don't write the receipt. Rabbi Yochanan and Rabbi Shlokish said you do write the receipt. So Rabbi Yitzchak was coming back to the Abba. I will say, there's a tremendous misahaskiness. What was Rabbi Yitzchak doing? You see, Rabbi Abba quoted Rabbi Shmuel that we don't write a receipt. Rabbi Yitzchak held differently. He held like Rabbi Yochanan and the Shlokish who said, you do write a receipt. But what did Rabbi Yitzchak do before he disagreed with the positions of Rabbi Shmuel? What did he do? He built them up. In other words, he respected them. I must say, it is such a profound insight into the mechanism of disagreement. It's a disagreement with dignity. It's the ability to hold opposing views without diminishing the person who you're disagreeing with. That's I think we all agree that one of the greatest things that we have lost as a contemporary society is the ability to disagree agreeably or to disagree with dignity. Humanity has always had different opinions, and that's beautiful. Let's see, one of the most beautiful things, Gemara, right? We learn Gemara every single day, and what is Gemara? Can you imagine Gemara without disagreement? Gemara without disagreement? Keep the shulchan aruch, like that's whatever. I think it's 3 minutes. You do keep the shulchan aruch. That's the shulchan aruch, right? It's an again, I will say, all of us love learning keep the shulchan aruch. It's fantastic, but you have to admit the geschmack that you get from Gemara, you cannot replicate. You absolutely cannot replicate. And what's the excitement of it? The excitement of it is to see a variety of different opinions, but yet everyone lives on the same daf. Everyone lives on the same space. Everyone occupies the same David Amos, the same block Gemara. Because one of the most important things in Yiddishkeit is the ability to disagree with dignity. And here, it's incredible. Rabbi Yitzchak, this is money, things can't be achieved without money. Rabbi Yitzchak is disagreeing with his borrower, with Rabbi Abba, right? And Rabbi Yitzchak is saying, I want to write you a receipt. Rabbi Abba says, no, Rabbi Shmuel says you can't write a receipt. So again, when sometimes you disagree with someone, there's such a yitzhara to like attack your principles. Rabbi Shmuel, Rabbi Shmuel, I got the deal for Shlokish. So Rabbi Yitzchak does no, Rabbi Shmuel, such good over that guy. If only I could put the dust of their feet in my eyes, how great life would be. But the opinion of Shlokish hold differently. You see, that's how you disagree. That's how you disagree with dignity, with covet, with the recognition that the other person is entitled to their point of view, even if they are absolutely wrong. Right? But Lamesa always is a dignity. Incredible. We write receipts when we start there, the Kosin Shoulder. We'll say it appears that Lamesa we write receipts. Because here's the problem. If you don't write receipts, then so here's the issue, right? Imagine if you don't write the receipt. So I understand. So we don't write the receipt. Then again. So what should happen? So the lender should go ahead and use the loan document, and then the borrower has to repay everything. So the Sorry, just the opposite. That if the borrower goes ahead, it's right. If the borrower goes ahead and uses his shoulder, so that's it. The lender should be able to recollect again. So you must give back it. So what's happening? Tell my coach to show us. So now you know the party. But once again, the argument cuts both ways. Here's what happens. If you do write a receipt, then what happens? What happens, we'll say? What happens if the borrower loses his receipt? What happens, right? The lender should technically correct the entire face amount of the loan all over again. So the point you might make over here is you make it sound like by writing a receipt, no one's put at a disadvantage, but it's not true. When you write a receipt, what you're saying is receipt, and it's clear, receipts put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why you say, the borrower has documentary proof that he repaid part of the debt. Yeah, why did you put him at a disadvantage? You're writing a receipt, then what? The original loan document is still in existence, which means that if the borrower uses his receipt, then Ruben has the ability to come after him for the full $1,000. So the existence of a receipt, interestingly enough, as much as the receipt is documentary proof that the borrower paid that part of his debt, the existence of that document does put the borrower at risk. Should you lose that document, lender at the risk, but the entire case of the loan. So it's a Rabbi, yes. It does put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why? Eved Loba Yish Malba. Contrast on the passage, Mr. Shlomo says another incredible piece of Solomonic wisdom. A borrower is a slave to the lender. That's the way it works. The borrower is a slave to the lender. And therefore, again, I will say, you see this motif in halacha. We want the borrower to feel the heat. Why? Because if you borrow money from someone, it is your achrayus to get it paid. And you should feel an urgency, and you should feel the pressure. Like Shlomo was saying a little bit differently. Shlomo was saying, Eved Loba Yish Malba, meaning that little. When you borrow money from someone, you absolutely are beholden to them. That's really what Shlomo was saying. But on a deeper level, Shlomo was also saying, we want the borrower to feel an urgency. We want the borrower to feel the pressure. And we want him to go ahead and ultimately feel compelled that he's going to pay this back no matter what. So we're going to write a receipt. But 1 second. When he has a receipt level, the borrower has to be careful not to lose it. Yeah, that's called being an adult. Be careful not to lose your stuff. And if you do lose your stuff, suffer the repercussions. That's it. So it's such profound musachaskel in this also. It's also, part of the view is also about halacha. I see very important. Halacha is not a system that is designed to make people feel good. Like, this is not DEI. This is, halacha is a system. Halacha is a system that is divine, that is designed for the proper functioning of society. And in any society, what do you have? You have haves and you have nots. Right? You have people who have more, people who have less. And the people who have less are going to meet the people who have more. And that's incredible. And the people who have more have a moral and legal obligation to help the people who have less. But the people who have less and the people who have more have to feel an urgency to come through on their commitments. Once again, making through by religious stuff. That's not the goal here, right? The goal is to create a functional society. Think about this, especially in Jewish loan market. Remember, in the Jewish loan market in general, you're not going to see operating at a disadvantage because Hashem emotional created this way, but you're not charging interest, right? You're not charging interest. It's leaving aside a head to Iska. You're not charging ribbis. So if you're not charging ribbis, the least that the borrower can do is ensure that the lender is going to get paid back in a timely fashion. And so if the borrower feels a greater urgency to do it, Halacha says, yeah, that's what we want. We want the urgency to be there. It's not necessarily, there are times when it is about making people feel good, but in general, in a legal system, the idea is creating a functional society where everybody is there for each other and everybody is honoring their commitments. In order to do that, sometimes people have to feel the pressure to come through on their obligations. And we want the borrower to feel that obligation to come through to the lender. It looks like just the attached couples, if you think about it, this is so profound. Because who's the greatest borrower in this world? Who's the greatest borrower? It's not one of us. Every day I was up and I have to borrow. Everything I have is on loan from the Ribono Shalom. I open opened my eyes, I sat and watched my legs working, my arms working, my heart is pumping, and all of these things. These are mine. I don't own these things. It's not like I did something to somehow acquire all of these gifts from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They are on loan from the Ribono Shel Olam. And said the Gemara, said Shalom Aleichem, what is the relationship between the borrower and the lender? Shalom says it's very simple. A borrower is a slave to the lender, because the borrower owes everything to the lender. Without the lender, right? Without the lender, I wouldn't have my house, right? And without the lender, without a police borrow to the lender, I would not have my life. And I will say it is such an important hashkafic nuance for us to consider when we look at everything we have is on loan. Everything is on loan. And just like in any loan situation, there may be stipulations about how you use the borrowed money. Everything we have is on loan to the Moshe. And Moshe says, I'm happy to loan it to you. Use it wisely. Use it responsibly. Don't make foolish investments with the gifts I have given you. Because it looks like one day the loan gets called. The loan gets called. After 100 days money, the loan gets called. But the difference with this loan is that when I come up with a briefing from Allah, I have to give an account about how the loan was used over 100 days. That's my loan. How did you use my investment? If you're interested in one thing, what's the ROI? Right? What's my return on investment? I lent you, I gave you all of this stuff. I gave you all of these abilities. Show me what I got for it. And as long as we can demonstrate a proper spiritual ROI, then that is a life well lived. But understand, everything we have is on loan, and the lender is always in the sugar. Sorry, the borrower is always in sugar. It's a slave managed to the lender. Let's go back to the house. So what's it back to Shamukta Mukhar? Incredible. That's what I'm saying. Not awesome. So what's it? Remember again, I know you're wondering that once again, we never explained the positions of Rabbi Yehuda and Yossi by Shtar Muktam earlier. You know what I mean? That was 7 minutes ago. Like, that's like 10 years we got here in the world. Right? We've done that. But just, what we are saying, that's what happened to the respective cities of Shtar Muktam. So here we go. Very awesome. Shtar Yikol HaMuktam and Psulim. So we'll say if you predate loan documents, it's possible. And we explain this why. Because remember again, if you predate what you're doing, you're backing up the encumbrance date for the transaction that's illegal. But post-dated documents are kosher. So when we say that pre-dated documents are kosher, post-dated documents are kosher, that's only by loan documents. By let's say sale documents, so if you're selling something, not loaning money, selling something, even post-dated documents are problematic. My time, what's the reason for this? Zimrin, and watch this. So here's the concern. Here we go. Now we're getting into the pishkas of this. What's going to happen? Our son is moving a piece of land in Nissan. But we post-dated. And what do I put on it? I'm selling you the land in Tishrei. So now it's Nissan. And ultimately, again, I'm selling the land. The date I'm putting in the documents is Tishrei. So what happens? The Gemara discusses with Tishrei. Now what happens? Now, in between, what ends up happening is I run into somebody, or I should say, I'm sorry. Let me go back. I sold Ruvain property in Nissan, but we dated Tishrei. And I remember again, from the Gemara's perspective, there's only one reason we're selling land, and that's why. Why did they sell real estate back to the Gemara? In cash. So I'm selling land to Ruvain in Nissan because I need money. But we dated the document in Tishrei. Fine, so something the land. Meanwhile, in Chodesh Av, I go ahead and I run into somebody, and I go back and I repurchase my land from Ruvain. He doesn't have to sell it back to me, but he just sells it back to me. Right, so what happens? When the sermon is using Ruvain, he does everything there, and I go back in Chodesh Av, and I buy back the property from Ruvain. And what happens? In Tishrei, Ruvain takes out a document. And what does the document say? That Silver sold me property in Tishrei. So I said, see what's happened over here? I sold him the property in Nissan, but we gave the document in Tishrei. Meanwhile, in Chodesh Av, I ran into some money. I bought back my property. Sorry, property right. But now, Ruvain still has the stat. And what does the stat say? The stat says that he bought property from me in Tishrei. He pulls out that star, and suddenly again, he becomes ownership of the property. You see, from here, you could exploit a post-dated document. If that's the case, sorry how far now. That should be a problem with loan documents as well. Because what can happen in loan documents? Watch this. The Yosef, the Gemara says, the Yosef to Nissan. I lent Ruben $1,000 in Nissan. And what happened? The cut of this guy for Tishrei, but we posted a document for Tishrei in this family, now what happens in between, like the Chodesh Av, Ruben runs into some money, and he gives me back the debt, but I'm going to have the shtarai. And then in Av, Ruben says, okay, so I'm going to pay you back. He gives me back the document. But I'm going to look at this. I'm so sorry I lost the document. You know, I know that boy just holding on to it. Because of the Shabbat, so what happens? I write him a receipt. I have a receipt that says they give me back in Av. If you want this money, not the clay, but I'm going to honey hash with the asses. So a second, then what happens? You know, I write him a receipt. When Tishrei comes, what could I do? I can take out the document. What does the document say? That I lent you the money in Tishrei. And then you say, 1 second, here's the receipt. I paid you back. No, you paid me back for an older debt. This is a brand new transaction. So you see that you can exploit a post-dated document, whether it's a transaction or whether it's a loan. Kasava in Kosin Shover. So we'll say, must be that we don't write a receipt. Then we'll say again, what's the godless of not writing a receipt? What's the godless? The godless of not writing a receipt is that the only way the borrower is paying back the loan is how? If he gets the loan document. And once he gets the loan document, there's no real fear of exploitation. Rabbi even though the Kasvina started new Kore, the Kasvina Tabla, but nowadays we do write the Stein but you know, just points out, we do write Stein and we do write receipts. So how do we do this? So back to the Rabbi כי כסבים שטר מאוחר, כספו הכי. שטר דינן לא בזמני כסבינו, אלא אפילו כסבינו. So it's incredible. Because listen to this. So Rabbi will instruct this, it's simple. Rabbi will instruct the scribes. Whenever a document is being post-dated, what do you do? Write that in a document. Just write it. Write in the document. This is a post-dated document. That's all. I'm going to ask you a kind of, but you know, the local here in Happy, Boston, I'm going to tap on Saturday, honey tabre. So what's into this? But now we don't write that. For some reason, people don't write that into this guys. They don't write that line. Right? Make sure to write this document post-dated. So there's another Iksa. What's the other Iksa? Like Rabbi would say to his scribes, because this honey tabre, when you write receipts for people, so listen to this. So if that's the case, so you know what do you do with it? What do you do with the receipt? If you know the date of the document, write the date of the document in the receipt. If you don't know the date of the document, then what? Leave the receipt undated. What's the date of leaving an undated receipt? That can be shown as proof of payment for whenever. How much is so saying stop? I'm going to do a Rashi, but I'm going to do a Rashi kind of type of 9 days. But the local hockey, but even contemporarily. So what happens? We don't end up writing a document that this is supposed to be a document, and we don't leave the date off. We don't leave the date off these receipts so that it can be used whenever. So the Gemara says, so you're going to be happy. I'm going to have Takuni Takine, man the oven, man the law of it, even the accident actually. So essentially, the Gemara says, but we don't avail ourselves of these opportunities. What do we do about time over? The Gemara says, listen, the systems can help you to a certain point, but you also have to help yourself. If you take advantage of the opportunities or the remedies offered by Chazal, if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, we are not here to baby you. We are not here to do the work for you. We're giving you the possibilities. Write the document that is supposed to be document. Leave the date off the receipt. Do what you need to do to protect yourself. If you don't do that, then you leave yourself over to exploitation. That's not the system's fault, but instead that it's going to be used. I want to say something for today. Go down. All right, because I do have a great day and a good Shabbos. And Jerry was a great supposed to be sitting in that spot. Have a wonderful close.
And send my boy Binks a video of your training so we can review your training and shit. But guys, that being said, I don't know what the fuck this conversation was. If you guys are enjoying the space, you guys haven't dropped a like on the space tweet already. What are you doing? We're 1 like away from 25 likes on the space tweet. It's pinned up to the jungle. Guys, head over to the space tweet.
Alright, Joe, say good morning. Let's begin. So today's topic is find days 172.
We've been having some fucking freaky conversations. I don't know what the fuck's going on. Bro, I promised McCaddy and Rita I wouldn't talk to any more girls, so I'm not going to talk to any more women on this space. So sorry to all the women from requesting. Don't worry, I'm going to break that promise. Mr. Nick isn't a request where we let him up, bro. He probably fits in this conversation and shit.
That's line of Cook Iron Aleph on the base 171B. Amalei Ladina Miradash. So what's our shir this morning is dedicated by the Elman family in memory of Michael's maternal grandfather, Chaim Koal, Chaim Usher, Ben Naftali, on the occasion of his 55th yard sale. Also by the Lerner family, Ilu Yishma's great-grandfather Joe Lerner, Yosef Ben Yitzchak HaKohen, whose yard site is today, in the merit of our Shamar HaNaviyah. So let's begin. Not a beautiful Gemara. So I'm going to do a Rashi. I'm going to Rashi Kav of Kufay and Beis. Maha Ibna. Now today that we don't do this. We'll say what's the this. Remember again, we spoke about yesterday. How there are certain ways that a person could go at certain steps that can be taken in order to avoid the start from being used inappropriately. So the Gemara says now that today we don't take these protective measures. We look at the top of the Rashban. Even on the top of Kupai and days of the Rashban. Ela Kasvima Shtarmo Ochar Stama. Other words are very like Shtarmo Ochar. A post-dated document, stamp. The low cost of Echrinu Bakasvinu, the Kasvina Kavra Alaihi, the Shaspur of the Kasvina's man the Shober, the low Kasvina Listama, Ulu Korod of Yosi Okashek. Remember again, we discussed the idea that some of the ways in which one can protect themselves is in the Shtar Ochar. You explicitly write that this star was written not on the date that it was rejected, but again it was dated at a later date. You also said that one of the ways you can protect yourself is to go ahead and write the date of the star itself. You don't do anything. So to protect ourselves. So Amalei, so let's listen to this. So the Gemara says, Amalei, second line, Kufay Beis Dalet, Rabbonon Takune Takine. It will say, here's what we know. The rabbis set up measures, created systems through which a person could protect themselves from inappropriate usage of shtaros. Mandalo Avid, Mandalo Avid, Ihu, who the Afsid Anafshe. Listen, it's a very profound statement. Here's the reality. The Rabbanim created mechanisms through which you can protect yourself from the inappropriate use of a shtar me'ocher. If you choose to use those systems, great. If you choose not to use those systems, then you have brought losses upon yourself. If you brought losses upon yourself, then that's your problem, not the halacha. As it was, it's a very profound statement. But at some point in time, all the halacha can do is create or use the mechanisms through which you could protect yourself from loss. But, also, it's a very profound use. You have to take responsibility for the nature, trajectory of your life. Sometimes when things happen that we don't like, it's easy to blame anyone and everyone, especially Chazal. Mr. Chazal said, listen, we've given you the mechanisms to protect yourself. If you choose to avail yourself of them, great. If you choose not to, then you take responsibility for any subsequent loss. Amaluhu Rabba Barashila, Lahano Kasvi Shara Naisa. Rabbi said, to these particular individuals, whether they were certain individuals who were writing Shtari Akniyasa. And I will say, what Shtari Akniyasa? Take a look at the Rashban. Lahanach the Kasi Akniyasa, Kos Ve Shtar Matsana, Shem Kasav and Akrayis, Kilo Asi the Mitzvah individuals. So it's like Shtari Akniyasa means any document, a document that contains. So the Rashban gives an example. We have Shtar Matsana. I guess Shtar Matsana was like the Akrayis. But if I give you a gift and I choose to bolster your ownership of that gift to a child, that gift doesn't come with achrayus. I can give a gift with achrayus if I want, but there's no implied achrayus in a gift. What about the other possibility is that there is a sale of property, and that sale does come with achrayus, but it's not the document that generates the achrayus. Ultimately, again, it's the agent, the presence of the agent, the fact that agent of a call that generates So now let's about the Akhrayus. If you skip down a little bit, seeing Rashman, he says, Hilcha, ידעו חגו יום הדת מסודי מן הנוסעים מתנה, או מוכר מחירה, חשבו עכשיו עושה יום שנוסנו המתנה והמחירה, ואיקרמי חש שמה אחרי כי נוסנו לא אחר שלא תדעי. So as we're going to see in the Gemara, Rabbi said to the people of Babel, if you are witnessing a transaction, for example, again, the giving of a gift or a sale, the date in the shtar should reflect the date of the transaction. Right? Look back in the Gemara for just a moment. Someone who loves about Sheila, he cussed oh, so when you write a document of acquisition, so what they just need is a document that gives us the information about the acquisition or transfer that occurred. So if you go ahead and you know the date that the actual transaction occurred, sometimes it's possible that when you're writing the shtar is just there to highlight the fact that the transaction occurred. But it's possible that what? If the transaction occurred on a different date as the shtar is being written. So Rabbi said to these witnesses, if you know the date, the actual date on which the transaction occurred, write that date in the shtar. However, again, if you don't know the date, ultimately, again, write the present date. In order ultimately, again, as the document not to look like the last. This is actually a very interesting idea. What Rabbi was suggesting is, best is always to write the transaction date in the shtar, even though what? Even though, again, that might not be the actual date of the shtar. If for some reason you're just not sure the present date, for some reason you're just not sure about the date of the shtar, so exceeding the date of the transaction, just write the present date in the shtar itself. I want to point out something over here. Rashban, if you go back to that Rashban, let's say if you just go straight across the Rashban, just go right into Rashban, and skip down. Just right. So he says, Kas Asher also Yom, there's a period there, the Gam Shtari Akriyasa, אבל שטרי הבא, שיש בו אקראיס, לא יחשוב אלא יום שלומי בו עכשיו. ואם כן, הבה לבוקדם, ופסל, ואסי למשך תקוף עוד מזר הכלכלוס, again, this is why the Rashban Dafka is setting up this Shtari Akriyasa, and dealing with the shtar that does not have akrayis, like the shtar Matana. The Talmud said the public love is divisive, it's talking about a loan, and I lend moving money, and that loan states an incumbent on moving property. If I put in an earlier date than the date in which we are currently standing at the Shtar Mokdam, and the Shtar Mokdam is possible. But because of the Shtar Matana, where there is no akrayis, therefore Rav is just saying the Shtar should reflect the actual transactional date, even if that is earlier than the present. But if for some reason you don't know the transaction date, then halacha l'maisa just put in the present date. Fine. Gemara goes back to Rav Sachrei. Rav said to his scribes, Kuna said to his scribes, Tikaynisu b'shili, pasvu b'shili, va'apagav b'nisiyon l'chum mili b'hili. So we'll say, it says first chapter follow. When you go ahead, and you are in Shili, so write the location of Shili in the document, even though you were given, you witnessed the transaction itself, or you were given the instructions in Shili. Take a look at the Rashban for just a moment. And this is 2, 4, 6 lines down in the white lines of the Rashban. Kia sabisu b'shili, vatin osvim sham, o sahadir b'shtari mechiras, o shtari hava, o shtari matana, o zikrot edus, kisvu v'sokat shtar, makom sham, kenyoshim sham b'shas shiva, kromar, b'makom poni kasav nucha, mashra'ilu b'makom poni. Here is where witnesses, or the social, whoever it is, witness that the shtar itself is being written in city B. So let's say, so these Rabban and Rab, and Rabban and describes that when that happens, you need to record the names of all the cities. You need to say, this document being written here in the city of Shili records the events that we saw in the city of Shili. The idea is you need both those things recorded in the document. document itself. And the Gemara says, so too again, if you're in the city of Yini, right? We are writing this document while we are in the city of Yini. The Avagad in the city of Yini, even though what? You actually saw the actual transaction because we're giving your instructions while you were in the city of Shid. Okay, so Amar Rav said this is all just teaching us about the halachas of shtaros. So the idea is, saying is there are two important locations where the shtar is being given and where the actual transaction is being occurred. Where actually occurred. And in the event that those are two separate locations, they both need to be mentioned in the Mishnah. Amar Rabbi said the following: Time did not be started by mayors. I have a shot. I left $100. What happened? I left $1,000. I left $1,000. So what happens? For Amar, shot me to betray B'nai Hamshi. I go to prison and say, listen, do me a favor, break this down for me to $500 shots. They both say, why do I want $500 shots? Because they will say, I know that we go to the prison back to the prison. So therefore, I will remember again, we're in this whole discussion over here because we spoke about debt. What do you do with the original loan document when you have opportunity? So do not focus. Sign a good example. My say is, go ahead, write for me two $500 documents. That's when you're moving, please me back $500 in one document. Those documents are still there. So say, what's that? We do not do it. We do not do it. I was saying, let's take a look at the Rashba for just a moment. Hi, man, it's a 2, 4, 6, 7 lines down in the wide lines. Hi, man, Malvis does the star Malva Barney or Zuzi. But Amala Kislu is Shraven a Commission. Kashay part of the Alova Commission, those Akra Star Commission. Below you, it's our lift of Shover, low Casino showing Das Alova. We're going to see now the cases where one of the parties to the star wants to change the star. That will say, but essentially, I'm going to give you the conclusion before we start talking about it, which is you can never adjust or change anything to do in a document unless, of course, what? You have the explicit consent of both parties. Even if it looks like something is objectively beneficial to both of them, you still cannot change it without the explicit consent of both parties. Being able to say, number one, I lend you $1,000, I get $1,000, I show up the basin. Do me a favor, give me two $500 stars. Give me two $500 stars for this $1,000 stuff. At first glance, well, actually, it seems to be pretty solid because this year was going to pay back $500 at a time. I'll give him one star, and then we'll be done. We don't have to start retrapping stars. So the Gemara says the following: my time, so we don't do it. Why? Meaning, when we say we don't do it without the express consent of the loan of the borrower. My time, I'll trap on them also the Nefalei Loga, because we will say ultimately again, the rabbis like to do things in a way that benefits both the borrower and the lender.
What is this?
So we'll say the idea over here is the truth is it's in the Malva's best interest not to get two $500 stars. Why? Because if it's just $1,000 star, then what happens? When the borrower pays back $500, so what does the borrower get? And he pays back $500? A receipt, a shover. So we discussed yesterday that what happens? When you're a borrower and you get the shover, it's in your best interest to what? Pay off the remainder of the debt as quickly as possible. Why? Because you're responsible for watching that shoulder. So you have that shoulder, you're going to be on the hook for another $500 for the same $500 again. Therefore, again, it's in the lender's best interest not to have the documents because that forces the borrower to pay back faster. But if and we'll say it's in the lender's best interest and it's the $1,000 document. Why? Because when the borrower does go out and pay back $500, the shtar becomes public. The most the halacha is when we see a public shtar that Rashba brings down over here, that's whenever we hold a document that says I owe you $5,000. Excuse me, Ruben owes me $1,000. And then we know that Ruben pay back $500. In order for me to collect the rest of the shtar, I have to take the oath. I don't have to take the oath. We'll say because why? Because the shtar itself is public. The shtar is compromised because the amount written in the shtar is not the amount that's compromised, not the amount that's owed to you. We'll say it is considered to be in the best interest of the borrower if the lender has to take a screw up before getting repaid the bond. that ensures the honesty of the leverage. You see, the Gemara is pointing out over here is that it's not in the best interest of both of them to get two $500 stars. So the Gemara goes by Bamarava. Hi, Mandinaki, Trish, Darvini, Action Function. Goes into this. I have two documents of $500 each against Ruvain. So I lent Ruvain $1,000 each. Go to phasing. Ba'amar, Shavinu Miguli Chad Achar Meya. So phasing, do me a favor. Write to me one document of $1,000. One document of $1,000. What's the halacha? We'll say, Lo Mishadin Alei. Phasing will not do it. Why? Because Avad Rabbanah Milcha B'neicha L'Ulamada, B'neicha L'Uloga. Also because phasing will only do something that is objectively beneficial for the Malva and the Lova. And the reality is, what Rabbi said, that it is in the best interest of the Malva and the Lova that things remain as is. How so? So the Gemara says, Mecha L'Ulamada, in the Kam Shtarei. So we'll say it's good for me to have two $500 shtaros. Why? Because the Maisa will say again, when the borrower repays part of this debt, I still have a fully intact shtar, the other $500 shtar, which is not husband in any way, and therefore I don't take a shua to collect the rest. And I will say the Lova's best interest. Why? Because the Lova doesn't have to worry about a shogar, he doesn't have to worry about a receipt, and therefore he doesn't have to feel the lachats to repay. Amar Rashi, Hi Mandina Kitshtar at 5 Meas Uze, Kamar Shavin Huni Hili Chad Farkamshin. Well, listen to this, this third case. I live within $1,000. And what happens? I go ahead and come to this and say, do me a favor. Just write me one star for 500. I will say, now why would I be asking for one star for 500? I will say, ultimately, again, I say that essentially I'm claiming that Reuben already paid me back 500. So all I need is $500 for the outstanding part of the title. Look at the Rashbam for just a moment. So that's about 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, about 14, 15 lines up from the bottom. I'm going to Rashi, I might not get started. Milda Bar Meaziti, but I'm going to Safri, Sobu Khan Bar Hamshin, Mea Uzman Mishon, Sharab Hara Hamostar, the Korish Stars. Lo Kasina Lishtar Akmina Lombis Manishon, the Hoshkim Manshal Zayom Silvaila, Shema, Shtar Parua Vizet, the Yish Shover Lelova Alov, the Yotzi Hamilva of Shtar Shokamishin Yomer Kov Akahu, Shovis the Kavalachas. Let's listen to this. I shall be amazing. I have a shtar for $1,000 against Ruvain. I say, Jason, do me a favor. Just write the shtar for 500, right? And that's it. Because the assumption is I'm claiming that Reuben already paid back 500. So Rashi says we do not do this. Gemara says my time off. Harinon, time with Rapare. It's possible again that Reuben paid back the entire debt. But if Reuben paid back the entire debt on both sides, then why do I still have the shtar? Why do I have the shtar? So here's what happens. So what happens when Reuben repaid the debt? Reuben said, "Give me back the shtar." So that's what happens. You borrow money, and then you pay back your debt. The borrower has the right to demand the shtar in return. I said, I said, I'm so sorry, I lost the shtar. But we have good news. Because of the tabla, I'll go ahead and I'll write your receipt. I will say, what's the concern? The concern over here is that I will produce this $500 shtar, and when Reuben produces his receipt, I can claim that what? This shtar reflects a different debt. That shover was $4,000. This was for $500. This shtar is for $500. If I was like, again, as I said to you before we started this case, the bottom line is, even in situations where someone comes up to Jason and says, I would like the shtar modification, and the shtar modification appears to be innocuous and does not appear to really negatively impact anyone, or even better, appears to positively impact both parties. Halacha l'maisa Gemara teaches me no shtar modifications without both parties present and with their express intent. Consent. Sorry. It's good. So we'll say that's the case. We'll say this is a great case. Two brothers. One is rich and one is poor. This is not talking about spirituality. This is talking about right manish. One is rich, one is poor. Now we'll say, now watch this. And what happens? Father dies and leaves behind the Yerusha. What's the Yerusha? The Yerusha is a merchant, a bathhouse,
Yo, what up, Maris?
An olive press. So what's that about? Now remember, just to understand the tension over here.
How you living, girl?
Yeah, I'm good.
Poor brother.
How are you?
I'm well, thankfully. What's new?
For revenue, to make money.
Okay, the hashtag, I didn't get what you mean because I was able to, I discovered that open meaning well, in the title, putting the description together with title and all that. So I had to put the title, then I saw under YouTube Studio the advanced settings where I should put the description and the hashtag, so I did that. But the one you said last that I should adjust that, I didn't get that, honestly. That's why I said, let me put it call.
Okay, do you know what a hashtag is?
Yeah, hashtag crypto, hashtag tech, hashtag cryptocurrency, digital marketing.
Exactly.
The ones I did, is that okay?
Yeah. So I was just saying you should put a few of those in the title if you can fit it, like hashtag crypto.
Okay. Oh, under that title, all the titles. Oh, okay.
Yeah, just a few of them and change them up. So like one could be hashtag title, hashtag crypto, and hashtag NFT. Another one could be hashtag Web3, and hashtag marketing. Another one could be hashtag Bitcoin, hashtag social media, whatever you want it to be.
Okay. How many do I put in it? The hashtag? At least 3?
Two or three. Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay.
And you can ask ChatGPT for a list.
I didn't get that.
You can ask ChatGPT for a list of just good hashtags that you could use. Excellent. Okay, so then what you're going to do, you're going to upload all 10. And when you've done that, send me a link. I'll look at it. Once that's good, I'll send you the list for the other social media platforms where you want to upload, okay?
I've done that already. All of them are still under visibility, private.
Oh, okay.
Oh, the recent today. Yes, I've uploaded all of them.
Okay, excellent.
It's on the hashtags and
so just add, yeah.
That's what I say.
Okay, so just add the hashtags to them and make them public, and then let me know when that's done. I'll take a look at it, and then I'll send you the list to upload on the other social media platforms, and you're going to do the same thing.
I shouldn't bother leaving it for 24 hours. I should put it in public now.
No, you need to add hashtags to the title.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. When I add the hashtags,
yes.
Do I make them public or I should put them still in private?
No, then you make them.
Doesn't matter.
No, it does matter. Then you make them public, and then anybody can see them. And then I'll send you the list of other social media platforms where you can upload, and then once you do that, then you're really going to start populating the internet with your content.
What I want to do now is let me put the hashtags. Once I will tell you don't check it. Then once you check it, proceed to the other social media, okay?
That's correct. I'll send you the list of the other social media right now, and then you know what to foresee that you're going to be doing next.
Furthermore, again, the other townspeople are also prohibited from lending either of them money. Why are they prohibited from lending either of them money? Because the Most say again, if you lend Yosef ben Shimon A money, Yosef ben Shimon A could easily say what? It was him. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Nimtza. Le'echad bein shtaros shal Yosef ben Shimon parua. The Most say, let's say again, halacha l'maisa, someone had lent Yosef ben Shimon money. And it says, and the document is stamped, paid, shtaros shneihen peruim. Therefore, I will say, because we don't know which Yosef ben Shimon this applies to, both of their loans will be considered to be repaid. So let's say, he said yes. So let's say, again, you have to imagine cases like this came up all the time, where you have two people in the town who have the same name. So what does this mean? People come up saying, They can't lend each other money. You want to lend them money. They obviously can't operate. So what do? You want to very simple. You shall be.
Now what?
Even though under the circumstances, you just like Yosef and Shimon, your name and your father's name would identify you. When you have a case like this of Yosef and Shimon, just what?
What did you say, Maris?
Right? Had a grandfather.
I said, can I check them now?
Can you check what now?
Yeah, you said you sent something. I've not seen them.
Yeah,
I said, can I check them now?
yeah. Check your DMs on Twitter.
Then what you should do is from the document you try to simulate what kind of simon. Look at the Rashi. Yichelu simon. Yosef and Shimon show goods. Right? Yosef and Shimon, the short one. Oh, Lavan, or the lighter one. Oh, Yichor, right? Yosef and Shimon show Araf or Shachar. The dark one, the light one, the short one, the tall one. In other words, give some identifying things weren't that politically correct, you know what I mean? In the times of the Mishnah. Right? So you go ahead, so I mean, write a physical simon about the individual. They hire Musuman, it's what they versus. Okay, so what happens if they look the same? Now they look exactly the same. Then Yishtibu Kohen. Then I both say ultimately again, and if one of them is a Kohen, you write a Kohen. So okay, at this point you understand the principle is at some point in time, you try to find something that distinguishes them. Whatever it might be. Now the problem with that, be careful, every time you distinguish them, that's what nice stuff, is something that will miss. So for example, you wouldn't distinguish them by writing their profession. Right? Because people change professions. So you have to some type of simon.
What'd you say?
Allows you to go ahead and distinguish.
No, I was trying to ask them strategy about the software. Why such hashtag? You gave the hashtag Web3, hashtag Web3 crypto, blockchain, crypto, NFT, crypto community, crypto trading,
Yeah.
then hashtag decentralized finance.
Yep. So take 2 or 3 of those and put them in each one of your videos in the title, and then let me know when you're done and your videos are public. And then what you're going to do is upload all your videos to all those other social media platforms with titles in the same way and descriptions if you can. Yes, did you hear me? Yes, I'm here. You are going to make your videos public after you put the titles in with the hashtags. I sent you a list on Twitter. Do you see on Twitter I sent you a list of other social media?
Guinness is sorry. We can't allow you to collect from the star. Why? Because it looks like we don't really know if you, the guy holding the star, isn't captain and caught you in the star. You could mean the Reish Galusa. You could mean, right, to mean Shavar Malka, to mean Shavur. The idea that Rabbi Guinness is that what? He said if the document just says, Ruben Ben Yaakov borrowed from you, but doesn't identify who the lender is, the you is, then the Maisa, what Rabbi Guinness is just because a guy shows up in basement holding that document, the possession of that document is not enough proof that you are the you, that you are the anonymous lender who is named or not named in the shtar. So I'm going to this stuff. I'm going to this stuff. The Puna is not as much. The Puna is not as much questioning as much as he's kind of questioning out loud. How can we allow you, the guy who's holding the shtar, to collect this loan when in fact you are not named in the shtar as the lender, and we don't really know with certainty who the lender is. So the Gemara says, "I'm going to Krishna Rabbi, this is such a Rabbi, took Ayin Bar." So Krishna says, "Listen, go and investigate this matter. Because tonight, the food is going to come back, right? Rafuna already raised this question. So you have Rafuna saying to Rabbi, go and investigate the matter, so that you could report back to Rafuna this evening and ultimately tell him what you think the halacha should be. So what happens? Rabbi goes out on this information gathering mission. Dog, he inquired, or he investigated the hashka.
Maris, did you see I sent you a message with the social media that you're going to upload now?
Let's say you have a get. It has witnesses on it, has social witnesses, but there's no date. There's no spot. So as we learned, remember from our given days, we learned about the absolute necessity of a date, of right to different people. So we'll say, what's the status of such a thing?
Yeah, attend them now.
In
Do the same for the following platform: X, Instagram, Facebook, TikTok, Snapchat, Pinterest, Threads, Tumblr, Mastodon, Flickr, True Social, website, and Facebook. I think there's one of them that my location could not allow me to.
That's okay. Just do it. Do it for the ones that you can.
That today means what? Today means what? Today means
So I'm the co-founder of FGL.
Okay, so you take care of that. If you have questions, you let me know. In the meantime, I'm in a Twitter space right now. I'm about to share, so.
So each of them is 10.
What'd you say?
Each of them should be 10, 10, 10. The hashtag, just like you said.
Exactly.
We assume that who is
So anything that you want to basically.
You're welcome.
Initially, we did have just big time streamers, but as you know, we decided to expand and try IRL streaming, different types of Web 2 games. So anything basically. I actually managed the stream.
still ambiguity to circumstantial reality.
That's probably like our main game right now. There's other people who are playing Maple Story, there's Art Raiders, which is fun too. I myself, I do stream, but as of right now, because of the IRL shop, we're a little bit more busy, so I only have a day on the schedule, which is on Sundays. But yeah, just basically, have a good time, enjoy ourselves, create a family environment for everyone. Because a lot of us have like kids or like, just trying to have a community that isn't toxic and is friendly and is more about playing games to have fun and not so much about the money, because sometimes what we experienced with Big Time, it was there's a lot of toxic people when it comes to playing video games that incorporates the economy and then money as well. But as of right now, I can actually say that everyone in the community is super friendly, very nice, willing to help, and yeah. That's how Guild. And we also have a Ravenquest content creator program, and I think some for some other games too. So if there's any streamers that they're interested in, Ravenquest or any involved with that, we love signing up new people to not only do the Guild, but for the content creators for the games. Right. Yeah. Yeah, so any game.
Where the lender is not named by name, but it's just a from you.
So yeah, any game that we get in contact with, we always try to make it as a full guild package, so that we include every streamer that is participating with us on the stream schedule, to make sure that they're taken care of and get good goodies or whatever it is that they can provide.
The lender, that he's the lender. So they switch the device already, then the feel of no, we're not coaches that people do stuff. Like we're not coaches that ultimately against someone dropped the star and lost us. Look, it's always saying that we assume a certain level of documental vigilance. Right? We assume that if a person has a document, that's what makes the holding. We assume a certain level of vigilance. Like people aren't going to try to let me make money. I'm not going to lose that sky. Therefore, I'm getting more of the we're not worried about it. How do I know that's not ultimately again for someone who's in the document listens to this? I'll tell you this man, how you read your office. Same Efa Yosef, same Efa Yosef in the same Efa Yosef in the same. Listen again, There's a city, and in the city you have two residents. One of them is named Yosef and Shimon, and there's a second guy named Yosef. What's that? Ain't on your phone, the whole stuff is out there. We'll say they're not really telling money to each other, and we just spoke about it. Well, I thought you have a lot of I will say someone else can't lend you that money either, and have all the reasons that's before. For what can you see? We'll say, what do you see over here? That they will be committed to lend others money. So it's like, even though they can't lend each other money, so they can have a fear, and it's not really going to be collectible. And even though others can't lend them money, because when you show up at Yosef and Shimmon's house, he's going to tell you what, I'm not the lender, I'm not the borrower, it's the other guy who's the other Yosef and Shimon. So yeah, we'll say, what do you see? And ultimately, again, they are committed to lend others money. They're committed to lend others money. Or why is that? Maybe what's in a fila, was that if you have projects that people lose that, then how can you allow either of them to lend money to others? After all, why don't you say that you let them lend other money when one of them showed up to collect? Why don't you coach yourself what? This Yosef and Shimon, that's the lender. The other guy, the other Yosef is the lender, but rather he grabbed this guy, and this is the other one found it. And Rav Shlamina, then a fila look at it. I will say, what do you see over here? You see that for that kosher for people losing their documents. That's kosher for that. That Bible says there's a difference. There's a fila when a fila diranim cheshinan. Just like Jewish Rabbi says, there's a real fundamental difference in those cases. What's the fundamental difference? What's the case ultimately again of Shnei Yosef ben Shimon. So we're using that focus in the fila because there are only two people who could potentially take advantage of this guy. Who are the two people who could potentially take advantage of this guy? Yosef ben Shimon 1, Yosef ben Shimon 2. In that case, we're not going to let them lend money to each other we got. We're not going to let others lend money to each other we got. But they can lend money to others. Are you not? So, well, what about the fact that I should be coaches? That's what. And maybe the Yosef and Shimon shows up with the star to collect. He's not going to be a lender. The real Yosef and Shimon walks the star, and the second Yosef and Shimon. So it's exactly what it says. I'm not worried about that. Now, what this is about is different than the people doing over here. What's our case? Our case will say is where a guy shows up in business. And what does the star say? It's going to collect the star. What does the star say? The star says, hi, I'm living Ben Yaakov, borrowed money, love alone, mincha, from you. Which I value to say that even if under normal circumstances, Yosef and Shimon and Tila, in this case, they have to be focused on the fact that he is the real owner of the Bible, right? Because this star is so ambiguous. This star is so open-ended. This star could have belonged to anyone. And because it should have belonged to anyone, therefore what? A guy straight up and base holding that star ultimately is not enough proof that he is the true Malach, that he is the true lender. So we'll say, tomorrow and we'll start over here for today. Well, we'll say, tomorrow so if you guys go to fabbill.com and you guys remember, we begin ultimately with the case of Shnei Yosef ben Shimon. The Gemara then ends off with the real fundamental shiloh. What's the fundamental shiloh here? The fundamental shiloh is, if when you show up in bathing with the star, are you, and let's say again, you are not named in that star, do we assume that you, possessing himself, is the rightful owner of that star? Or do we say it's so ambiguous, as Shimon the Koshish, that perhaps again the real owner of the star lost it, because it's never asking who the real owner is, therefore the star is uncollectible. So do we say that possession is what establishes the fact that you are involved, or do we need some additional clarification in the star?
So a lot of them, they just go in and they talk to each other, they write down your information, they kind of like keep notes for every participant, and then they just go back and forth saying like, hey guys, this person is single, looking for this, and so, and it's the same thing IRL. They get the contestants, if someone doesn't show up, luckily since we're at a casino, at a mall, we can replace people easily, and a lot of people have been willing to participate, which is because they see it as a fun thing to do, an experience.
I wanted to do it, but my wife wasn't excited. Nice, interesting. Well, where is this located at?
We are in Connecticut, and on here you guys can look up. Yeah, you guys can look it up. It's called Foxwoods Resort Casino. They
have a mall connected to them, and that's where we're at. We're at Suite 500 in Tanger.
That's awesome. Well, I'm in West Virginia. Not too far, but
not too far.
Far enough.
Yeah.
But maybe up north, I will put a mental note to check out.
Yeah. Yeah, you guys are all welcome, of course.
After a year with the family, you'll be so successful that it'll be impossible for you not to come.
Yeah, come check it out.
That's awesome. Well, when we've all made it big, then yeah, we'll take tours, go to each other's locations, pop up in each other's camps.
Yes, of course.
When did the website with the 24/7 raid train, how did that kind of come about? When did it come about? Obviously, when it started, it probably wasn't 24/7. So how did you start the raid train to get it to where it is?
So initially, the way it started was during big time, when we were playing a lot of big time. And to be honest, Streetbach and I, we had to build spots where we were doing 9-hour streams just to make sure we can get it to the next person. Eventually, it just evolved where we started recruiting streamers. And the thing is that we don't have a particular criteria other than like be a good person, be kind, be friendly. If you have a camera, that's like awesome. But if you don't, that's okay too. If you have an avatar, microphone is required. And so with the streamers, basically what it has come down to is just someone who is friendly and community, that kind of stuff. And so everyone on here that we've recruited has been people that have been wanting to build with us and that we've met through big time. And that started maybe about like a year and a half ago. And like I said, 3 Pac is the ideas guy. So he's the one that comes up with the ideas and we just execute them together. But yeah, that's what that's like.
Like you started
we were right in big time.
All right, so it's like, good morning. It is such a plus, Baruch Hashem, to be back here with all. I mean, it's not supposed to be back out of Eretz, but it's such a plus, Baruch Hashem, to be back here with all of you. Mamish, when I go away, 2 things that I miss tremendously. Number one, of course, is my family. I have to say that. I'm not going to say that. But it's true. And Baruch Hashem, the ability to start the day with all of you, it's Mamish, the highlights of my day. And even though, again, I attempt to record this year and to give it virtually, but for myself, nothing ever matches the ability to come in, to start the morning, to see such beautiful neshamas, such smiling faces, to feel an energy of vigor, such greatness, Baruch Hashem. So it's so wonderful. Unfortunately, back in Coast Arts, but it is wonderful, Baruch Hashem, to be back with all of you. So begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's year. Thank our Talmud Torah sponsor, our annual Talmud Torah sponsor, the Tilson Mishpacha, for dedicating all the Shurman Tafshin Pei Hey the plus for the service levels for Am Yisrael. Talmud Torah sponsors for Kislev, Joshua McPhee, creation of the Yartek of Josh's father, Yisrael Yehuda, Bernard Chaim Rapalzi from the Bracha, and for the Swiss return of our hostages and the security of all of our precious soldiers. Sammy and Malka Esperson, dedicating Shlomo and Joshua this month in memory of their parents, Ludwig Stiefel, Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Acoin, Sarah Stiefel, Sarah Bas Baruch Adram, Linda Esperson, Linda Bas Henneth Freiman, in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband and father, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yona, Shenikom Damo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Danielle Gikal. We also have the marriage of all of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshamas who have an Aliyah, the families during the Chama. Nurse Hashem should return all of our hostages to Shalom and to Karol. Our precious soldiers should be successful. And indeed, so much incredible to think about. Like, there's always been such uncertainty. We felt such uncertainty for the last year, and of course, with all of the events in Syria, the uncertainty is even compounded. What's incredible is you also feel in the air. You feel in the air. Just one of the most incredible things. You feel in the air, and you felt almost sounds strange, like almost like a certain euphoria. It's this fall of Syria and the recognition that like this axis of evil in the Middle East is crumbling. It opens the door for a profound feeling something dramatic is about to occur. It's something, the world is changing in ways that we never thought it would, and so rapidly, so overwhelmingly. Because they were showing the pictures of some places during the coordination of the United States and Israel about the destruction of all of Syria's weapons depot. Incredible. In the course of 48 hours, they wiped out over 80% of Syria's weaponry. Without Syria's air defenses, Iran becomes accessible. It's incredible just to see what's happening, and almost like a feeling like we live in an age of the footsteps of Mashiach, and in general, every day that goes by, you feel Mashiach coming a little bit closer, and you felt it. You felt it, to walk in and to feel like a confidence, as they say, like a gava yehudit, Jewish, understands a lot of Jewish arrogance, right? But a little bit. It's okay. It's more than pride. It's a shtickle gaiva. Stoltz. It's incredible, because the truth is, we were so beaten down, and we were so
I am
hurt,
not from Fan Guild. When possible, may I please share my project with you all?
Such a tremendous. So it's like, let's begin. We have a lot to do.
Thank you so much. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase "content is king," and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. No one dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person on Earth. I have more content than any person on Earth. I also have a Discord. We invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, a shiller, or any other kind of influencer, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Beautiful. Just know, you don't see them. But we have a beautiful family, who's part of our cheer every single day. Dedicated. Of course, I'm not gonna lie, it's not easy to be dedicated at 1 o'clock in the afternoon. No offense, guys. I'm just saying, 1 o'clock in the afternoon, then 5:45 in the morning, right? But when I say it's beautiful, like we're part of something so much bigger that spans the world. And person says $1,000. Great simple. Okay, anyway, the commission says the price is as follows. Ruben mentioned $1,000, right? And what happens? Shimon, you pay back 500 Carmen Kamish males. So what do you do? So now what do you do with the shtar? So even the current shtar, the close one shtar. After this man, you can do ready. The religious says no problem. Witnesses tear up the first shtar and write a brand new shtar. Now we'll say now there's a very important point. You might have made this point earlier as well, but it's important to reinforce it again. What do? You date? What's the date of the new document? What's the date of the new document? It's the original date of the transaction. And this is very important, right? Why? Because remember, again, the date of the document creates what? Creates the lien and encumbrance on the properties of the borrower. So you don't want to redate that based on today, because then you just effectively move the lien to the present day. So we'll rewrite a new document. Now, what does the new document say? What does the new document say? Reuven lent Shimon what? $500. But the date of that transaction, the date of that document, is the original date of the $1,000 loan. That's what he would have. Rabbi Yossi says no. Because you showed. Rabbi Yossi says no. Don't touch the original shtar. Don't touch the shtar. So what do? You write a receipt. Write a receipt that says that Reuven paid back. Sorry, that Shimon paid back Reuven $500. So what you can essentially have over here, according to Rabbi Yossi, is two documents. What are the two documents? Number one is the original loan document. Who's holding the original loan document? Who's holding that? Who's holding that? Reuven the lender. So Reuven the lender is holding the document. Now, what does the document say? The document says that Reuven lent Shimon $1,000. Okay, but that's not true. I mean, it is true that Shimon paid back $500. So there's another document. What's the second document? A shoulder, a receipt. Who's holding the receipt? Who's holding the receipt? Shimon, borrower. And it says that Shimon paid back Reuven $500. This is Rabbi Yossi's model. Why does Rabbi Yossi? Remember again. So why does Rabbi Yossi hold this way? Here we go. Well, because you want to say intuitively, right? Rabbi Yehuda makes more sense. Just rewrite the document. That seems to be the easiest. And there are two reasons Rabbi Yossi says why I favor the writing of a receipt. Number one, the existence of the original document is a motivation for Shimon to pay back. See, I will say, when you have a receipt, there's a danger. What's the danger? If Shimon loses that receipt, then what happens? Reuven, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon owes him $1,000. And again, if without the receipt, Shimon has no way to prove that he paid. I mean, I guess if he paid in front of witnesses, he could two different witnesses. But the mice without the document, he has no way to go ahead and prove anything. So Yossi says, I like it that way. You know why I like it that way? Because ultimately, again, it creates an urgency for the borrower to repay the lender. Yossi says, I want to turn this piece. I want to turn up the pressure on the borrower. I want him to feel the urgency to repay. The other piece Yossi says is, I want the original date to remain on the document. All right, so Yossi says, I want the original date because that original date, you start rewriting documents, there's a concern about date conclusion. I want the original date of the transaction to remain. This way, the encumbrance date remains as it originally was. One second. Rabbi Yehuda, one second. Rabbi Yossi, calm down. Rabbi Yehuda, right? Remember, what does Rabbi Yehuda hold? Rabbi Yehuda holds that law for the mice. When Shimon pays back $500, what do? Tear up the original document, rewrite it in the document. Rabbi Yehuda also agrees that you use the first date, the initial transaction date. So Rabbi Yossi makes it sound like he's the only one who wants to use the original date, but at the end of the day, Rabbi Yehuda also does. To which the Gemara says, no. How can you come on Rabbi Yossi? This is what Rabbi Yossi is saying to Rabbi Yehuda. He's saying the following. He says, listen, Rabbi Yehuda, if you agree with me that in your replacement document you will use the first date, then ultimately, again, we only argue about one thing. What's the one thing? The Rabbi Yehuda says we create the new shtar, and Rabbi Yossi says we write the receipt. The Gemara says, "Im zman risha kamet paligna alacha b'chado." Im zman sheni kamet, Rabbi Yehuda, if you hold that in the new document you use a second date, a new date, then ultimately, again, palgina alacha b'tarti. I'll argue with you on two things. Okay, so we'll say, so that's our raisa. So we'll say, remember again, so this is really, to me, I don't know why this is very exciting. It's unusually exciting. And listen, that if you think about this is really interesting because this happens all the time, right? Where someone owes, right, Reuven lent Shimon $1,000, Shimon pays back part of the debt. He's paying in installments, let's say. Not that it was an installment plan, but he has money now. He decides to pay back part of his debt. So what do you do with the document? What's your loan document? So again, just keep on remembering this. Fundamental focus, Rabbi Yehuda, Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yehuda, tear up the old document, write up a new document. The new document says that Shimon owes Reuven $500. They used the original date of the transaction so as not to mess up the lien that was created on the borrower's possessions. Rabbi Yossi absolutely not. Don't start with new dates, but rather just write a receipt. But 1 second, isn't the receipt going to be dangerous for the borrower? So Rabbi Yossi says, yeah. We want the borrower to feel the urgency of paying back the money. So turn up the heat on a little bit. Let him know that Ruben, the lender, has a document that says that Shimon still owes him $1,000, and that's to create an urgency in repayment. Beautiful. All right, let's go back. Turn up on it. So we'll say shtar. Now we're not finished yet. We're not finished yet. But you might go on a little bit of the details. Turn up on it. Shtar shezman of custom Shabbos or Ba'asar Tishrei. Shtar me'ocher hu v'chashem. This is fascinating. Let's say you have a document, right? And the document was dated not in accordance with the Jewish calendar, but rather with the secular calendar, right? Or some other secular dating system. And it turns out that when you look up, so I'll give you a great example of this, right? Next week, you find the shtar. Shtar says that Reuben lent Shimon money on December 14th. Now, there's only one problem with having a date December 14th, and that's what? It's Shabbos. It's Shabbos. Or you find the document that says Reuben lent Shimon money on October 2nd. What was the problem with that? October 2nd was Rosh Hashanah. So now you have a date. Ultimately, again, right? And all things he bothered buying this year. That's what he's saying. So again, the point is, somebody's using an alternative dating system, and when you look back at the date, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense because the date is a date in which a transaction would not have occurred. No one's lending money on Shabbos. Different discussion, right? But Rabbi said no one's lending money on Shabbos, and no one's lending money on Rosh Hashanah. Now, what the Shaila is, what do you do with a transaction like that? Rabbi Yehuda says it's not a problem. How do we understand it? It's a shtar mo'ofer. Rabbi said this is very interesting. Shtar mo'ofer means a post-dated document. So this is very exciting because now we're going to talk about.
Thank you so much, GM, everyone. I want you to know I'm the easiest follow back in the game. If you follow me, I will definitely follow you back. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king in us.
So Shimon is guaranteeing the debt with his property. So what you're going to see is as follows. So halakha, so when does the encumbrance start from? So the encumbrance, the lien begins on the date mentioned in the shtar. Here's the problem. Well, if you post-date the shtar, then that's fine, right? As long as both parties are okay with the post-dating, that's not a problem, because no one gets hurt in post-dating, right? In other words, if the lender is okay with post-dating, that means his encumbrance is not starting until whatever, 10 days after he actually made the loan. That's his business if he wants to accept that. Purchasers, people who will be purchasing property, they're also not put at a disadvantage if the encumbrance only starts 10 days later because, hey, they're buying property without an encumbrance. So post-dated shtaros don't really pose a problem. Pre-dated shtaros do. Because what's going to happen? Essentially, the pre-dated shtar, you're creating an encumbrance or a lien before the transaction. And that's problematic because you can't create a lien which predates the transaction. The lien or the encumbrance ultimately is the result of the transaction itself. So a predated shtar we're going to see is going to be possible. Post-dated shtar is going to be you're going to see, by the way, that this actually has certain applications as well. Take a look at that for just a moment. Then start with the second of the intermediate wide lines. So, for example, in places where they date their documents in accordance with the solar calendar, because of the shtar, the test of the document was dated the 15th of December. And then when we check out, when we line up the secular date against the Hebrew date, it turns out that it was Shabbos. in Rosh Hashanah, every Yom Kippurim, or Yom Kippur back. Kol Yodin Shlo Nechtav Lo B'Shabbos Yom Kippurim, V'Nimtza Shlo Nechtav Ba'os Yom HaMofiach B'Shtar, Ela O Muktamu O Pasol, O Mu'ochar B'Kasha. Say so again. I think you find that ultimately again that does not line up. The date that's used does not line up with a feasible date that this document should have actually been done. There's one or two possibilities. What are the possibilities? Either predated or postdated. So interestingly enough, Rabbi says, I choose to understand that it's a postdated document in the first. Rabbi Yossi post-sell. Rabbi Yossi says, no, it's possible. Why? Because apparently Rabbi Yossi assumes that it is a predated document, and therefore Allah is going to be possible. Let's analyze this. Yehuda says Rabbi Yossi, "Hello, my son, part of the charta." Doesn't this? So this is Rabbi Yossi. Rabbi Yossi, this case came up before you in Sipori. It was a case like this. Reuben mentioned $1,000. The document said the 14th of December. It was document so the 14th of December was a Shabbos, and they could not. The transaction definitely did not happen on a Shabbos, and yet Rabbi Yossi paskin that the shtar was kosher, which obviously meant Rabbi Yossi understood it to be a shtar mo'ochar, a post-dated document, not a pre-dated document. So the Gemara says, Amalo, Kechsharti, Bazeh Hechsharti. Amalo, Kechsharti, Bazeh Hechsharti. He says, no. At the end of the day, so look at the Rashbam. The Rashbam says, Amalo, Kechsharti, Bazeh. It's about 7 lines up in the bottom. Shekasa Zmano B'Shabbos when people are character Shemitoko Mokia Shlo Nichtav B'Zmano. Sorry, in Yisrael Kost Yisrael B'Shabbos and Kippurim. Kol Yavinu Shum Me'ochar V'lo Nafik Minei Kovek V'lo Kaman. But Me'ochar Ba'alma Shezmano Kasav Yom Lai V'Tzina V'lo Yodei Me'ochar. Rabbi Yossi says like this. There are two cases I will say. Very interesting. Rabbi Yossi says there's two cases of data ambiguity. There's when the star has a date that we know for sure the star did not happen on this date. Did not happen on this date. Rabbi Yossi says in that kind of case, I'm okay with saying that the star was a post-date star. Does that make sense? People are doing the transaction now. They want to post-date it. So what do? They choose a date. They're recognizing that the date, let's say the secular date that they're choosing, lines up with the Shabbos or lines up with Yom Kippur. So again, when it's clear that the date reaching the star is not the date on which the transaction could have occurred, Rabbi Yossi holds, I hold that is kosher. But when it is a regular post-dated document, Rabbi Yossi says I hold that it's possible. Now, we're going to see Rabbi Yossi clearly has a concern about a post-dated document, which is not fully articulated, which we're going to see in the Gemara to come. Okay, so if you actually just finish up the Rashbam says as follows. He says, "L'divra called the dummy kishakasu b'zmano shtar dinan chasinu lab b'zmanei b'chasinu." All right, actually, you don't want to destroy the Gemara. Fine. So let's go back. Now again, so we don't know. All we know is that Rabbi Yossi has an objection to a post-dated document. We don't know what is post-dated document. We don't know what his objection is, but we do know as follows: that when it's post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated, even Rabbi Yossi will say that it's kosher. What's an example of a shtar that was post-dated in a way that's clear that it's post-dated? When the date used is a date in which the transaction is not occurred. The Shabbos, if it was Rosh Hashanah, if it was Yom Kippur, Rabbi Yossi would agree that such a shtar is going to be kosher. Again, we don't understand why yet. That's just the shita. So let's go back to that. V'ha, Rabbi Yehuda nami bazeh amar. I but Rabbi Yehuda holds that even in that kind of case, right? Allah for myself be kosher. So I'm right with us. Hakomod, and here we go. She was katluba or not so shashtat. So let's say everybody gives the following case. So right here we go. We're going to make $1,000. The date of the star is December 14th. Now, by the way, this is the date starts December 14th. And when we go ahead and we look at the date, we take out our Jewish calendar, and we wind up with December 14th. Right? So what happens? It says, Onas and Shabbos or Ba'asar. Right? And it turns out that December 14th was a Shabbos. Right? So it's clear the actual date of the transaction. Everyone agrees, Shishtan Mo'ofarhu. Everyone agrees that it's a post-dated document, the kosher. As we'll say, remember, let's just play this out. A post-dated document, in reality, doesn't sound like it hurts anyone. Right? Because remember again, if it's right, if we're going to pay money, so what happens when you're going to Shimon's money? What occurs on both sides? First of all, Shimon is obligated to pay back. What else happens? Shimon's property becomes encumbered. shirt. Now, again, what does post-dating do? What does post-dating do? It delays the encumbrance. Who does that hurt? Who does that hurt? Right? Really, the only person who hurts is the lender. And if the lender is willing to do that, that's his choice. So because there's no foul, right? No one's hurt. No one's hurt. Therefore, halacha l'maisa, as long as it's clear that it was posted, how do you have the case that's clear that it's posted? The date that was used is clearly not the date in which the transaction occurred. Everyone will agree that it's kosher. Okay, I'm a base. Okay, here we go. So it's like, where does the problem come up? The problem comes up when we call it Shtar Mu'ofer Ba'alma, which means posted a document where it's not clear from the document that it was posted. What's an example? That you look at the Rashtam. So we'll say, so again, where does this come up? It comes up in a case where, let's say, date is December 13th. So I don't know, December 13th is a Friday. Is that today? Yeah, so it's a Friday, right? So Lamaisa, again, here, I don't know, did the transaction happen on December 13th? Didn't happen on December 13th? I don't know, it's possible that it didn't. That's where the machlokas between Rabbi Yossi and Rabbi Yehuda is going to come up, right? So we'll say, here we go, let's get into it. So it says, Rabbi Yehuda, here we go, get ready. And then we'll say,
Katie is talking.
This comes together. Rabbi Yehuda Tamei. Rabbi Yehuda goes to his reason. What did Rabbi Yehuda say? The Amar a Kosvin shoulder. Rabbi Yehuda holds, we do not write receipts. Rabbi was saying, now, why don't you write receipts? What does it mean you don't write receipts? So Rabbi Yehuda said, you've seen this already before the last couple of days. Rabbi Yehuda goes, why don't we write receipts? Because receipts create an unfair burden upon the borrower. Right? Because at the end of the day, what's going to happen? The borrower now has to hold on to this document. And if you don't write receipts, right? There's a loan document that was drafted. That's the document that we pay attention to, and we do not write receipts. Therefore, what's the loan? Therefore, again, there's no concern.
She asked what time the space is ending.
Don't write receipts. What happens when you go ahead and you repay? What happens? Right? You're giving $1,000. But now she wants to pay back. Shimon's not paying back until what? So what? Till he gets that document. Right? In other words, if I'm Shimon, I'm not paying anything back until Ruben gives me back that loan document. What happens if Shimon wants to pay half? He wants to pay half. The fact is he's not going to pay half, right? Why? Because paying half needs to be exposed. Because if he pays half, he's not getting a receipt. The document is still there, so it's not that Shimon's best interest to go ahead and pay half. So therefore, again, Rabbi Yehuda essentially says, there's no shit. This document is stated. So what? What are we concerned about? We're not writing receipts, which means that if Ruben has the document, it means that Shimon hasn't paid him back. Right? And therefore, again, at the end of the day, Ruben can't, there's nothing bad that could come out of all of this. Rabbi Yossi is here we go. Rabbi Yossi holds, no, Kosim Shogar. Rabbi Yossi says, no, we do write receipts. Did nothing mean a full. I know this could be exploited. This could absolutely be exploited. I'm also get ready for this. Now, we don't yet know, so I don't think what could be exploited and how could a Shtar Mu'ofer be exploited. Just wait, because it is about to get crazy. So again, now what the Gemara is doing is, this is what the Gemara is doing over here, something that on one hand is very powerful, but on the other hand a little bit mystifying. Meaning what? The Gemara is outlining the positions, telling us that everyone's holding their respective positions, but we don't understand why they hold their respective positions. So here's what I know. Right? So let's just do what I know. What I know is, everyone agrees that a post-dated document that has a date that is clearly a date in which the transaction could not have occurred. Everyone agrees is kosher. Nothing bad is going to happen as a result of that. What happens? When it's a Shtar Mu'ofer, but the date could have been a date in which the transaction occurred. It was dated Friday, December 13th. So what could have happened today? So Yehuda says it's not a problem. Why? Because we don't write receipts. Therefore, Shtar Mu'ofer cannot cause a problem. Rabbi Yossi says we do write receipts. And therefore, Shtar Mu'ofer can cause a problem. Now, again, I've also said the connection between receipts and Shtar Mu'ofer, the Yamar still has not explained. Hold on. I'm going to break down this law. So here we go. feel the mind of supposed to show that, even according to the opinion that says that we write the shover, that we write the receipt, honey maybe a palga. Furthermore, again, that's only a problem if you write receipt on part of the loan. Absolutely low. So the entire amount, no. Below the Gemara says that's not true. Afilu akule kasina. We write receipts even for the entire amount of repayments. So apparently, in the world of receipts, there's machlokas. Do you write receipts only for partial payment? Or do you write receipts for entire payment? That's apparently another machlokas. The Gemara says, first the opinion that says you write receipts, you can write receipts for the entire payment. Okay, hold on. You have that this stuff by Yosef. Havamasik Vide Kadi Abba. Listen to this. Rabbi stuck by Yosef. Lend money to Rabbi Abba. Also, the Rabbi said by Papi, the Gimel for us by Papi, Amrle, have you Zuzoi? Rabbi stuck by Abba, said to Rabbi Abba, give me my money. Give me my money. Amrle, have you Zuzoi? He stuck with Zuzoi. So again, what happened? So Rabbi Abba was. Rabbi Abba was very smart. Rabbi Abba said, sure. Okay, you give me the loan document. In other words, you give me the document, I'll give you payment. Because without the document, ultimately again, the borrower is exposed. So I'm going to start about your because Yitzchak said, I lost the star. After look like Taka. But don't worry, I'll write to your receipt. Amrle, Harav Yishmol Damit Harvayu, in close to shoulder. So he said, 1 second. So Rabbi Yitzchak said that. Sorry, Rabbi Abba said that, but there's Rabbi Shmuel. And Rabbi Shmuel both hold that we do not write receipts. You don't write receipts. So it's incredible. So Rabbi Yitzchak responded and he said, Amar, man Yohevle, first white line, man Yohevle me achai Rabbi Shmuel, Raminan Da'ayin. If only I would have of the dust in Rabbi Shmuel to put in my eyes. It's actually very beautiful. That's very beautiful. And ultimately, again, what's going to happen up here? The idea of putting the dust around the shoulder is obviously a sign of incredible covet. Like, I'm not even the dust beneath the feet of Rabbi Shmuel. If I would only have some of their dust to put in my eyes, I could see with such incredible clarity. But, listen to this, Rabbi Yitzchak said, but as great as Rabbi Shmuel were, Rabbi Shmuel said, you don't write a receipt. Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish said, you do write this. So Yitzchak was kind of about Rabbi Abba. I will say, there's a tremendous Moshe Hassan. What was Rabbi Yitzchak doing? You see, Rabbi Abba quoted Rabbi Shmuel that we don't write a receipt. Rabbi Yitzchak held differently. He held like Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish who said, you do write a receipt. So what did Rabbi Yitzchak do? Before he disagreed with the positions of Rabbi Shmuel, what did he do? He built them up. In other words, he respected them. Also, it is such a profound insight into the mechanism of disagreement. It's a disagreement with dignity. It's the ability to hold opposing views without diminishing the person who you're disagreeing with. That's essentially all the three. That one of the greatest things that we have lost as a contemporary society is the ability to disagree agreeably or to disagree with dignity. Humanity has always had different opinions. And that's beautiful. Let's say, what are those beautiful things? Gemara. Right? We learn Gemara every single day. And what is Gemara? So can you imagine Gemara without disagreement? Gemara without disagreement? Like, kiss a shovel up. Like that's whatever. Whatever. Okay, it's 3 minutes. You did kiss a shovel up. That's Kishanaka, right? It's interesting. Again, I will say, all of us love learning kiss a shovel up. It's fantastic. But you have to admit, the shmat that you get from Gemara, you cannot replicate. You absolutely cannot replicate. What's the excitement about it? The excitement of it is to see a variety of different opinions. But yet, everyone lives on the same dot. Everyone lives on the same space. Everyone occupies the same valid hamas, the same block Gemara. Because one of the most important things in leadership is the ability to disagree with dignity and fear. It's incredible. Rabbi Yitzchak, by this is money, he's trying to get around money. Rabbi Yitzchak is disagreeing with his borrower, with Rabbi Abba. Right? Rabbi Yitzchak is saying, I want to write you a receipt. Rabbi Abba says, no, Rabbi Shmuel says he can't write a receipt. So again, when someone disputes with someone, there's such a need to hurrah to like attack their principles. Rabbi Shmuel. I got the Yochanan Shlakish. So what Rabbi Yitzchak does, no, Rabbi Shmuel, such people they have. only I could just rub your feet in my eyes, how great life is. But if you're somebody who's different. So that's how you see. That's how it really is. Covered with the recognition that the other person is entitled to their point of view, even if they are actually evil. Right? Always with the thing. Incredible. We write the seat in the tableau, the kosher shoulder. We'll say with a here, that's Lament, so we write the seat. The inside right in kosher shoulder, because what's the problem? If you don't write the seat, then Abad Shtarosh Shazah, Yoko Halal, so say here's the issue, right? Imagine if you don't write the seat. I don't understand. If you don't write the seat, then halacha l'maisa again. So what should happen? So the lender should go ahead and lose the loan document, and that means the borrower never has to repay anything. So we might in 1 second. Sorry, just the opposite. Just the opposite. That if the borrower goes ahead, right? If the borrower goes ahead and loses his shoulder, so that's it. The lender should.
Maximus, I just have a question. Did you say it's going to be another 15 minutes until you let people show?
So now we should write a receipt.
Okay, sure. Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Everyone, I hope you have a wonderful day. Thank you.
If you write a receipt, then what happens? What happens, we'll say? What happens if the borrower loses his receipt? What happens then? The lender could technically collect the entire face amount of the loan all over again. So the point Gemara is making over here is you make it sound like by writing a receipt, no one's put it at a disadvantage, but it's not true. When you write the receipt, it really, most people understand receipts, and it's clear, receipts put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why? You say, Chas v'shalom, the borrower has documentary proof that he repaid part of the debt. No, why does it put him at a disadvantage? Because if you're writing a receipt, then what? The original loan document is still in existence, which means that if the borrower loses his receipt, then Reuven has the ability to come after Shimon for the full $1,000. So the existence of a receipt, interestingly enough, as much as the receipt is documentary proof that the borrower paid back part of the debt, the existence of that document does put the borrower at risk. Should he lose that document, the lender has the ability to collect the entire face amount of the loan. Well, so get ready for this. Amalei Rabba, yes. It does put the borrower at a disadvantage. Why? Eved Love Liish Malve. Closer from the pasuk, Mishnah Shlomo says another incredible piece of Solomonic wisdom: a borrower is a slave to the lender. That's the way it works. The borrower is a slave to the lender, and therefore, again, I will say, you see this motif in halacha. We want the borrower to feel the heat. Why? Because if you borrow money from someone, it is your achrayus to get it paid. And you should feel an urgency, and you should feel the pressure. Like Shlomo says now, Shlomo was saying it a little bit differently. Shlomo was saying, Eved Lo Ishmael, that means that literally when you borrow money from someone, you absolutely are the holder to them. That's literally what Shlomo was saying. But on a deeper level, Shlomo was also saying is that we want the borrower to feel an urgency. We want the borrower to feel the pressure. We want him to feel the pressure. And we want him to go ahead and ultimately feel compelled that he's got to pay this back no matter what. So we're going to write a receipt. All right, but 1 second. When he has a receipt, never, the borrower has to be careful not to lose it. Yeah, that's called being an adult. Be careful not to lose your stuff. And if you do lose your stuff, suffer the repercussions. That's it. So I'll say such profound musar chaskel in this also. Which will say, part of the beauty also about halacha, this is very important. Halacha is not a system that is designed to make people feel good. Right? This is not DEI. This is halacha is a system. Halacha is a system that is divine, that is designed for the proper functioning of society. And in any society, what do you have? You have haves and you have nots. Right? You have people who have more, people who have less. And the people who have less are going to need the people who have more. And that's incredible. And the people who have more have a moral and legal obligation to help the people who have less. But the people who have less and the people who have more have to feel an urgency to come through on their commitments. Once they're going to make him feel bad, he's going to lose his stuff. That's not the goal here, right? The goal is to create a functional side. Think about this, especially in the Jewish loan market. Remember, in the Jewish loan market in general, not necessarily operating at a disadvantage because Chas v'shalom created it this way, but you're not charging interest, right? You're not charging interest. It's your ribbis. Leaving aside the heads of Islam, you're not charging ribbis. So if you're not charging ribbis, the least that the borrower could do is ensure that the lender is going to get paid back in a timely fashion. And so if the borrower feels a greater urgency to do it, Allah says, yeah, that's what we want. That's what we want. We want the urgency to be there. It's not necessarily, there are times when it is about making people feel good, but in general, in a legal system, the idea is creating a functional society where everybody is there for each other and everybody is honoring their communities. In order to do that, sometimes people have to feel the pressure to come through on their obligations. And we want the borrower to feel an obligation to come through to the lender. We'll say, just the derech hashkafol, so if you think about it, this is so profound. Because who's the greatest borrower in this world? Who's the greatest borrower? It's every one of us. Every day I wake up and I have borrowed another everything I have is on loan from the Ribono Shel Olam. I open my eyes and I sight, and my legs working, my arms working, my heart is pumping, and all of these things. These aren't mine. I don't own these things. It's not like I did something to somehow acquire all of these things from HaKadosh Baruch Hu. They are on loan from the Ribono Shel Olam. And says the Gemara, it says Shalom Aleichem. What is the relationship between a borrower and the lender? Shalom says it's very simple. A borrower is a slave to the lender. Because the borrower owes everything to the lender. Without the lender, right? Without the lender, I wouldn't have my house, right? And without the lender, without a HaKadosh Baruch Hu, the lender, I would not have my life. I'm saying it's such an important nuance for us to consider when we look at everything we have as our loan. Everything we have is our loan. And just like in any loan situation, there are going to be stipulations about how you use the borrowed money. Everything we have is our loan to HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Moshe says, I'm happy to loan it to you. Use it wisely. Use it responsibly. Don't make foolish investments with the gifts I have given you. Because it will say one day the loan gets called. The loan gets called. After 120, the loan gets called. But the difference with this loan is that when I come before the base in Shalmala, I have to give an account about how the loan was used over 120 years. That's my order. How did you use my investment account? The Ribono Shel Olam is interested in one thing. What's the ROI? Right? What's my return on investment? I lent you, I gave you all of this stuff. I gave you all of these abilities. Show me what I got for it. And as long as we can demonstrate a proper spiritual ROI, then that is a life that we understand. Everything we have is our loan. The lender is always mishuba. Sorry, the borrower is always mishuba. It's a slave mamish to the lender. Let's go back to Tran Hasan. So let's go back to Shtamuk to Mochar. Incredible. So Tran Hasan, Shtari Chovdering, that once again, we never explained the positions of Rabbi Yehuda and Rabbi Yossi by Shtamuk earlier. You know, only 7 minutes ago. Like it's like 10 years in that Yomi world, right? We've been there. As I say, but we are going to that test. What happened to the respective Shittas of Shtamuk? So here we go. Tran Hasan. Shtari Chov Hamukdam and Psulim. We will say if you predate loan documents, it's possible. And we explain this why. Because remember again, if you predate, then what are you doing? You're backing up the encumbrance date early in the transaction. That's illegal. But post-dated documents are kosher. Look, here we go. So when we say that predated documents are kosher, post-dated documents are kosher, that's only by loan documents. I will say sale documents. So if you're selling something, not loaning money, I'm selling something, even post-dated documents are problematic. Right? What's the reason for this? Zimnin, watch this. So here's the concern. Here we go. Now we're getting into the kishkas of this. What's going to happen? I'm selling Reuben a piece of land in Nissan. But we post now it's Nissan, and ultimately, again, I'm selling the land. The date I'm putting in the document is Tishrei. So what happens? Now what happens? Now in between, what ends up happening is I run into somebody, or I should say, I'm sorry. I sold Ruvain property in Nissan, but he dated Tishrei. And I remember again, from the Gemara's perspective, there's only one reason you're selling the land, and that's why. Why did they sell real estate in the Gemara? Report, need cash. So I'm selling land to Ruvain in Nissan because I need money. But we dated the documents in Tishrei. Fine, so I sell the land. Meanwhile, in Chodesh Av, I go ahead and I run into somebody, and I go back and I repurchase my land from Ruvain. He doesn't have to sell it back to me, but he does sell it back to me. Right, so what happens? And I go back in Chodesh Av, and I buy back the property from Ruvain. And what happens? In Tishrei, Reuben takes out a document. And what does the document say? That Silver sold me property in Tishrei. So let's see what just happened over here. I sold him the property in Nisan. So he gave me the document in Tishrei. Meanwhile, in Chodesh Av, I ran into some money. I bought back my property. Sorry, property's mine. But now, Reuben still has the shtar. And what does the shtar say? The shtar says that he bought property from me in Tishrei. He pulls out that shtar, and suddenly again, he can claim ownership of the property. So you see from here, you can exploit a post-dated document. Yeah, okay, that's the case. Sorry, how about now? Those there should be a problem with loan documents as well. There's nothing happening in loan documents. Watch this. The Yazif, Shimar says, the Yazif Nisa. I lent Reuben $1,000 in Nisa. And what happened? Because of the start of the Tishrei, we posted the documents for Tishrei, so now what happens in between, right? The Chodesh Av, Reuben runs into some money, and he pays me back the debt, and then in Av, Reuben says, okay, so I paid you back. Give me back the document. I'm so sorry, I lost the document. No, I don't need the document. Because of like tablet. So what happened? I write him a receipt. I have a receipt that says that he paid me back in Av. So one second. Then what happens? I wrote him a receipt. When Tishrei comes, what should I do? I take out the document. What does the document say? That I lent Reuben money in Tishrei. Reuben said, 1 second, there's a receipt. I paid you back. No. You paid me back for an older debt.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. When possible, may I please share my project?
A post-dated document, whether it's a transaction or whether it's a loan.
Well, I'm Jewish, so I don't really celebrate Christmas, but at least for Hanukkah, I'd love to go viral. I don't know if it's going to happen this year, but one of these years it's going to happen.
And we do write receipts. So how do we do this? Loan is managed so this is incredible. Listen to this. So Rabbi Aaron instructs is simple. Rabbi Aaron instructs his scribes. Whenever a document is being post-dated, what do you do? Write that in the document. Just write it. Write in the document. This is a post-dated document. That's all. I'm going to ask you to know. The local people help you. But now we don't write that. For some reason, people don't write that into their stars. They don't write that line. Right? Make sure to write this document is posted. There's another Isa. What's another Isa? Like the Tzaf will say to his scribe, because this is how he talks. When you write receipts for people, here the Isa stomach. So if that's the case, so what do you do with the receipt? If you know the date of the document, write the date of the document in the receipt. If you don't know the date of the document, then what? Leave the receipt undated. What's the date of leaving an undated receipt? That can be shown as proof of payment for whatever. I'm going to do stop for 9 days. The local of dinar happy. But even temporarily, so what happens? We don't end up writing the document, and we don't leave the date off. The receipts so that it can be used whenever. So the Gemara says, so look, I'm going to help you. Amali Rabbanan, Takuni Takine, Man da Avid Avid, Man da Lo Avid Iu da Asira Nafshe. So that's the Gemara says, but we don't avail ourselves of these opportunities now. So what should we do about Shama Ofer? The Gemara says, the system can help you to a certain point, but you also have to help yourself. If you take advantage of the opportunities or the remedies offered by Chazal, if you don't take advantage of those opportunities, we are not here to baby you. We are not here to do the work for you. We're giving you the possibilities. Write in the document that is supposed to be the document. Leave the date off the receipt. Do what you need to do to protect yourself. If you don't do that, then you leave yourself open to exploitation. That's not the system's fault, but instead that is going to be used error. So stop for today. All right, Chavazim, have a great day, everyone, and a good Shabbos. Good Shabbos. And Jerry was a great supposed to be sitting in that spot. That's a Shem Torah again. Have a wonderful to learn with everyone there. Good Shabbos.
Yo, are you Michael?
All right, so we'll say good morning. Good morning.
Oh, you're Michael. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay. Excellent. Okay, well, welcome. You should know. You're doing really well, my friend. Okay, so can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, excellent. Okay, so firstly, you've done really, really well. Like, aren't you proud of your link tree? Don't you think it looks good? Do you think your link tree looks good?
Yeah. It's awesome. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it is. It definitely is. Absolutely. It looks really good. All right, so the next thing we're going to do is we're going to have you make some videos. Okay, so you're going to use Grok to make some videos. Now, one thing in your link tree, you want to make the L in LinkedIn capital, just a small little change. Maybe you already did, and it's just not updating for me. Just one moment. Let me check. Dog, you're amazing. You already did. Good on you, buddy. Okay, so I'm just checking your other stuff, making sure it's good. So far, so good. Excellent, man. Looks really great. Okay, so I'm gonna send you a link to someone's YouTube account, and you're gonna want to make videos like they make them. And I'll send you the prompt that you put into X, or pardon me, into Grok, and you should be good to go. You don't want to upload anything though. What you're going to want to do is send me the video before you do it. I'll explain what you're going to do in just a second. So, okay, there's that. Did you download the Grok app, Eugene?
No, not yet.
Okay, that's fine. What do you go by publicly? Do you go by Michael or do you go by Eugene? What is your name?
I go by. My name is Michael.
Okay, great. Okay. Okay, Michael, go look at your X messages. I sent you a YouTube link, and then I sent you what I want you to put into. No, I didn't. Hold on one second. Apologies, I sent it to the wrong person. Not a big deal. Okay. Okay, where is your finger? Okay. Look at the video that I sent you, or the video link, the YouTube link that I sent you, and look at that account. And what you're going to do is you're going to create 10 videos like that person did. And what they're going to be are just simple videos. And I also sent you a prompt of what they're going to say. You're going to create 10 of them. Once you create 10 that you like and that makes sense to you, you're going to send them to me. Now, not all of them are going to be good. So what you're going to do is you might have to make 20 or 30 of these videos before you get 10 really good ones. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I understand perfectly. Yes.
Okay, excellent. So you want to download the Grok app and use the Imagine tab, which is at the top, and then you're going to put that prompt into it. It's going to create 10 videos for you. Once you get 10 videos that are clear, that look like you or what you want to represent you, you're going to send them to me. I'm going to look them over. Once they're good, we're going to work on titles and hashtags and descriptions and hashtags for them. And then you're going to upload one of them to YouTube. We're going to check that to make sure it's good. Once that's good, you're going to upload the other 10. And then what we're going to do is put this on all your other social media as well. So you have some content there. Does that make sense?
Yeah. I think I'm good with it.
Okay, so you can come in here if you ever have questions. I did not know. I would have said hi to you before. I saw this account that you're using come in, but I was like, I don't know who Eugene is. So but okay, so Michael, what you want to do is do what I said, and if you have questions, come back in here and I'll answer them for you, or you can DM me. Okay?
Yeah, no problem. Thank you very much.
You're
I
welcome.
really appreciate
Absolutely. Your link tree looks really good, buddy. And we're going to help you as well. We're going to get you with a really good profile picture, whatever you want. But you're going to have it on all your social media. We're going to make sure that you have descriptions for yourself. So get ready. It's going to be exciting. Okay? Excellent. All right. So you go create those videos and then come back when you're done. Okay?
it. Thank you very much.
You're
Thank you
welcome, my
very
friend.
much.
Take care. Absolutely.
Talmud Torah sponsor. Protection Pay Hair, annual Talmud Torah sponsor of Hills Mishpacha Eretz Yisrael, for dedicating all of the shiurim and drashos this year. Zuchus of completing Maseches Bava Basra, and Baruch Hashem wading into the holy waters of Maseches Sanhedrin and Yizoch and Miras Hashem to finish this Masechta with Mazel with Bracha and B'Shar Tova Mitzlachas. Our Talmud Torah sponsors for the month of Kislev, Josh and Becca Friedman, for dedicating all the shiurim and drashos this month, creation of the archetype of Josh's father. Yisrael Yehuda Ben Rav Chaim Rafal Zichron Levracha, and the schos of a safe return of our hostages and the security of all of our holy soldiers. Sammy and Malka Esterson for dedicating all the Sherman Jarshals this month in memory of their parents. Yitzchak Leib Ben Aaron Cohen, Sarah Rachel Bas Baruch Avram, Hinda Bas Henech Ephraim, and in memory of their dear friend, brave soldier, beloved husband, father, skilled physiotherapist, Naftali Gordon, Naftali Yonashani, Damo, Ben Beatrice Miriam, and Daniel Yigal. We hope that in the merit of our Talmud Torah, all of the Neshama Slav and Aliyah, the families in the Chama, all of those in Europe who are Shafan Kid with Kol Chole Yisrael, the Shbaruch Hu should bring home our hostages, B'Shalom and B'Karov, and our holy soldiers should be successful, the Chol Maaseh David. Let's with that, let us begin with a lot to do today. Beautiful, beautiful Gemara ahead of us. A lot of beautiful Gemara ahead of us. Today's daf is daf Zayin 7. We are picking up on Vav on the days, and we left off. Where did we leave off? Of the intermediate wide lines. Okay, got it. Reish Lakish. Fine. So the first of the widest lines, right? Correct. Good. First of the widest lines. Excellent. Okay, good. Reish Lakish says. So let's just remember again, we're still in the midst of the topic regarding pshara, regarding compromise, and what does one do in a situation? Is compromise something we strive for? Compromise something that we do, we don't do? Again, the time. Sorry. Topic over here, Reish Lakish. So the Gemara says as follows. Reish Lakish says as follows. Shneim sheba'ol l'din. Echad rach ve'echad kasha. That's interesting. So imagine for a moment you're the dayan. Two people come before you, Ruvain and Shimon. Ruvain is very rach and kasha means Ruvain is very soft, easygoing. And Shimon is difficult. Shimon is difficult. So what am I concerned about? Now watch this. So again, if they have not yet begun presenting their cases, or they presented their cases, but I don't yet have judicial clarity. A judge has a right to recuse himself. See, either before they presented their cases, their sides, or after they presented their sides, but the judge doesn't yet have real clarity as to where things are heading. The judge has a right to recuse himself. Why? What is the judge concerned about? Shema nitzchayev chazak v'nimtza chazak rodfo. So what is the judge concerned about? I'm concerned that what's going to happen. Shimon, who's the very prickly, difficult guy, what's going to happen? He's going to lose the case. And he's just going to come after me. He's just going to come after me. He's not going to let up. And the truth is, I don't want to deal with it. See, interestingly enough, so if it's before they presented their cases, or even after they presented their cases, but before I have a sense of clarity, I have the right to recuse myself. However, Shemin is chayv chazak v'nimtza chazak v'feilu. Yishatishma divrayim v'anti yodea. But if I already heard their sides, and I already have some semblance, I already have some level of clarity as to kind of which way the din comes out, but if I heard the sides, and again I have a little bit of clarity as to how this is going to shake out, I don't have the right to recuse myself. Why? Literally again, we'll see exactly what saguru means. But for our purposes right now, don't fear anyone. Don't. In other words, the judge has an obligation to be fearless. So don't be fearful of any person. I will say, what a profound Gemara. We talked about this a little bit yesterday, which is in life. Sometimes you have the ability to not get involved. Again, right? I think when we're young, we're very incredibly idealistic. Sometimes like naively idealistic, and we think we can solve every single problem. As we get older, we recognize I can't solve every problem, and therefore, again, there's a certain amount of dispassionate maturity which says I'm not getting involved in this. I can't affect change. So you have a right to say I'm not getting involved because I can't help. But once you are involved, you don't have a right to shirk your responsibilities. So you're involved, and ultimately, again, see the process through to completion. An incredibly profound Gemara. Rabbi Shimon says, how do I know that if a student is sitting before his Rabbi, remember again, going back to yesterday's down, a student should not ask him in the presence of his Rabbi. I can establish this. So how do I know that if a student is sitting in front of his Rabbi, and what happens? The Rebbe is adjudicating a case, and essentially the Talmud feels that the Rebbe is delivering an erroneous psak, and so the student sees a merit for the poor person, or you see the way in which the rich person is guilty. How do we know that a student should not be silent in the presence of his Rebbe? So once again, this is talking about a case where the Rebbe is prosecuting the case. The Rebbe is the dayan. The student is there. The student sees that the Rebbe is mistaken in what he's about to prosecute. So how do I know that in such a scenario, the student should not be silent in the presence of the Rebbe? Shne'emar lo sagur mipnei ish. Do not be fearful. We're going to see really what lo sagur really means is don't withhold. Right? Don't withhold in the presence of any person. Do not withhold your words in front of another person, even if that other person is your Rebbe. So again, there's this very fine line. On one hand, the Talmud is always obligated to have derek paris, always obligated to have covet for his Rebbe. Right? On the other hand, if the student sees that the Rebbe is making a mistake, then halacha l'maisa, the student is obligated to ensure that an erroneous judicial ruling does not get made, and is obligated to speak up even in the presence of his Rebbe. Incredible. So the verse says, so now the Gemara gives some multiple witnesses. Witnesses, when you testify, know about whom you are testifying. Right? I mean, Gemara makes it as if the witnesses are testifying about HaKadosh Baruch Hu. Because since testimony is such a heavy thing, and since you are going ahead and determining the outcome, potentially the outcome of people's lives, so there has to be a tremendous sense of responsibility. Witnesses know it's as if you're giving testimony about HaKadosh Baruch Hu himself. And before whom you are giving testimony. And if you testify falsely, who is going to extract punishment from you? Because the Pasuk says, the Pasuk says, and ultimately again adjudication. Right? The two people who are litigating against each other know that they are standing before Hashem. You come for testimony, you're coming before God. Because remember again, ultimate judgment is reserved for HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And therefore anyone involved in the judicial process, it's as if they're standing before HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And the judges should know who are they judging. So Kiviyachol, they're judging HaKadosh Baruch Hu. And before whom are they giving that judgment? And who is going to extract punishment from them should they fail in their responsibility? Elokim Yitzav Ba'adas or Elohim Yitzav Ba'adas Kel. They can be Shabbat to Omer, Vayomer LaShoftim, L'umat L'osim, Kilo Adam Tishpetu, V'im LaHashem. The Pasuk says that he said to Shabbat said to Shoftim, he said to the judges, see what you are doing, for you are not only adjudicating man, but you are adjudicating, so to speak, God. Shami Yomru, so what says the idea over here is that you are involved in the judicial proceedings. Understand that the people is involved as well. And therefore, if you pervert the process, you corrupt the process, you dishonest in the process, just know that all of this is happening in the presence of HaKadosh. The verse is Shema Yoma Hadayim, Mali B'Tzarazeh. So most of the Gemara judges going to say, you know what, I'm ready this for. Forget it. Forget it. What do I need this headache for? The verse is Tavolomar, Imachem Mishpar Mishpar. Ain't all the dying, blood, ain't all the dying, Elamashkin Ablo. So what's it? The prophet says, don't worry. It's incredible. The prophet says to the judge, your job is not to ensure that you produce perfect results. Rather, your job is to ensure that the process is holy and pure. And meaning, what does that mean? So for a judge, remember, we'll say, is it possible that a judge delivers an erroneous ruling? Is that possible? Absolutely. So what is the job of the judge? The job of the judge is to based on what he sees. That's it. Ain l'dayin model, ain l'dayin elamashi navros. The judge is only able to act based on what he's able to see with his own. A very profound thing. All the judge expect anything from the judge as other than to do the best he can with the information he had at hand. Is it possible that the judge will deliver an erroneous ruling? It's possible. That's not a problem. The problem will cover only if you don't see the process through in the right way. And of course, you know that's such a beautiful and incredible line. Ain l'dayin elamashi navros. It's very important that when we pass judgment, understand we're only passing judgment based on what we see with our own eyes. And as we get older, we recognize that what we see with our own eyes very often is never the complete picture. So it's so incredibly important. What you see is ultimately what you pass judgment with, but what you see is rarely the entirety of the picture. Incredible. Remember, it was like this. By the way, so the Gemara says, what exactly is when we say verdict? What is the Gemara? So remember again, going back to this a second. So hey, what's the
Yo, look who it is. What up, Giant Judge?
Beforehand, we had the approach of
How you living, Pimp?
That halacha l'maisa, once the judge reaches
Excellent. What's new?
you can't go ahead and suggest.
Have you been chilling yourself?
Otherwise, can be suggested before a verdict is delivered. Well, here's my focus exactly.
Yes, not very much.
Certainly, again.
All right. Well, you know that's on you. It's something you got to do, big man.
Okay.
Just one moment.
Okay, sir.
What's considered to be tonight? Okay. So now you come right. All right. And the judges say, Ruvain, you're chayiv, Shimon, you're pater. Amrav, halacha b'shem and Rav said halacha follows Rabbi Yeshua ben Karka. Something about the Sherman Carpenter, the thing that said yesterday is that mitzvah, is a mitzvah to do pshara. Right? The Sherman Carpenter preferred pshara, compromise, over mediation, over adjudication. And that comes on the Gemara and says that, right, so Rav said, Sarafah Yisrael, he knew that song, Bahara Finas, Abidirav, yet Rahuna was the comment of Rav. Now, when the kids would come to Rahuna, he would say that all the road, keep short of the so again, when the kids would come before Rahuna, would ask them, do you want din, do you want adjudication, or do you want pshara, do you want mediation? So it's contradiction. As Rav just said, the mitzvah follows the Rishon Karfa. The Rishon Karfa says, mitzvah mitzvah. It is a mitzvah to go ahead and do pshara. Yet Rav's own comment, which sounds like pshara, mediation, is a preferred one. Yet Rav Huna, who is Rav's comment, seems to be giving people the choice. First one says, no. My mitzvah now before Rishon Karfa. When the Rishon Karfa says that it is a mitzvah, pshara. What does it mean? Top of Zion 7:8. My mitzvah, remember who Itina Vayisu, Pshara. What the Rishon Karfa meant was as follows: that when litigants come before you, it is a mitzvah to give them the choice. To give them the choice. What do you prefer? Do you prefer mediation or do you prefer adjudication? So it's very interesting. Rishon Karfa, we thought the whole time we were saying that we prefer mediate over adjudication. Now it turns out when we mediate using mitzvah, because then the litigants with options. Do you want adjudication or do you want mediation? Whereas the back people, any kind of ammo, the Rishon Karfa is the same thing. The denial of mitzvah. No. We're going to have to read between them to be whether or not there is a mitzvah to tell the litigants what their options are. The Rishon Karfa suffered this. The Rishon Karfa said that there is something called litigants what their options are. Mediation versus adjudication. And Kama Saba Rishon. And Kama holds, no, it's not a mitzvah to tell them what their options are. But rather, again, you have the right to tell them what their options are. The Gemara says if that's the case, kind of Rishon Ignacio, then it's the same thing as the tradition of Ignacio. The Gemara which is Ishmael is very bad. So then they kind of didn't know that. The Akarashoi Lomer Lines was the point of contention.
Every day is a holiday. Every meal is a feast. Echo Mac. When possible, may I please share my project with everyone?
At what point do you have the voltage?
Thank you so much. First and foremost, I followed every person in this space. I would appreciate it if you would follow me back. I'm the easiest follow back in the game. I'm Rabbi ROTHSCHILD. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. This is the biggest event in global history, and I'm king of the internet, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can view my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, they're available in my profile. Additionally, they're in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. No one dares you to look at their Linktree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/Rabbi. We have over 2,700 people in the community and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Lifestraw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a raider, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Therefore, mutov Abdullah ego, after Habibu Zakant the Shuba. Also, this is incredible. Aaron's gold, let them go the golden calf.
Oh, absolutely. For 4 years. I think this data will be extremely valuable to humanity in the future. We'll learn about breathing patterns while people sleep, sleeping patterns, circadian rhythm, a REM sleep. That's a lot of important data for future biologists and certainly just people in general to be able to study.
He made a compromise in his mind. He's like, better to do this Avera of the golden calf, Avodah Zarah, which hopefully again they can come back from, rather than killing me, which they will not be able to come back from. And if Aaron makes the compromise, so I will say, so interestingly enough, what's happening over here is the Gemara faults him for that compromise. The Gemara says, Aaron, bad compromise. What should Aaron have done? What should he have done? He should have stood up to Klal Yisrael in this pivotal moment and said, Klal Yisrael, no. No, it was saying now again, when you hear the logic is so profound and so beautiful and so incredible. I was trying to save Klal Yisrael. What you begin to say in school and say traditionally with Yehuda, like you begin trying to make a compromise, you're trying to save Yosef. No, what you do is you say, Papa, we're not doing this. Or let's say, let's just have it like this. Compromise is a very powerful tool. Very powerful tool. And to be used in such a constructive way. To go ahead.
Yes. Okay. Thank you so much for your patience, Judge. All right. So you said that you've been able to shield yourself a little bit. Why not more?
I've been busy with IRL, sir.
Okay, that happens. All right. Well, you see how I do it. Let me send you a website. I will send it to your. What's easier, X or Discord? What's
Any of the two is good.
Any of the two is good. Okay. So what you're gonna find, I'm gonna send it to you on.
Doesn't mean you are doing the right thing. It's incredible idea that sometimes there's a time for compromise, but sometimes the disparity between the two sides is so clear, right? It's so vast that you have to find.
And sir, I did like to tell you
compromise and to only do what is right.
Just a moment.
Incredible. The Hani Tanai, these opinions. Polter Mayim gracious mother my Darshide. So I was going to record this pasuk yesterday. Polter Mayim from Mishlei. Polter Mayim gracious mother. That will be again the opening of the channel of water, right? It's the beginning of judgment. What do they do with it? So the Gemara says, "Kid Rav Hamnuna." We'll say first wide line on 7a. Like Rav Hamnuna, what does Rav Hamnuna say? I'm Rav Hamnuna. It's beautiful Gemara. Ein tchilas dino shel adam nidon ella al divrei Torah. The Gemara says it's incredible. After 120, the first thing that a person is judged on is Torah. Is Torah. Did you learn Torah or not? Did you learn Torah? Shnei Amar, Polter Mayim Reishis Mother. So I'll say, because again, Mayim, water, is often compared to Torah. So Polter Mayim Reishis Mother, the first thing I'm judged about after 120 is Torah. Tosis and the Maharsha ask a number of different questions on this, that, on the three questions that I'm asked about after I die. Torah is the second one, but we're not going to get into that. Let's say, point of view that I want to make to you something amazing. The first question that a person, that a Yid is asked after he dies is, did you learn Torah? Did you learn Torah? So let's say, Tosis points out that the question that the Gemara phrases is, Kavate itim Torah. Did you set aside?
All right. I just sent you on Discord link to a website. I'd like you to go to the website. It's called spacesdashboard.com, and it is the best resource for you to find spaces. It will show you all of the different spaces. So usually you're only going to see on your phone maybe 5 or 10 spaces. This will show you 500 English-speaking spaces alone. Let me know when you've gone to it.
Did you learn? Did you learn?
I've been using it before. I saw you made a post about it
I don't have
some days back.
Excellent.
So I've been using it since then.
Beautiful. Okay, so what you want to do is go to the search bar of that platform and type in shill, SHILL. And whatever there's a shill, you go into that space, you press the mic button, you perhaps before you press the mic button, you go and you repost it, you like it, and then you drop a comment. And your comment can be, I mean, just like a broken down version of that message that I sent you with like I'll do this for $5, I'll do this for $10, I'll do this for $20. The more people see this, the more they're going to want to connect with you. Then you press the microphone button, you wait patiently until they let you up. They're going to say, Giant Judge, welcome to our space. Go ahead. You're going to say, hi, I'm Giant Judge. I'm a Web3 marketer. I'd like to promote your project on my 30 different social media platforms. This is going to give your project more visibility. It's going to help you to rank higher in social media, in search engines, in AI. Additionally, it's going to ensure that you get more DMs, that you get more people who are interested in your project, and you get more publicity. If this sounds like something that's interesting to you, please send me a DM. I want to connect. And you do that 10, 15 times a day. I mean, that's what you have to do if you really want to get some business out of it, and you're going to be successful. Does that make sense to you?
If you dam it up,
yes, sir.
You shut it down. You stop.
Excellent. All right. Well, I'm always welcome. You're always welcome in here. You can stay. You can live in here. I have people who live in here with me, as you know. But unfortunately, I'm not the one who's going to be getting you business. The people who are going to get you business are in Twitter Spaces. So let me hear your pitch. Let's hear it.
I can't go.
Yep. So we're gonna pretend I'm an ex-host, and I'm gonna let you up. All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody, for being in our space today. Again, like, retweet, repost, bookmark, do anything that you have to do to ensure that we get more people in here. Tag your friends. We're gonna bring up our next speaker. Their name is Giant Judge. Giant Judge, welcome to the show. Go ahead.
Hi everyone, thank you Rabbi, thank you for the privilege to speak on the space. Can I speak about my project?
Absolutely, that's why we gave you the mic. Go ahead.
Alright, thank you for that. Yeah, my name is Giant Judge. I'm one of the best marketer on the Web3 space, and I do like to promote any project here that needs my services. You can always follow me and I'll follow back, DM me, and I'm going to respond immediately. This is what I do in this space. I promote projects, I post them on my different social media platforms, which you can see through my link tree on my bio. And when you connect with me, you're going to get more visibilities, you're going to get more DMs and more interactions. I'm always active, engaging on your posts to make sure that you get visibility. If this sounds interesting to you, you can always DM me and I'll respond immediately. Thank you.
Okay, that's good.
Let's go. Now we're going to talk about some famous sayings.
I'd like you to add a line in there. If you can, write this down. You write down, I have over 30 different social media platforms on which I can promote your project, which is more than most any marketer you will find, which makes me unique.
Ultimately, again, as a result of his silence, he will avert 100.
I'm currently not where I can get a pen to write.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. I'll send it to you. Don't worry. I'll send it to you.
And the reflexive response is
All right, sir.
What makes me a unique marketer for your project, is that I have over 30 different social media platforms on which to view.
Save yourself from so much heartache going forward. Incredible. So Shmuel said Rabbi Yehuda, Kruxiv, there's a pasuk that highlights this. Polter Mayim Reishis Madun Reish Mea Dini. So there's a pasuk also that highlights this as well. That literally again, a person opens right, Polter Mayim Reishis Madun, opening up the water. Opening up the water is the beginning of judgment. Reish Mea Dini. Okay. Hodik Shmuel says that's our first adage. So say adage number one is just because, so essentially, I think it's one of the earliest lessons that our parents teach us, right? But just because someone says something to you doesn't mean you need to respond. I just want to point out, that this used to be a relatively simple idea, right? I definitely think that since the advent of social media and different things where response becomes instantaneous, right, is one of the hardest things. Like someone says something, someone posts something, and like you need almost like verbal vomit. Like you need to just like.
Okay, I just sent it to you.
Instantaneously respond without.
On this,
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. Okay. So
just because someone says
what you want to do is
and it's more than that.
Add that line in there somewhere, wherever you find it appropriate, and then you want to shill. There's a shill. Again, you just type in the word shill, and you're gonna get
often is not punished for 2 or 3
5 or maybe 3 or 5 different spaces at any given time per hour, and you go into them and you shill them, and nothing's gonna happen the first few times you do it. Maybe the first 10 times you do it, but you do it 100 times, and somebody's gonna connect with you. They're gonna say, "I like what you had to say. I'll DM you. You can certainly put in your in the message that you're gonna comment, that you'll upvote their stuff for free, $5 for whatever, $10 for whatever, $20 for whatever. I wrote that one time, and to send you a DM if they're interested. If you do that enough, you're gonna get some business out of it. But if you just do it once a week, nothing's gonna happen. You have to make sure that these people remember you, and they'll be like, "Oh yeah, I know Giant Judge, come on up, let's talk." And especially some of these big spaces where you have 700 people in it, those ones you're going to want to be more patient, but they'll let you up, and they will, what am I saying? Some of the spaces, let's say there are 5 people in there, and they're just talking and talking and talking. You can, you ask for the microphone, and if they haven't let you talk in 30 minutes or an hour, go find another space, because they're obviously not paying attention. But to a space that has 700 people, they have a lot of people to go through. They might have 90 or 100 people that they have to go through. So just be patient. You'll eventually be asked up. And if you're not, don't let it get you down. Try the next time. I can tell you that I try to get in as many spaces as possible, and some of them I just don't get into. And I know some of them, the hosts have heard me so many times that they just don't like to call me up because they know it's repetitive and they're sick of hearing it. But I don't care. If you're going to allow people to shill, I'm going to at least try to get in there. And unless I've done something to you personally and you want to ban me, then I have as much right to do it as anybody else. For as many spaces as I'm in where people say, "We know what you're going to say," there are some people who say, "I don't know what he's going to say. What? I've never heard them before. What is this?" They get them interested, but it's like, "Oh, you've never heard him? He streams his life all the time, yada, yada, yada." And it's like, okay, well, let him talk. And you're going to get that too. So your goal, I would say per day, is to show yourself in 10 different spaces. I don't know how many people you have following you right now on X. I'm going to look at it right now. Giant Judge has 4.1 thousand followers. That's amazing. That's really good. So you have a big account. I mean, it's not quite big. It's still small, but it's moving into the medium territory, which is really good. That's taken a lot of time. You have been doing this since May 2024. One thing I want to tell you, and I noticed this, but it's not a big deal. On the picture that you have as your avatar, at the very bottom, there's a little white. You want to make sure that you make the picture just a little bit bigger so there's no white at the bottom, that it's all red going around it. Does that make sense?
And therefore, again, if in this case, if I lost my literally, I lost the shirt off my back. I lost my clothes.
Excellent.
What should you do?
Okay.
Home? Like,
well, then with that, I've got my man. His name is Mr. Zeku. He's the guy in here alongside me. He's Neo. He's got a space coming up in 4 minutes that I'm going to join. You should join it as well if you can. It is. I reposted it, so you can find the link to the space if that's of interest to you. And if you have questions, hop on in. But it's an excellent. It's a chill, connect, learn Web3 newbie friendly game followers. Actually, that's a different one. Mr. Zeku, if you look in there, I'll repost it right now. So just look at my account, and it's TTT Phase 3 Alpha version 1.08 One Cost Evolution The Awakening. They'll let you show in there. And if not, you'll find other spaces on which to show. And that's going to be really big for you. Okay. So how many? What's your goal? How many different spaces a day are you going to show? That's exactly right. Good job, man. Absolutely. Giant Judge. And let's say you only get 2 in a day, and then the next day you forget. That's fine. But if you do 10 spaces every day, from now until for the next year, that's going to be over 3,600 spaces that you're going to have shown. That's a lot of spaces. Everybody's going to know you. Everyone will know on Twitter Spaces if you do that. Like, that's how you have to say it to yourself. It's not that big of a community. There are, at any given moment, maybe 10,000 people on Twitter Spaces. If you just keep chilling yourself, people are going to learn who you are. And then what they're going to say to you is, hey, Giant Judge, I want you to be an ambassador for my project. When you go and chill, just talk about my project, and I'll give you $10 a week. And that's a free $10 a week that you didn't have previously. So the advice that I have to you, before you go, let's make sure you change your profile picture to be correct. So if you can, change your profile picture. You don't have to change your picture, but just make it so that there's no white at the bottom.
Interesting enough, this is a simple adage. What's a simple adage? If you're lazy, the work doesn't really get done well. Or say it a different way, laziness could often be seen in the product, in the product that you produce. It's almost like we see this in life. Things that I really care about get done in a certain way.
You know what, Giant Judge, before you do that, apologies. I've been wanting to do this. We're going to change your profile picture just a little bit. We're going to change the yellow text to white. Not that yellow isn't good, but white, well, it's going to be a little easier for people to read. So just one moment, I'll change this for you, and I'll make it so.
I also want to ask. Yes, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yes, sir.
Otherwise, ceiling's gonna sag. Okay. Hold up.
Yeah, go ahead.
There was a person. Okay. I want to ask you about.
Yeah, I think it's really good.
Yeah, I just made a design today, so
to read, but it's no big deal.
a person who I trusted,
Okay.
raised his fist against me. Someone who I trusted turned against me.
I'm gonna see if I can change this quickly.
What's the point of this?
Please change the yellow text to white.
This is actually a very profound statement. Sometimes the people you trust turn against you. So we'll say, it's a very important so it's going to sound a little bit like a downer, but if there's one thing you can count on in every single relationship, it's that people will fail you. People will always fail you. Now, that's not, I don't mean that like it's a cynical, like, don't count. We're human beings. Human beings are frail and fragile, which means no one is perfect. And so often in life, we feel that like if someone loves me, all right, then they should always be there for me, always come through for me. But no one could always come through, and no one could always be there, and no one could always perform. And this happens all the time. Right? I love someone, I trust in them, I believe in them, and they don't come through, and I feel so betrayed. Meanwhile, it's not an act of betrayal, right? What is it? What is it?
Okay, excellent.
It's just humankind. It's just humankind.
So I'm gonna send this to you, but you should know.
And sometimes again, I feel like if you love me, you've always got my back.
Just one moment.
Of course, I love you, but I can't always do anything because I'm just not perfect. And so those moments when someone who we love and someone who we trust and someone who depend on, quote unquote, betrays
Please
us,
put a black outline around all of the text.
Or is not
A thin black outline.
They just don't come through in the way that I expected them to. The feeling of betrayal is so profound. Meanwhile, they need to betray me. They're just a human being. And it's so important to also in those moments to recognize it's not an act of betrayal. It's just a moment of human frailty. Even the people sometimes who you trust in greatly raise your fist. Now again, sometimes in most it means that yeah, people who I really trust actually betray me. Yeah, that does happen also. That's even much worse. But even not an act of betrayal. There's sometimes people who I put a tremendous amount of trust in are not there when I need them. But it's not because they don't care. It's just because they're human beings. So the Gemara goes right there. This is an incredible Gemara. There was another person who used to say as follows: Ki rechenesin hava aziza afusia de safsira shechiban. So I said, this is incredible. There was a guy who used to say the following adage. You know, when I was madly in love with my wife, right, and the love was passionate, we were able to sleep together on the sharp edge of the sword, right? Now that our love is not as passionate, even a bed that is 60 amas wide is not big enough for us. Now listen, this is a profound Gemara. What is the Gemara saying? That you know, when the love is passionate and intense, right? We don't need our own space, right? Husband and wife can occupy the same space, right? And we're fine. We can sleep together on the edge of the sword. I don't need my own space. Just need our own together. And then as time goes on, what happens? The husband needs his space. The wife needs her space. And suddenly, again, there's not enough space for everyone. That was saying, now, by the way, so like, what do you do with a Gemara like this? What exactly is the takeaway message? I must say, I think there are many takeaway messages. But I do think what's very important to understand is that love and marriage evolves. And sometimes, again, you know, I've often thought about this. I don't know if this is true. You know, like people get very caught up in the extinction of like, I don't know, the humpback whale and different things like that. Like, you know, people get really caught up in this stuff. I've always, and again, I don't know, I don't have any like expert information, but I've often wondered to myself, you know, getting caught up in this constant extinction presupposes that things are supposed to last forever. He says the humpback whale is supposed to be around forever. He says maybe a created the humpback whale that is supposed to be. And again, I want to be clear. I have nothing against the humpback whales. They should live and be well, right? But again, I just wondered, like people get caught up or like global warming. But I don't know if it's true or not. Global warming. No, so like, who says that the Earth is supposed to remain at a constant? In other words, all of these things presuppose that things are supposed to remain as they are. Maybe not. Maybe Akash Baruch Hu is the world, because the world is in a constant state of evolution. Everything is always just, so maybe the species that existed, 100 years ago are not supposed to exist today. Or maybe again the temperature of the world is supposed to. I don't know. But one thing is clear, which is definitely in the realm of relationships, things don't remain the same. So I will say it's true, right? That you see like the chassan and kala, right? Sometimes couples been married a little bit longer, or a lot longer. Why don't we have that? Right? And I was like, why don't we have that? Because we have responsibility. Right? Because no one's supporting us, right? Because like, and suddenly again, you have all these, you realize that it's supposed to evolve, right? If you're married for 20 years and you're still the same childish, like looking into each other's eyes, whispering in the corner, that's immature, right? That's immature. You're not supposed to have that. It's supposed to evolve, and that's nothing wrong with your marriage. And there's no less love, and there's no less intensity. It's that marriage and love and everything evolves. So this doesn't have to be like a damning statement about the lack of intensity. And it's just like things change. Yeah. So chassan and kala, inseparable. And they can occupy the same space. Oh, you're stepping on my toes? That's so sweet. That's so cute. It's so wonderful. Please step on my head. Please step on me. It's great. It's fantastic. Yes, side of the sword. I don't need any space. Well, smother me, right? And then it's normal. But as time goes on, and people mature, and life changes, and there's other responsibilities. I love my spouse no less, but the relationship looks different. Things take, and that's not a bad thing. I will say sometimes again we become so disillusioned because, well, how come I don't feel the same intensity in my marriage that I felt under the chuppah, or that I felt at the vart, that I felt at this? Yeah, because that's life. That's life. Stuff changes. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with that. That's part of the
All right, Judge, I don't know why this is taking so long.
So the goes weiter.
Use the one that you currently have for right now. Once the holidays are over, we'll do another one for you when you don't. It doesn't have to have a hat and everything. So it's fine for now. And with that, I got to get into this other person's space. I told them I'd do this. So apologies for the wait.
Remember, the top of the art was 10 talking. So originally, when I he spoke to us from a height of 10 tefachim, very low down to the earth. Siv va'abayis asher bona hamelech Shlomo shishim ama arko v'shishim rakbo u'shloshim ama kamaso u'lbasof ksiv kamar Hashem b'shamayim kisi va'aretz hadom ragli eiz abayis asher tivnu li. So I will say, interestingly enough, so what happens, and later on, Akash Baruch Hu says, my home, or like my throne is in the heavens. So in the beginning, Hashem spoke to us from on top of the kapores, 10 tefachim off the ground, and then He spoke to us from the heavens, meaning relationships change, they evolve, and sometimes again the intensity and the closeness that marked the beginning changes. The love is still there. The love is still there, but the relationship has evolved in a different way. Incredible. So my masha the highlos I go to lishma the kinushi so what's on the ground going back to what it's stated on Vav on the days 6b. So the Gemara says, what now? Remember again, lo saguru mipnei ish. The Gemara says, how do you know that saguru is a lashon of the kavushe, is a lashon of holding back? So Rav Nachman Amar Kra, the yayin lo shtishta the lo sagur. V'achar v'yakov amar lehacha talking bakayis lach agra bakasim achala. V'achar v'yakov ikon lehacha. Oger bakayis ben master. Those are these are all different lashonos of holding back. So therefore, remember again, the Gemara used it. Asagur mipnei ish. If a Talmud is sitting in front of his Rebbe and he sees that the Rebbe is making an erroneous ruling, so what happens? The Talmud should not hold back, right? Rather, the Talmud should go ahead and express his opinion. So you see that Saguru is a lashon of holding back. Okay, so Mara goes right there. I'm Rabbi Shlomo Nachmani, I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Kol dayin shedan din emes lami. That's beautiful Gemara. Any judge who adjudicates correctly, mashresh shechina b'Yisrael, causes the divine presence to rest within Klal Yisrael. Shneimar Elokim nitzav ba'adas kel v'kerav Elokim yishpot. The whole this was a very profound, because since judgment is ultimately reserved for HaKadosh Baruch Hu Himself, if a judge adjudicates correctly, he brings the Shekhinah into the world. So because he's acting in the stead of God. And any judge who does not judge appropriately, causes the Shekhinah to depart from Klal Yisrael. Shene'emar, Bishot Aniyim Me'ankas Evyonim Ata Akum Yom Hashem. Oram Shlomo Bar Nachman. I'm sorry, Aaron Shlomo Bar Nachman. I'm Rabbi Yonasan. Kodayim Shenotam Mizeh.
Thank you so much for having me here. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity and your lovely community's presence. Thank you. Oh, yeah, I'm always ready. Thank you so much for the opportunity. First and foremost, I want to say shout out to my man, Mr. Zeku. Mr. Zeku is the man. I love Mr. Zeku. And if you ever have the opportunity, please send Mr. Zeku a follow, upvote everything that they've done. They're just a wonderful, wonderful promoter. To anybody in here who's hearing me, I will follow you back if you follow me, and I'll do my best to follow every single person in here. It's about growth, and we all want to grow our communities. We all want to ensure that our projects are as successful as possible. With that being said, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource. And I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you, your friends, your family all financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these YouTube links, the opportunity is available in my profile. Additionally, the links are available in my pinned post. You will also find in my pinned post a link to my link tree. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord, discord.me/rabbi. I invite you to join our community. We have over 2,700 people and continue to grow each day. In addition to making you all extremely wealthy and wanting to promote world peace, I want you to know that I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you are a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, you're a raider or a shiller, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a follow. I will follow you back. Send me a DM. I will respond. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
So thank you, Rabbi. Thank you. So as you can hear, I call it just Mr. Rabbi. Mr. Rabbi. So follow Mr. Rabbi, follow Rabbi on Twitter, join this board and subscribe to his YouTube channel. So I think we can start now. Mr. Rabbi, are you doing with introduction?
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. So follow Mr. Rabbi, join this board and subscribe to his YouTube channel. So before we start,
Yes, we can understand you. Yo, I'm just checking the sound on this. Can you hear me? Nobody in here needs to say anything. I'm just listening to myself. Oh, this fucking sounds amazing.
Thank you for the privilege to speak. Dear everyone, my name is Daniel. I'm actually liking what you say. My last question I will do ask.